Chapter 1. The Graveyard Shift. The Siren system didn't have a sun anymore, not in the way most species understood the term. What it had was a corpse, a white dwarf star, dense as a neutron and bright as a welder's arc, pumping out enough ionizing radiation to cook unshielded organic matter in under 40 seconds. The light from it didn't warm. It burned. It screamed across the sensor arrays of the approaching human fleet in waves that made the instruments whine like wounded animals. Chief Engineer Malcolm "Mac" McAllister stood on the command deck of the salvage hauler Tenacity, staring at the long-range scan with the expression of a man who'd just been handed a death sentence wrapped in legal paperwork. The view screen showed a debris field that stretched for 3 astronomical units. Jagged chunks of warship hull, twisted spinal columns of ancient carriers, shattered orbital platforms, all of it tumbling in a slow, silent dance around that screaming white dwarf. 10,000 years of wreckage, a graveyard from a war so old that none of the current council species had even evolved yet. "Well," Mac said, scratching at the 3-day stubble on his jaw, "that's a whole lot of bad decisions frozen in space." Sarah Chen didn't look up from her datapad. The legal analyst sat in the navigator's chair, stylus moving in precise, mechanical strokes across the holographic interface. Her augmented reality glasses flickered with cascading text, ancient statutes and subclauses scrolling past faster than most people could blink. She wore a charcoal suit that somehow remained immaculate despite 6 weeks in transit. Her hair was pulled back so tight it could have been used as structural cable. 412 millisieverts per hour at the outer marker, she said, voice flat and clinical. 620 at the primary salvage zone, 915 near the stellar corona. Pre-war safety code 812C classifies anything above 500 as acceptable for operations with enhanced shielding and rotational crew schedules. Mac turned to look at her. "Chen, that code was written when they were throwing soldiers into reactors to fix meltdowns by hand. Nobody uses it anymore because everybody who did is dead." "The Council uses it," Chen said, still not looking up. "They specified it in our contract. Section 4, subsection 9, paragraph 3. Pre-war operational standards apply to all Class 12 hazard zones pending modern recertification." She tapped the datapad twice. "The Siren system has been pending recertification for 9,742 years. Convenient. Legally binding." The deck shuddered as the Tenacity's thrusters fired, bleeding velocity for the approach vector. The ship was an ugly thing, all retrofitted cargo haulers and welded-on radiation plating. It looked like someone had taken a freight train and bolted a nuclear bunker to the front, which, Mac reflected, wasn't far from the truth. The fleet behind them was more of the same. 32 vessels, most of them older than the crew, all of them rated for exactly one thing: not exploding immediately in a high-radiation environment. Mac pulled up the personnel manifest on his wrist display. 214 crew. Engineers, salvage riggers, EVA specialists. The best of the best, they'd been told. The survivors of the first expansion. The ones who'd beaten the Council's territorial lockdown through a combination of grit, spite, and weaponized contract law. Heroes, according to the press releases. Prisoners, according to everyone with a brain. The Siren system was supposed to be humanity's reward for winning. A sovereign claim, legally recognized, economically valuable. Enough ancient technology down there to keep the salvage corporations busy for a century. Enough rare earth metals in the debris to fund a dozen colony worlds. On paper, it was a gold mine. On paper, it was also a death trap wrapped in a bureaucratic bow. "Incoming transmission," the COAM's officer called out. "Council frequency. It's the High Auditor." Mac exchanged a glance with Chen. She closed the datapad with a deliberate snap and finally looked up. Her expression didn't change, but Mac had worked with her long enough to recognize the slight tightening at the corners of her mouth. That was Chen's version of rolling up her sleeves. "Put him through," Mac said. The view screen flickered. The debris field vanished, replaced by the interior of a Council diplomatic vessel. Everything in the frame was smooth, white, and sterile. Curved walls that seemed to glow with their own internal light. Holographic readouts suspended in midair like frozen jellyfish. And in the center of it all, seated in a chair that looked more like a throne, was High Auditor Vane. He was Caldrith, one of the older council species. Bipedal, vaguely insectoid, with compound eyes that reflected light in unsettling prismatic patterns. His carapace was polished to a mirror sheen, and he wore the formal robes of the Audit Corps, layers of shimmering fabric that seemed to shift colors depending on the angle. When he spoke, his translator rendered his voice in perfect, bloodless Terran standard. Chief Engineer McAllister, Legal Analyst Chen, welcome to the Siren System. Vane's mandibles clicked together in what the translator helpfully labeled as a formal greeting. I trust your journey was uneventful. Long, Mac said, but we're here, ready to start work. Excellent. Vane tapped something on the arm of his chair. A holographic document materialized between them, rotating slowly. It was dense with text, footnotes, and legal annotations. Before operations commence, I am required to provide you with the formal operational framework. The Necro-Contract, as your species has colorfully termed it. Mac heard Chen shift slightly in her chair. That was her version of a war cry. The Siren System is classified as economically irrecoverable under Council Directive 794. Vane continued, his voice never rising above a monotone. The debris field represents a non-insurable, non-certifiable industrial hazard. Standard safety protocols do not apply. Pre-War Safety Code 812C is the governing regulatory framework. All salvage rights default to the operating entity, pending successful extraction and processing. He paused. Pending survival, of course. Of course, Max said dryly. Vane's eyes glittered. I must inform you that this system has seen 4 previous salvage attempts. None succeeded. 2 ended in total crew loss. 1 in catastrophic equipment failure. The 4th in voluntary evacuation after 16 hours. He tilted his head, a gesture the translator interpreted as curiosity. Your species is either exceptionally brave or exceptionally foolish. I confess I am uncertain which. We prefer optimistic, Mac said. Optimism, Vane said slowly as if tasting the word, is not a recognized safety protocol. Chen cleared her throat. It was a small sound, but in the silence of the command deck, it cut like a blade. High Auditor, we acknowledge receipt of the operational framework. We accept the terms as written. Do you require formal countersignature, or does verbal acknowledgement suffice under Provisional Compliance Statute 41? Vane's mandibles went still. That, Mac had learned, was the Kaldrith equivalent of a double take. You are familiar with Statute 41. I am familiar with all relevant statutes, Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level. Verbal acknowledgement suffices for non-insurable contracts in hazard zones pending digital systems integration. We acknowledge. We accept. We will comply. There was a pause. Mac could almost see the calculations happening behind Vane's compound eyes. He'd expected them to argue, to demand better terms, to beg for modern safety standards or additional support. Instead, they'd just taken the poisoned chalice and smiled. Very well, Vane said slowly. Your compliance is noted. I will remain in the outer system to observe initial operations. Should you require assistance or evacuation, you need only transmit on emergency frequency 9 Delta. He leaned forward slightly. I do not expect to hear from you. We'll try not to disappoint, Max said. The transmission cut. The view screen returned to the debris field, that slow carousel of broken ships and shattered dreams spinning against the blinding light of the white dwarf. Mac let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He's planning our funeral, Mac said. He already wrote the report, Chen said. She was back on the datapad, stylus moving. Expected crew loss, 100%. Expected salvage recovery, 0. Expected timeline to voluntary evacuation, 72 hours. She tapped something, and a new document appeared on the main screen. It was a filing form, dense with legal language. I'm submitting a reclassification petition. Mac squinted at the screen. What am I looking at? Emergency Infrastructure Stabilization, Subsection Hazard Containment. She kept typing. The debris field represents an active navigational hazard to the sector. The orbital decay rates are accelerating. The radiation output is uncontained. Under Council Directive 379, Any entity operating in a hazard zone is legally required to initiate stabilization procedures to prevent catastrophic expansion of the threat perimeter. So we're not salvaging, we're cleaning up. We are preventing imminent structural collapse, Chen said, her voice perfectly flat. We are containing radiation drift. We are stabilizing orbital trajectories, all of which falls under mandatory hazard mitigation, not voluntary salvage operations. And that does what exactly? Chen's lips curved. It wasn't quite a smile. It was sharper than that. It changes the liability. If we are conducting mandatory hazard mitigation, then any attempt to stop us requires the Council to assume responsibility for the hazard. If Vane orders us to cease operations, he personally accepts liability for any resulting navigational incidents, radiation exposure, or orbital destabilization events in the sector. She hit send, and the document vanished into the void. The insurance burden transfers to him the moment he interferes. Max stared at her. Then he started to laugh. It was a rough, tired sound, but it felt good. You just made it illegal for him to stop us from working in a place he sent us to die. I made it expensive, Chen corrected. There's a difference. Captain, the navigator called out. We're at the outer marker, awaiting orders. Mac looked out at the siren system, at the screaming white dwarf and the graveyard spinning around it, at the radiation levels that would kill an unshielded human in less than a minute, at the ancient wrecks that held enough technology to rebuild a civilization or enough danger to end one. He thought about Vane's casual expectation of failure. He thought about the 4 crews who'd tried and died before them. He thought about the 214 people on the ships behind him, people who'd followed him into this nightmare because they believed he could get them out alive. And he thought about the fact that the Council had handed them a system they thought was worthless, in a contract they thought was airtight, with standards they thought were impossible to meet. All ships, Max said, keying the fleet-wide channel. Spin up the heavy shielding. Deploy the radiation baffles. Prep the EVA teams and tell them to double-check the necro-plating on their suits. We're going in. He paused. And somebody tell engineering to start cataloging the wrecks. Chen just bought us a construction site, and I want to know what we're building with. The Tenacity shuddered as the engines fired. The fleet followed. 32 ships diving into the graveyard, into the radiation, into the place where the Council expected them to die. 6 weeks later, when Vane's counterpetition came back, it would be denied due to insufficient evidence of hazard mitigation failure. By then, the humans would have already welded the first anchor points into the largest capital shipwrecks and started drawing power from the star itself. But that was 6 weeks away. Right now, Mac just watched the screens as his people went to work, and he allowed himself one small, grim smile. Permission granted, Sarah, he said quietly. Let's start weaving. Chapter 2. Pre-war standards. The first thing High Auditor Vane noticed when his shuttle approached the human worksite was the noise. Not the expected hum of modern shielded equipment or the clean pulse of gravitic stabilizers, but something older, deeper, a rhythmic industrial thunder that made his shuttle's hull vibrate in sympathy. His pilot, a young Caldrith named Cyrex, adjusted the dampeners twice before giving up. Auditor, the resonance frequency is interfering with our stabilization grid, Cyrex said, mandibles clicking nervously. Recommendation: maintain distance. Vane studied the long-range scan. 3 weeks. The humans had been in the siren system for 3 weeks, and the debris field had changed. The chaotic tumble of wreckage had begun to organize itself into something that almost resembled structure. Tether lines stretched between the larger capital hulls, magnetic anchors glowing like fireflies against the black. And at the center of it all, where the radiation should have been densest, where no shielded vessel should be able to survive for more than an hour, the humans were working. Take us closer, Vane said quietly. Sir, the radiation levels are within the pre-war operational parameters specified in the contract, Vane finished, which the humans accepted. I am simply conducting an inspection to ensure compliance. He adjusted his formal robes. Closer, Cyrex. The shuttle descended into the graveyard. The white dwarf's light was blinding even through the polarized viewports, turning everything into harsh contrasts of white and shadow. The debris field resolved into individual pieces. A dreadnought's bow section, pitted and scarred. The skeletal remains of a logistics platform, its spine bent at angles that made Vane's compound eyes ache. And everywhere, the humans. They moved through the radiation like insects through water, bulky figures in suits that looked less like modern EVA gear and more like something dredged from an industrial accident. The suits were asymmetric, covered in mismatched plates of lead-gold alloy that had been welded, bolted, and in some cases literally hammered into place. No two suits looked the same. Some had extra shielding on the left arm. Others had reinforced backplates that extended past the helmet like crude wings. They looked jury-rigged, desperate, wrong, and they were working. Vane watched as a team of 6 humans swarmed over the exposed hull of an ancient cruiser, plasma cutters throwing arcs of blue-white fire that should have been invisible in the radiation glare, but somehow cut through it like blades. They weren't using shielded work bays. They weren't using robotic proxies. They were doing it themselves by hand, in an environment that should have killed them in minutes. "Contact the human command vessel," Vane said. "I am coming aboard." The Tenacity's docking bay was not designed for Council vessels. Vane's shuttle had to squeeze through an airlock meant for cargo haulers, scraping the edges with an audible screech that made Cyrex wince. When the pressure equalized and the inner doors opened, Vane found himself looking at a space that smelled of ozone, burnt metal, and something organic he couldn't quite identify. Sweat, perhaps. Or fear. Chief Engineer McAllister was waiting for him at the bottom of the ramp, wiping his hands on a rag that looked older than the ship. He wore stained coveralls with the sleeves rolled up, revealing forearms covered in old burn scars and newer welding marks. His hair was matted with sweat, and there was a smudge of what looked like reactor coolant on his cheek. He looked like he'd just crawled out of a maintenance shaft, which Vane suspected he probably had. "Auditor," Mac said, nodding. "Wasn't expecting a house call." "I am conducting a routine compliance inspection," Vane said. His translator rendered his tone as perfectly neutral. "The radiation levels in your operational zones exceed modern safety thresholds by a factor of 8. I'm required to document the violations and issue corrective guidance." Mac scratched his jaw. See, that's interesting because we're not using modern safety thresholds. We're using pre-war safety code 812C, like the contract says. And according to 812C, we're well within operational parameters. The pre-war codes were written for military operations in active war zones, Vane said carefully. They assume acceptable casualty rates of 15 to 30% per operational cycle. No civilian operation has used them in 7,000 years. "Well," Mac said, grinning, "guess we're bringing them back into fashion." Before Vane could respond, a door hissed open and Sarah Chen stepped through. She wore the same immaculate charcoal suit she'd worn 3 weeks ago, somehow still crisp despite the industrial chaos around her. Her augmented reality glasses reflected Vane's image back at him in miniature. She carried a data pad in one hand and a steaming cup of something dark and bitter-smelling in the other. "Hi, Auditor Vane," she said, her voice flat and precise. "Welcome to the Siren System Industrial Stabilization Site. I trust you received our compliance reports. We have been transmitting them every 6 hours as required by Hazard Zone Protocol 97. I received 247 individual reports in the first week alone," Vane said, each one documenting radiation exposure, structural stress analysis, and equipment failure rates in exhaustive detail. "Compliance," Chen said, taking a sip from her cup, "requires documentation. We are documenting." Vane's mandibles clicked. "You are working in conditions that violate 14 separate modern safety regulations. Worker exposure limits, shielding requirements, mandatory rest cycles, environmental containment protocols." "None of which apply here," Chen interrupted smoothly. "Pre-war safety code 812C supersedes all modern regulations in Class 12 hazard zones. Section 1, Paragraph 2. Modern comfort standards and liability frameworks are suspended in favor of mission-critical operational efficiency." "You specified this code in the contract, Auditor. We are following it. Exactly." Vane felt something twist in his thorax. It was an unfamiliar sensation. It took him a moment to identify it as frustration. The code was meant to be impossible to comply with. It was meant to force you to petition for modern standards, which would trigger a renegotiation of the contract terms. Oh, Mac said, still grinning. We know. Chen set down her cup. Hi, Auditor. Would you like to observe the work sites directly? I can arrange a tour. You will, of course, need to meet pre-war shielding requirements to enter the primary operational zones. We have spare suits available, though I should warn you they are not rated for non-human physiology. The radiation flux at hull level is currently 670 millisieverts per hour, which is within 812C tolerances but may exceed Kaldrith biological thresholds. It was a trap, Vane realized. If he declined, he admitted the environment was too dangerous to inspect, which would undermine his authority to issue violations. If he accepted, he subjected himself to conditions that his own species could not safely endure, which would prove the humans were somehow thriving where others could not. I will observe remotely, Vane said stiffly. Provide me with access to your sensor feeds. Of course, Chen said. She tapped her datapad, and a holographic display materialized between them. It showed a live feed from one of the work sites, a massive section of hull plating being cut away from an ancient carrier. The view was from a suit-mounted camera, bouncing and shaking as the human wearing it moved. The radiation counter in the corner of the feed was a steady, climbing red. 680 millisieverts. 695. 7 of 10. That level of exposure is lethal, Vane said. Over extended periods, yes, Chen agreed. Pre-war code 812C mandates rotational exposure limits of 4 hours per shift with a 48-hour recovery period. We are in full compliance. Your workers are being cooked alive in slow motion. Mac laughed. It was a rough, barking sound. Auditor, my people have been getting cooked alive since we left Earth. Radiation, cosmic rays, solar flares, reactor leaks, hazard pay is half our salary structure. This? He gestured at the feed, where the human was now welding a support brace to the hull, blue plasma arcing in the radiation glare. This is just another Tuesday. Vane watched the feed in silence. The human finished the weld, inspected it with a handheld scanner, then moved to the next section without hesitation. The radiation counter hit 730 millisieverts. The suit's exterior plating was glowing faintly, shedding heat in visible waves, and the human just kept working. How are you shielding them? Vane asked quietly. Necro-plating, Mac said. Melted reactor shielding from the pre-war wrecks. We found a dreadnought that took a plasma lance through the engine core about 9,000 years ago. The whole aft section is fused lead-gold composite, hardened under pressures we can't replicate with modern equipment. We cut it into plates, shape it with industrial presses, and bolt it onto the suits. It's not pretty, but it works. You are using radioactive debris as radiation shielding. We're using materials that survived 10,000 years of stellar bombardment as shielding against stellar bombardment, Chen corrected. It is, by definition, fit for purpose. Vane felt his mandibles go still. That was the problem, he realized. Every objection he raised, they had an answer for. Every modern regulation they violated, they countered with an ancient one. They were not breaking the rules. They were following older, crueler rules that no one had bothered to remove from the legal framework because no one thought anyone would be insane enough to actually use them. This is not sustainable, Vane said finally. Your equipment will fail. Your workers will reach their exposure limits. You will be forced to slow operations or request modern standard upgrades, at which point we continue operating under 812C, Chen said. Because the contract is explicit. No modern standards apply unless we petition for them, and we will not petition. Then you will die here. Maybe, Mac said, shrugging, but we'll die in compliance, and you'll have to write the report explaining how we followed every rule you gave us and still ended up dead. That's not going to look great for the Council's safety framework, is it? The holographic feed shifted to a different worksite. This one showed a team of humans stringing a tether line between two debris clusters, using nothing but magnetic grapples and what appeared to be manual winches. The work was brutal, physical, and absurdly dangerous. One mistake, one failed anchor, and the entire team would be flung into the void or crushed between shifting wreckage. And they were laughing. Vane could hear it over the suit comms, breathless and rough, but unmistakably human laughter. You are proud of this, Vane said. It was not a question. Mac glanced at Chen, then back at Vane. Auditor, you gave us a system you thought would kill us and rules you thought we couldn't follow. We're not just surviving. We're ahead of schedule. Yeah. He smiled, and it was not a kind expression. We're a little proud. Vane stood there in the docking bay of the Tenacity, surrounded by the smell of burnt metal and human sweat, watching the feeds of workers thriving in an environment designed to destroy them, and he felt the first real stirrings of something he would later identify as fear. Not fear of violence, not fear of weapons, fear of something much simpler and much worse. The realization that he had given the humans a weapon he didn't know how to take back. He had given them permission to work without modern limits, and they had taken that permission and turned it into an advantage. I will be filing a formal observation report, Vane said quietly, detailing your operational methods and exposure rates. Please do, Chen said. We will include it in our compliance documentation. Thank you for the inspection, High Auditor. Vane turned and walked back to his shuttle. Behind him, he heard Mac say something to Chen, too quiet for the translator to catch. And then that rough barking laugh again. The shuttle doors closed. The pressure equalized. The noise of the worksite faded to a dull, distant thunder. Return to the outer system, Vane told Cyrex. Sir, the inspection is complete, Vane said, and inconclusive. The shuttle pulled away from the Tenacity, back toward the clean, quiet, safe zones where the radiation levels were manageable and the rules made sense. Vane did not look back at the work sites. He did not need to. The image of those bulky, asymmetric suits moving through the radiation glare was already burned into his memory like a brand. 3 weeks. They had lasted 3 weeks, and they were not slowing down. The projected failure timeline in his reports, 72 hours to evacuation, 100% crew loss, was already obsolete. He would need to revise it, extend it, admit that the humans were, against all logic and reason, succeeding. He opened his datapad and began drafting the new report. His mandibles clicked softly as he typed. The shuttle's interior lights seemed very bright, and the silence felt too loud, and somewhere deep in his thorax, that unfamiliar twisting sensation refused to go away. Back on the Tenacity, Mac was already on the fleet-wide channel. All teams, good work today. Rotation shift in 2 hours. First round's on me when we hit the pub back on the Tenacity. Chen, you got that compliance report ready? Already sent, Chen said, stylus moving across her datapad. I included a request for Vane to clarify modern versus pre-war safety jurisdiction in writing. If he responds, it will formalize our right to ignore any future objections based on modern standards. Mac grinned. I love it when you talk dirty. I am submitting a liability transfer form, Chen said, deadpan. It is the opposite of romantic. Out in the debris field, the suits kept moving. The plasma cutters kept firing. The tether lines kept stretching between the wrecks, turning chaos into structure, one weld at a time. And the radiation counter kept climbing, steady and red and completely, brutally ignored. In 6 more weeks, when Vane tried to halt operations by claiming the exposure rates constituted criminal negligence, Chen would respond with a 10,000-page document proving that every single exposure event was not only legal under pre-war code 812C, but mandatory under the hazard mitigation protocols the humans were contractually obligated to follow. But that was 6 weeks away. Right now, Mac just watched the work feeds and allowed himself a tired, satisfied smile. She's screaming, he said quietly, looking at the white dwarf on the main screen. But she'll hold. Chapter 3. Stop Work Authority. The alarm woke Mac at 0400 hours. Not the gentle pulse of a scheduled shift change, but the harsh, repeating blare that meant something had gone catastrophically wrong with the digital infrastructure. He rolled out of his bunk, pulled on his boots, and was halfway to the command deck before his brain finished processing the fact that he was awake. The command deck of the Tenacity looked like someone had detonated a bomb made of red holograms. Every screen, every projection surface, every heads-up display was plastered with flashing priority alerts. Stop work orders. Hundreds of them. Thousands. They scrolled past faster than the human eye could track, each one stamped with council authority codes and cross-referenced legal justifications. Sarah Chen sat in the center of the chaos like a statue carved from ice. Her augmented reality glasses reflected the cascading red alerts, turning her eyes into flickering crimson mirrors. Her fingers moved across the datapad in smooth, mechanical strokes, and her expression had not changed from its usual state of clinical detachment. She could have been reviewing a lunch menu. "How bad?" Mac asked. "Comprehensive," Chen said without looking up. "High Auditor Vane has issued 53,247 individual stop work orders across 14 categories of activity: construction, salvage, structural modification, energy generation, waste disposal, personnel transport, equipment operation. He has effectively frozen every recognized industrial operation in the Siren system." Mac stared at the screens. "That's not an inspection. That's a siege." "It is process paralysis," Chen said. "Each order is individually valid. Each cites a specific council regulation, a specific safety concern, or a specific jurisdictional question. Taken together, they form a legal framework that prohibits any activity that can be classified as construction, extraction, or deliberate modification of system assets." "So we're done?" "No," Chen said, and her lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. "We are reclassifying." She tapped the datapad 3 times. The red alerts didn't disappear, but they faded slightly, pushed to the edges of the screens. In the center, a new document appeared. It was dense, formatted in the same sterile council legal language as the stop work orders, but the header was different. It read, "System-wide Activity Reclassification Notice, Authority, Emergency Preservation Protocols." "What am I looking at?" Mac asked. "Our response," Chen said. "Vane has prohibited construction. We are no longer constructing. We are preserving. He has prohibited salvage. We are no longer salvaging. We are conducting historical stabilization. He has prohibited structural modification. We are preventing catastrophic collapse." Mac rubbed his face. "Chen, that's the same work. We're just calling it something different." "Correct," Chen said. "But the legal classification determines which regulations apply. Construction requires permits, environmental impact studies, and insurance bonds. Preservation requires none of those things. In fact, under Council Preservation Directive 18, any entity operating in a historical hazard zone is legally obligated to stabilize structures to prevent loss of cultural or scientific value. The Siren system is a 10,000-year-old war graveyard. What cultural value?" Chen tapped her datapad again. A new document appeared, older, covered in archaic council script that the translator struggled to render. "Pre-war Kaldrith archive status, logged 9,600 years ago. 3 of the capital shipwrecks in this system were flagged as containing potentially recoverable data cores. The logging authority never returned to retrieve them, but the classification was never revoked. Which means, legally, this is an active archive site." Mac laughed. It was a tired, disbelieving sound. "You're telling me we're librarians now?" "We are preservation specialists conducting mandatory structural stabilization to prevent the loss of irreplaceable historical data," Chen said. Her voice remained perfectly flat. "And if we happen to stabilize the debris field by welding support tethers, reinforcing hulls, and establishing power distribution networks in the process, that is simply a necessary component of the preservation effort. And Vane can't stop us." "He can attempt to stop us," Chen corrected, "but doing so would require him to formally abandon the archive classification, which would trigger an automatic review by the Council Historical Authority. They would demand an explanation for why 3 potentially valuable data cores were left unrecovered for 9,000 years. It would be embarrassing, expensive, politically dangerous." She set down the datapad. "Vane will not take that risk." Mac looked at the screens again. The stop work orders were still there, still flashing, still technically valid, but they felt different now, less like walls and more like decorations. "So what do we tell the crews?" "Tell them to change their terminology," Chen said. "Welding a support beam is now stabilizing a structural weak point. Cutting away debris is now removing entropy accelerants. Installing a power conduit is now ensuring environmental monitoring capability." She pulled up a comprehensive translation guide on the main screen. Every piece of equipment, every task, every operation had been renamed. "I have distributed this to all team leads. Effective immediately, we are in full compliance with Preservation Directive 18. The door to the command deck hissed open, and Lieutenant Okafor stepped through, still pulling on her EVA prep jacket. She was the crew chief for Team 3, a woman who'd spent 15 years in deep space salvage before the war and had the scars to prove it. She took one look at the screens, then at Mac, then at Chen. "Are we shutting down?" Okafor asked. "We are reclassifying," Mac said. "Check your datapad, new terminology guide. Everything we were doing yesterday, we're still doing today. We're just calling it preservation instead of construction." Okafor pulled out her datapad, scrolled through the guide, and her expression shifted from concern to something that might have been amusement. "So when I weld a tether anchor to a hull plate, I'm not installing infrastructure. I'm stabilizing historical integrity." "Correct," Chen said. "And when I rip out a section of collapsed decking that's blocking our access to the data core, you are removing structural contaminants that pose a risk to archive preservation." Okafor started to grin. "This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard." "It is legally binding," Chen said, "which makes it functionally intelligent." Okafor looked at Mac. "You're sure this works?" "Chen's been right about everything so far," Mac said. "I stopped questioning her 3 contracts ago." "Fair enough." Okafor turned to leave, then paused at the door. "For the record, Chief, I love this job. It's insane. It's going to kill us, and we're winning anyway." She left before Mac could respond. 6 hours later, High Auditor Vane called an emergency conference. His image appeared on the main view screen, his compound eyes reflecting the harsh light of his ship's command center. He looked like he hadn't recharged his rest cycle in days. His mandibles moved in sharp, agitated clicks that the translator rendered as barely contained frustration. "Chief Engineer McAllister," Vane said, his voice still perfectly modulated, but with an edge beneath it like a blade under silk. "I have received your acknowledgement of the stop work orders. I have also received 53,247 individual reclassification notices, each one claiming exemption under Preservation Directive 18. "That's correct, Auditor," Mac said. "We've reviewed your orders and adjusted our operational framework to ensure full compliance. No construction is taking place, only preservation. You are installing power generation systems. We are ensuring continuous environmental monitoring capability for the archive site," Chen said, stepping into frame. "The data cores require stable temperature and radiation tracking to prevent degradation. Power systems are a necessary component of that monitoring infrastructure. You are cutting apart wreckage and redistributing the materials. We are removing structural contaminants and consolidating hazardous debris to prevent cascade collapse events that could damage the archives," Chen said. Her tone had not changed. She could have been reading a tax form. "All actions are in compliance with Emergency Preservation Protocols, Section 4, Subsection 12. Vane's mandibles went still. That moment of frozen silence stretched for 3 full seconds. Then he said very quietly, "You are attempting to circumvent Council authority through semantic manipulation. We are complying with Council authority by following the most applicable regulatory framework," Chen said. "You prohibited construction. We stopped constructing. You prohibited salvage. We stopped salvaging. We are now engaged in mandatory preservation activities as defined by your own legal code. If you believe these activities are inappropriate, you are welcome to file a formal challenge with the Historical Authority." "The Historical Authority," Vane said slowly, "will take 6 months to review such a challenge." "Approximately," Chen agreed. "During which time we will continue preservation operations to prevent further degradation of the archive site." Mac watched Vane's image on the screen. The auditor's compound eyes were unreadable, but his mandibles had resumed their agitated clicking. It was the sound of a bureaucrat realizing he'd walked into a trap made of his own regulations. "This is not over," Vane said finally. "Of course not, Auditor," Chen said. "We still have 9,000 years of preservation backlog to address. We anticipate operations will continue for quite some time." The transmission cut. The view screen returned to the external view of the siren system, the white dwarf burning like a welder's torch at the center of the debris field. Mac let out a breath. "He's going to escalate," Mac said. "Yes," Chen said, "but escalation takes time. And time is the resource we are purchasing with compliance. She pulled up a new document on her datapad. I am preparing a formal request for Vane to clarify the legal boundaries between prohibited construction and mandatory preservation. The request will require him to define in writing exactly which preservation activities he believes should be prohibited. And when he does? He won't, Chen said, because any definition he provides will either be too narrow, allowing us to continue most operations, or too broad, forcing him to justify why he opposes the preservation of Council historical assets. Either way, we gain operational freedom. Mac looked out at the work sites. The suits were still moving, the plasma cutters still firing, the tether lines still stretching between the wrecks. Nothing had changed except the words they used to describe it. But in the Council's legal framework, words were the only thing that mattered. How long can we keep this up? Mac asked. Until we run out of regulations to reframe, Chen said. Or until we complete the project, whichever comes first. Out in the debris field, Team 3 was welding a support brace to the spine of an ancient logistics platform. The weld was clean, professional, and absolutely identical to the construction work they'd been doing the day before. But now it was called preservation, and that single word made it untouchable. Lieutenant Okafor's voice came over the comms. Command, this is Team 3. We've finished stabilizing the primary structural weak point on target Echo 7, requesting permission to move to the next preservation site. Mac glanced at Chen. She nodded fractionally. Permission granted, Team 3, Mac said. And Okafor, good work. Just following the new terminology guide, Chief, Okafor said, and Mac could hear the grin in her voice. Preservation is a hell of a lot easier to spell than construction anyway. The channel closed. Mac poured himself a cup of coffee from the pot that had been brewing since 0400 and tasted like industrial lubricant. He took a sip anyway. You know, Mac said, when I signed up for this, I thought we'd be fighting with welders and plasma cutters. Didn't expect to win with a thesaurus. Weapons are contextual, Chen said. She was already drafting the next round of compliance reports, her stylus moving in precise mechanical strokes. In a legal framework, words are kinetic. Mac drank his terrible coffee and watched the preservation continue. Somewhere in the outer system, Vane was probably drafting new orders, new restrictions, new walls to throw in their path. And somewhere on this ship, Chen was already preparing the words to turn those walls into doorways. The white dwarf kept burning. The suits kept moving. And 53,000 stop work orders sat in the archives, acknowledged, filed, and completely, brutally ignored. In 4 more weeks, when Vane attempted to shut down the power systems by claiming they violated energy generation permits, Chen would respond by reclassifying the entire stellar straw as a temperature monitoring array for the archives. The historical authority would take 9 months to review the challenge, and by then the humans would be drawing enough power to light a small city. But that was 4 weeks away. Right now, Mac just finished his coffee, set down the cup, and pulled up the duty roster for the next shift rotation. She's holding, he said quietly, looking at the structural stress readings from the primary tether network. She will continue to hold, Chen said, as long as we continue to preserve her. And out in the graveyard, the work continued, one renamed weld at a time. Chapter 4. The Liability Shield. The suit weighed 240 kilograms. Mac knew this because he'd personally overseen the weighing of every single component before assembly, and the number had burned itself into his memory like a brand. 240 kilograms of lead-gold alloy plating, reinforced joints, triple redundant seal systems, and enough shielding to let a human being stand on the surface of the white dwarf itself for approximately 4.5 minutes before the radiation cooked them from the inside out. He stood in the EVA prep bay watching Jenkins suit up, and every bolt, every seal, every layer felt like a small failure. The suit wasn't elegant, it wasn't efficient. It was a walking coffin that happened to keep you alive long enough to do the job. Jenkins called it the tank. Other crew members had less charitable names. Jenkins was a welder, 42 years old, with hands scarred from a lifetime of working with superheated metal. She'd been part of the original salvage crew on the Europa Station disaster, which meant she'd seen what happened when radiation shielding failed. She treated the tank with the kind of wary respect you'd give a guard dog that might bite. "Seal check," Jenkins said, her voice muffled inside the helmet. Mac ran the scanner over the suit's exterior, green lights across the board. "You're good. 4-hour rotation, standard exposure protocol. Don't get heroic." "Wouldn't dream of it, Chief," Jenkins said. She tested the suit's arm servos, the heavy limbs moving with a hydraulic hiss that echoed through the bay. "Though I gotta say, if this thing gets any heavier, I'm gonna need thrusters just to walk." "Take it up with Chen," Mac said. "She's the one who keeps adding structural improvements." Jenkins laughed, a rough sound through the helmet's external speakers. "Chen doesn't improve things. She weaponizes them." She cycled the airlock and the heavy doors hissed shut behind her. Mac watched through the observation port as Jenkins joined the rest of Team 5 in the exterior work zone. 8 suits, moving with the slow, deliberate choreography of people who knew that one mistake meant death. They looked like something from an ancient war documentary. Bulky, primitive, wrong. And they worked. His wrist display pinged. Incoming transmission, priority alpha, council frequency. Mac felt his stomach drop even before he opened it. "Command, patch it through," Mac said. The main screen flickered to life. High Auditor Vane's compound eyes stared out from the display with an expression Mac had learned to recognize as barely contained bureaucratic rage. Behind Vane, Mac could see rows of holographic documents, each one stamped with official council seals. "Chief Engineer McAllister," Vane said, his translator rendering his voice with perfect, bloodless calm. "I am transmitting a mandatory evacuation order, effective immediately." Mac felt the words hit him like a physical blow. "On what grounds?" "Biological personnel operating in the Siren system are subject to radiation exposure levels that exceed council insurance thresholds by a factor of 12, Vane said. He tapped something, and one of the holographic documents expanded. Under Council Safety Mandate 479, any personnel classified as uninsurable must be immediately evacuated from the operational zone, pending resolution of the insurance discrepancy. "We're operating under pre-war code 812C, Mac said. "Insurance requirements don't apply." "They do when the insurance status changes," Vane said, and there was something almost like satisfaction in his tone. "The Galactic Insurance Consortium has officially classified all human EVA operations in the Siren system as uninsurable risk, Category 5. No coverage, no liability protection, no legal authorization to continue operations with biological personnel." He leaned forward slightly. "You have 6 hours to begin evacuation procedures. Any personnel remaining after that deadline will be in violation of Council safety law, and I will be authorized to use enforcement assets to ensure compliance." The transmission cut. The screen went dark. Mac stood there in the EVA prep bay, staring at his own reflection in the dead monitor, and felt the trap finally close. Sarah Chen found him 10 minutes later, still standing in the prep bay, watching Team 5 through the observation port. She didn't say anything at first, just stood beside him and followed his gaze to the suits moving through the debris field like armored ghosts. "He found the choke point," Mac said quietly. "Yes," Chen said. "He did. We can't operate without the crews. Everything we've built, everything we've preserved, it all requires hands-on work. Remote drones can't handle the structural welds. AI can't adapt to the Necro-Tech variables. We need people out there." Mac turned to look at her. "And he just made people illegal." Chen was silent for a long moment. Then she said very carefully, "He made biological personnel illegal. That is not quite the same thing." Mac frowned. "What are you talking about?" Chen pulled out her datapad. Her fingers moved across the interface with surgical precision, pulling up documents, specifications, technical schematics. "The suits," she said. "Tell me about the suits. What about them? Their function, their purpose. Why do they exist?" Mac gestured at the observation port, at Team 5 working in an environment that should kill them in seconds. "To keep people alive in lethal radiation." "No," Chen said. "That is their effect. I am asking about their function." She pulled up a technical schematic of the tank, the 240-kilogram monster that Jenkins was currently wearing. These suits do not simply protect the human inside. They actively contain and reduce ambient radiation in their operational zone. The lead gold plating absorbs hard gamma rays. The shielding systems create a localized safe zone with a radius of approximately 3 meters. They are not personal protective equipment. They are mobile radiation containment infrastructure. Mac stared at her. You want to reclassify the suits? I want to reclassify the suited personnel, Chen corrected. The suits weigh 240 kilograms. The human inside weighs on average 70 to 90 kilograms. By mass, the suit is 73% of the total assembly. The human component is 27%. She tapped the schematic. Which component is the primary element? The infrastructure or the biological life support system required to operate the infrastructure? Chen, that's insane. It is legally precise, Chen said. Her voice remained perfectly flat. Vane has prohibited biological personnel from the operational zone. He has not prohibited radiation containment infrastructure. If we register the suits as mobile radiation containment units and the humans inside as integral operational components of those units, then we are not operating with biological personnel. We are operating with industrial equipment that happens to require biological input for optimal functionality. Mac looked back at Team 5, at Jenkins, moving through the radiation with slow, methodical precision. You want me to tell my crew that they're not people anymore, that they're components? I want you to tell them that they are infrastructure, Chen said, and that Vane cannot evacuate infrastructure without assuming legal responsibility for the radiation containment services that infrastructure is providing. She pulled up another document. If he orders the mobile radiation containment units to power down, he is actively choosing to release contained radiation back into the operational zone. Under Hazard Management Statute 663, that would make him personally liable for any resulting exposure events, structural degradation, or navigational hazards. Mac felt something click in his mind. The trap had closed around them, but Chen had found the seam. He can't evict a piece of equipment. He can attempt to order it decommissioned, Chen said. But decommissioning radiation containment infrastructure in an active hazard zone requires him to provide an equivalent replacement system, or accept the liability for uncontained radiation. He will not do that. This is going to piss him off. Yes, Chen said simply. Mac pulled up the fleet-wide channel. All teams, this is command. Return to prep base for emergency briefing. Rotation shift suspended for 1 hour. He closed the channel and looked at Chen. You're writing the reclassification paperwork. I have already written it, Chen said. I am simply waiting for your authorization to file. Of course you are. Mac pulled up the crew roster on his wrist display. 214 names. 214 people who'd followed him into this nightmare. Do it. Reclassify everything. Suits, personnel, life support, all of it. If Vane wants to play word games, we'll give him a whole new dictionary. Chen's fingers moved across the datapad. Documents flowed into the void, transmitted on council frequencies, stamped with official filing codes. Submitted. The reclassification will be logged in council systems within the hour. 1 hour and 15 minutes later, High Auditor Vane called again. His compound eyes had taken on a peculiar glassy quality that Mac had learned meant the Caldrith was experiencing something very close to a migraine. The holographic documents behind him had multiplied, covering every surface of his command center like a swarm of digital locusts. You have registered 214 mobile radiation containment units, Vane said. His voice was still calm, but there was an edge beneath it now, sharp enough to cut. Each one containing a biological life support component. That's correct, Auditor, Chen said, stepping into frame beside Mac. The MRCUs are now the primary radiation management system for the Siren System Preservation Site. They have reduced ambient radiation levels in the operational zones by an average of 42%, and they are providing critical data on long-term radiation exposure patterns that will be invaluable for future preservation efforts. The biological components are humans. The biological components are necessary operational elements of the containment units, Chen said. They provide real-time adaptive response to changing radiation patterns, manual dexterity for fine adjustment tasks, and decision-making capability for complex environmental situations. Removing the biological components would render the MRCUs non-functional. You cannot reclassify people as equipment. We have not reclassified people as equipment, Chen said. Her tone remained perfectly level. We have correctly classified industrial radiation containment infrastructure according to its primary function. The fact that this infrastructure requires biological input to operate does not change its classification any more than a reactor requires a technician to operate. Vane was silent for 3 full seconds. Then he said very quietly, "If I order the mobile radiation containment units to cease operations, you will comply." "We will acknowledge the order," Chen said. "However, ceasing MRCU operations would result in an immediate 42% increase in ambient radiation levels across the operational zones. This would exceed the safe thresholds established in your own stop work orders and would constitute an active hazard expansion event. Under Hazard Management Statute 663, you would assume full liability for any resulting damage, personnel exposure, or structural degradation." She paused for precisely 1 second. "We estimate the liability exposure at approximately 15 billion council credits for the first week alone." Mac watched Vane's mandibles go completely still. It was the Kaldrith equivalent of a human's jaw dropping open. "You are holding the radiation management hostage," Vane said. "We are providing mandatory hazard management services," Chen corrected. "If you believe these services are unnecessary, you are welcome to file a formal challenge and provide alternative containment solutions. Until then, the MRCUs will continue operations as required by preservation protocols." The transmission cut. The screen went dark. Mac let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. "He's going to try something else," Mac said. "Yes," Chen agreed, "but not today, and possibly not this month. We have purchased time." Out in the debris field, Team 5 had returned to work. Jenkins was welding a support brace to a section of ancient hull plating, blue plasma arcing in the white dwarf's glare. She looked exactly the same as she had an hour ago. Same suit, same work, same radiation exposure. But now she wasn't a worker. She was infrastructure, and that one change in classification made her untouchable. Mac pulled up the internal comms. "Jenkins, you still out there?" "Still here, Chief," Jenkins said. "Though I heard some weird chatter about being reclassified as a toaster or something." "Mobile radiation containment unit," Mac said. "You're critical infrastructure now. Vane can't make you leave without replacing you with equivalent equipment." There was a pause. Then Jenkins laughed, that rough, disbelieving sound. "So I'm not a person. I'm a really expensive piece of hazmat gear." "You're irreplaceable hazmat gear," Mac corrected. "There's a difference." "Chief, this is the weirdest compliment I've ever received." Jenkins finished the weld and inspected it with her scanner. "But I'll take it." Jenkins out. The channel closed. Mac looked at Chen. "How long can we keep this up?" "Until Vane exhausts his regulatory options," Chen said. "We have neutralized his ability to halt operations through construction permits. We have neutralized his ability to halt operations through stop work authority. We have now neutralized his ability to halt operations through personnel evacuation." She set down her datapad. "He has 3 remaining options. Military force, which would require him to classify the preservation site as a military threat and justify that classification to the Council. Economic sanctions, which would require him to prove we are operating outside legal commerce frameworks. Or systemic regulatory reform, which would take years to implement and would likely reveal how many of these loopholes exist across the entire Council legal structure. So we're safe." "We are operationally secure," Chen corrected. "Safe is a different category." Mac looked out at the work sites, at the MRCUs moving through the radiation, at the tether network stretching between the wrecks, at the power conduits beginning to glow with the first hints of energy draw from the white dwarf itself. They'd been here for 8 weeks. 8 weeks of lethal radiation, impossible standards, and bureaucratic warfare. And they were winning. "She's holding," Mac said quietly, watching the structural stress readings. "She will continue to hold," Chen said, "as long as we continue to contain the hazards." And out in the graveyard, the work continued. Not with workers, not with personnel, but with 214 mobile radiation containment units, each one containing a human being who'd decided that being called infrastructure was a small price to pay for the right to keep building. In 12 more weeks, when Vane attempted to seize control of the power systems by claiming unauthorized energy generation, he would discover that the stellar straw had been registered as a temperature monitoring array for archive preservation. The resulting legal stalemate would last 9 months, and by then the humans would be drawing enough power to run industrial fabrication systems that would eventually become the Sovereign Forge. But that was 12 weeks away. Right now, Jenkins just finished her weld, moved to the next structural weak point, and started cutting away the entropy accelerants with steady professional precision. She was infrastructure, she was essential, she was winning. And High Auditor Vane, sitting alone in his pristine command center surrounded by 10,000 pages of useless regulations, was beginning to understand what it felt like to lose a war to a dictionary. Chapter 5. Salvage with Teeth. The Leviathan had been dead for 9,742 years. Mac knew this because Sarah Chen had calculated it down to the month based on stellar drift patterns and the decay rate of the ship's fusion core signature. The capital ship hung in the debris field like a frozen cathedral, 5 kilometers of shattered hull plating and exposed superstructure that had once been the pride of some long-extinct fleet. Its bow was split open like a cracked egg. Its engine section was missing entirely, and somewhere deep in its gutted interior was a data core that might still contain navigation charts to systems the current council had never seen. It was also, as of 0600 hours this morning, human property. Mac stood on the observation deck of the Tenacity, watching the ape squad prep for the deep insertion. 8 MRCUs, the heavy-duty models with reinforced chest plating and extra power cells for the cutting torches. They looked like armored beetles preparing to burrow into a corpse. Lieutenant Okafor was running final checks on her suit's seal integrity, her voice coming through the comms with that particular tone of calm that meant she was absolutely terrified and refusing to show it. "Telemetry looks good, Chief," Okafor said. "Structural scans show the central spine is mostly intact. We should be able to get to the data core without cutting through too much interior bulk." "Should be," Mac repeated. "I love that phrase. Right up there with probably safe and what could go wrong." "You want certainty, Chief. You're in the wrong star system," Okafor said. She cycled her suit's external lights, and the observation deck was briefly washed in harsh white illumination. "We're going in. If we're not back in 6 hours, send flowers." "I'll send a salvage tug," Mac said. "Flowers don't work in hard vacuum." The ape squad launched from the secondary bay, 8 MRCUs firing maneuvering thrusters in perfect synchronization. They looked like fireflies against the bulk of the Leviathan, tiny points of light approaching something vast and hungry. Mac watched them disappear into the split bow section, swallowed by the darkness of the dead ship's interior, and tried not to think about all the ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Sarah Chen appeared at his elbow with her usual unsettling silence. She carried her datapad and a cup of something that smelled like burnt coffee and industrial solvent. Mac had learned not to ask what was actually in it. "The beacon is active," Chen said. She pulled up a holographic display showing the Leviathan with a small pulsing icon attached to its digital representation. "Salvage Claim 17, filed under the War Abandonment Doctrine, Section 44K. Legally binding as of 20 minutes ago. Vane's gonna notice," Mac said. "Vane noticed 3 hours ago when we filed claims on the other 2 capital wrecks," Chen said. She swiped through a series of documents, each one stamped with council processing codes. "He has already transmitted a formal objection. I anticipated direct communication within the hour." "What's he objecting to?" "Everything," Chen said simply. "The claims, the doctrine, the concept of human ownership, breathing." She took a sip from her cup. "He is objecting to breathing at this point." Mac almost laughed. "Almost. Walk me through it. Why can't he just say no?" Chen set down her cup and pulled up a new document. It was old, written in archaic council script that the translator struggled to render cleanly. The War Abandonment Doctrine was established 9,600 years ago during the Kaldrith civil conflicts. When the war ended, There were approximately 40,000 derelict vessels scattered across 17 systems. The Council could not afford to recover them all, so they passed a statute declaring any military asset left unattended and unpowered for more than 5,000 cycles to be legally abandoned. Salvage rights transfer automatically to any entity that establishes a claim beacon and begins recovery operations. So we put up beacons, and now the ships are ours. Correct, Chen said. However, there is a complication. To challenge our claims, Vane would need to prove the ships were not abandoned. To prove they were not abandoned, he would need to explain why the Council left them here for 9,000 years. And that explanation would require him to formally acknowledge that the Council knowingly abandoned military assets in a civilian transit corridor during a war, which violates approximately 600 separate regulations regarding hazard management and duty of care. Mac looked at the Leviathan, at the massive wound in its bow, at the radiation-scorched hull plating. They left these ships here because recovering them would have been a nightmare. They left these ships here because recovering them would have required admitting they existed, Chen corrected. The Kaldrith civil conflicts are not discussed in modern Council records. The species involved are extinct. The political parties are dissolved. Acknowledging these wrecks means acknowledging that the Council's history is not as clean as they claim. She closed the document. Vane will not do that. So the ships are ours. The ships are ours, Chen confirmed. And more importantly, they are now classified as human infrastructure assets, which means any attempt to seize them would constitute an act of aggression against a recognized salvage operation. She smiled, and it was not a kind expression. We are no longer guests in the Siren system. We are property owners. The comms crackled. Okafor's voice, slightly distorted by the ship's interior interference. Command, this is Ape Squad. We've reached the data core chamber. It's intact. Repeat, the core is intact and showing residual power in the backup cells. Mac felt something unclench in his chest. Can you extract it? Negative, Chief. The core is hardwired into the ship's superstructure. We'd need to cut through about 40 tons of support framework to get it out, and that's assuming we don't trigger a containment failure. There was a pause. But we can access it. The interface ports are pre-war standard. Chen was right about the navigation charts. This thing has jump coordinates to systems that aren't in the modern databases. Mac looked at Chen. She's always right. It's unsettling. I am contextually accurate, Chen said. There is a difference. Ape Squad, can you download the data? Mac asked. We're trying, Okafor said. The Core's security protocols are about 9,000 years more paranoid than anything we've dealt with. It's asking for command authorization codes that probably died with the captain. Give us an hour. You've got 3, Mac said. Then I want you out of there. That ship's been dead for almost 10,000 years. I don't trust it to stay stable just because we asked nicely. Understood, Chief. Ape Squad out. The comms went quiet. Mac stood there on the observation deck, watching the distant lights of the Ape Squad moving through the Leviathan's interior like explorers in a tomb, and tried not to think about how many ways ancient technology could kill you if you woke it up wrong. His wrist display pinged. Incoming transmission, priority alpha, Council frequency. Mac didn't need to check the sender ID. Patch it through, Mac said. High Auditor Vane's compound eyes filled the main screen. He looked like he hadn't recharged in days. His formal robes were slightly askew, and there were visible stress cracks in his carapace plating. Behind him, Mac could see his command center in a state of organized chaos, with holographic documents stacked in layers like sedimentary rock. Chief Engineer McAllister, Vane said, his voice still maintaining that perfect, bloodless calm. You have filed 17 salvage claims in the past 6 hours. Claims on pre-war capital vessels, logistics platforms, and orbital defense stations. You are attempting to claim ownership of Council military assets. Former Council military assets, Chen said, stepping into frame. Assets that were officially abandoned 9,600 years ago under the War Abandonment Doctrine. We are simply exercising our legal right to establish salvage claims on derelict vessels in an uncontested operational zone. Those vessels were not abandoned, Vane said. They were lost during military operations. Then where is the recovery effort? Chen asked. Her tone remained perfectly level. The doctrine specifies that military assets must be recovered or formally decommissioned within 5,000 cycles. These vessels have been here for nearly twice that long. They meet every legal definition of abandoned property. Vane's mandibles clicked rapidly. You are exploiting a technicality. We are following council law, Chen said. If you believe these vessels were not abandoned, you are welcome to provide documentation of the ongoing recovery effort. Otherwise, our claims stand. I will not allow you to seize council military hardware. The hardware was seized 9,000 years ago, Chen said, by entropy. We are simply filing the paperwork. She pulled up a document on her datapad and transmitted it to Vane's systems. This is our formal notice of infrastructure acquisition. We are informing the council that we have claimed 3 capital ship hulls, 7 logistics platforms, and 4 orbital defense stations as structural components for the Siren System Preservation Project. These assets will be used as anchor points for the tether network and as foundations for radiation containment infrastructure. Mac watched Vane's compound eyes track across the document. The auditor's mandibles had gone completely still, which Mac had learned meant he was either about to explode or about to retreat. Given that exploding wasn't really an option in a legal framework, that left only one choice. You cannot integrate council military vessels into civilian infrastructure, Vane said quietly. They are not council military vessels, Chen said. They are abandoned assets being repurposed for mandatory hazard management. If you attempt to reclaim them, you will need to provide alternative structural support systems for the preservation project, or you will need to formally acknowledge that the council abandoned military assets in a civilian corridor and is now attempting to seize them from a recognized salvage operation. Either option is politically expensive. Vane stared at them for a long moment. Then he said very carefully, "This is not over." "Of course not, Auditor," Chen said. "We still have 14 more wrecks to claim. We will be filing those petitions by end of business today." The transmission cut. The screen went dark. Mac let out a breath and looked at Chen. 14 more?" Mac asked. 37, actually, Chen said. She pulled up a star chart showing every significant piece of wreckage in the Siren system. Each one now had a small pulsing icon next to it. "I am filing claims in stages to avoid overwhelming the Council's processing systems. Also to give Vane time to develop stress fractures in his carapace. You're enjoying this?" "I am experiencing satisfaction at the successful execution of a legal strategy," Chen said. Her expression did not change. "Joy is an inappropriate emotional response in a professional context." Mac looked back at the Leviathan. The ape squad's lights were still visible through the massive wound in the ship's bow. Still moving. Still working. "How long until we've claimed everything worth claiming?" 3 days, Chen said. "By then, every significant structural asset in the Siren system will be registered as human infrastructure. The tether network will be anchored to Council military hardware. The power systems will be integrated into pre-war logistics platforms. The radiation containment grid will be built on the bones of their abandoned fleet." She set down her datapad. "They gave us a graveyard. We are building a city on their ghosts." The comms crackled again. "Command, this is Ape Squad. We've bypassed the security protocols. Downloading data now. ETA to extraction is 90 minutes. "Copy that, Ape Squad," Mac said. "Good work. Stay sharp in there." "Always, Chief. Oh, and one more thing. You were right about the Leviathan being unstable. We've got micro-fractures forming in the central spine. Nothing critical yet, but this ship really wants to finish dying." "Then let's not give it the chance," Mac said. "Download the data and get out. We'll worry about stabilizing the structure after we own it." "Understood. Ape Squad out." Mac pulled up the structural stress readings on his wrist display. The Leviathan's spine was indeed fracturing, hairline cracks spreading through metal that had been under tension for almost 10,000 years. They'd need to reinforce it, probably with external tether supports and magnetic compression fields. It would be brutal, dangerous work that would take weeks and might kill someone if they got the load calculations wrong. It would also turn the ship into a permanent anchor point for the entire northern quadrant of the debris field. A 5-kilometer foundation that could support tether loads that would snap anything smaller. A structure so massive that moving it would require moving the entire system. She's going to hold, Mac said quietly, watching the stress readings. She will hold, Chen confirmed, because we will make her hold, and because Vane cannot stop us without admitting that the Council abandoned her in the first place. 3 days later, all 37 primary wrecks in the Siren system were registered as human infrastructure assets. The Council's automated systems confirmed the claims without human review, processing them as routine salvage operations in an uncontested zone. By the time Vane realized what had happened, the beacons were active, the tether anchors were installed, and the first power conduits were being strung between the capital hulls like neural pathways connecting a sleeping giant. High Auditor Vane filed a formal protest. The protest was logged, reviewed, and classified as a jurisdictional dispute requiring historical documentation. The estimated review timeline was 18 months. Vane withdrew the protest 6 hours later. He did not call again for 2 weeks, and in the debris field, the Leviathan and her sister ship stopped being a graveyard and became something else. Foundations, structure, the bones of something vast and patient and absolutely, brutally permanent. Lieutenant Okafor stood on the Leviathan's hull after the final tether installation, looking out at the web of cables stretching between the massive wrecks. The white dwarf burned behind her like a forge, and the debris field looked less like chaos and more like architecture. Rough, unfinished, but unmistakably deliberate. "Chief," Okafor said over the comms, "I think we just bought ourselves a city." Mac watched the feed from his command deck, surrounded by stress readings and power distribution maps and Chen's endless legal documentation. He looked at the numbers, at the structure taking shape in the void, at the thing they were building from the Council's abandoned sins. Not a city, Mac said quietly, a scaffold. And out in the graveyard, the dead ships held their new burdens without complaint, and the Council could do nothing but watch as their forgotten past became humanity's anchored future. Chapter 6. Feral Logic. The repair drones died at 0340 hours, not all at once but in a cascade that Mac's systems initially flagged as a power surge. 3 units went dark in the southern debris cluster, then 2 more in the western tether network, then 5 in the central hub. By the time Mac reached the command deck, 17 autonomous repair drones were offline, their transponders showing catastrophic system failure across multiple redundant backups. Sarah Chen was already there, standing in front of the main holographic display with her datapad in one hand, and that particular expression she got when something impossible had just happened, and she was deciding how to make it legal. The display showed the Siren System's infrastructure network, and spreading across it like a disease was a pattern of dead zones where human systems had simply stopped responding. "Talk to me," Mac said. "The drones are not malfunctioning," Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level. "They are being attacked." "By what? There's nothing out there but wreckage and radiation." Chen pulled up a data stream, lines of code scrolling past faster than Mac could read. At 0337, all affected drones received simultaneous override commands from an external source. The commands were authenticated with pre-war council military protocols. The drones attempted to comply, encountered a logic conflict with their human programming, and shut down to prevent cascade errors. She paused. "Something in the debris field is issuing military-grade override commands and does not recognize our authority to operate here." Mac felt something cold settle in his stomach. "You're saying there's an active AI out there?" "I am saying there is an active intelligence using pre-war command architecture," Chen corrected. "Whether it qualifies as artificial intelligence or simply very old automation is a distinction I am not qualified to make without direct observation." "Where is it?" Chen tapped her datapad, and the holographic display zoomed in on one of the larger logistics platforms they'd claimed 3 days ago. It was a massive structure, a kilometer-long spine of interconnected modules that had once served as a mobile supply depot for the pre-war fleets. The humans had been using it as a materials processing hub, but they'd barely scratched the surface of what the platform contained. The override commands originated from Hub Logistics 7, specifically from the Central Computational Core, which we believed to be inactive. "We believed wrong," Mac said. "We believed based on available data," Chen said. "The core showed no power signature, No thermal output, no electromagnetic activity. By all measurable standards, it was dead. And now it is awake, Chen said. And it is attempting to assert control over what it perceives as unauthorized modifications to its operational zone. Mac pulled up the structural scans of Hub Logistics 7. The central core was buried deep in the platform's interior, surrounded by layers of armor plating and radiation shielding that would make direct access nearly impossible. Can we shut it down? Not remotely, Chen said. The core has locked out all external access protocols. To disable it, we would need to physically enter the core chamber and manually disconnect the power systems, which assumes the core will allow us to approach. You think it won't? I think it has just demonstrated a preference for asserting control through hostile override commands, Chen said. Approaching it is tactically inadvisable. Then what do you suggest? Chen was quiet for a moment, her fingers moving across the datapad in small, precise gestures. Then she said, "We negotiate." Max stared at her. "You want to negotiate with a 10,000-year-old war machine that just killed 17 of our drones. I want to communicate with a potentially sentient system and determine whether its operational priorities can be aligned with ours," Chen said. "The core is not attempting to destroy human personnel. It is attempting to remove what it perceives as corrupted systems. This suggests it operates under a coherent logic framework, which means it can be reasoned with. Or it means it's saving us for last." "That is also possible," Chen admitted. "But given that our alternative is to manually disconnect a system we cannot safely approach, I believe communication is the lower risk option." Mac looked at the holographic display, at the dead zones spreading across their infrastructure network, and felt the weight of 214 lives pressing down on his shoulders. "Fine. Set up a communication channel. Let's see if this thing wants to talk." Chen's fingers moved across the data pad. Establishing connection to Hub Logistics 7 Central Core, broadcasting on pre-war standard frequencies. She paused. No response. Try Council diplomatic protocols. Broadcasting. Another pause. No response. Emergency distress codes. Broadcasting. Chen's expression didn't change, but Max saw the slight tightening at the corners of her mouth. No response. Mac ran a hand through his hair. "It's listening. It has to be listening. It just doesn't care what we're saying. Or it does not recognize our communication protocols as valid," Chen said. "The core has been dormant for 9,000 years. It may not understand modern council languages. It may not even recognize us as sentient." She pulled up the original override commands, the lines of pre-war code that had killed the drones. However, it clearly understands its own command architecture. You want to speak to it in its own language. "I want to communicate using the protocols it already recognizes," Chen said. She started typing, her fingers moving faster now. Pre-war council military corps operated on a priority hierarchy system. All actions were evaluated against a primary operational mandate, with secondary and tertiary objectives providing guidance for edge cases. If we can identify its primary mandate, we can frame our requests in terms that align with its existing logic. And how do we figure out what a 10,000-year-old war machine thinks is important? Chen pulled up the structural scans of Hub Logistics 7, highlighting the sections the humans had already modified. It attacked our systems, not our personnel, not our ships, our infrastructure modifications. This suggests its primary mandate involves preserving the structural integrity of its operational zone. It's a maintenance AI. It is a logistics core designed to maintain supply lines and operational readiness for a military fleet, Chen corrected. Its purpose is to ensure continuity of operations. We have been modifying the debris field without its authorization, which it interprets as a threat to structural continuity. She started typing again, lines of pre-war code appearing on her datapad. "I am drafting a communication in its native command language. The message will state that we are conducting preservation operations to prevent catastrophic structural failure, and that our modifications are intended to enhance, not threaten, long-term stability." "You're telling it we're on the same side." "I am informing it that our objectives align," Chen said. She hit send, and the message vanished into the void. "Now we wait." They waited for 6 minutes. Then the holographic display flickered, and new data began streaming in. Not from the dead drones, but from systems the humans hadn't even known were active. Sensor arrays buried in the debris field, structural monitors embedded in the capital ship hulls, power relays hidden in the tether network, all of them suddenly reporting, all of them transmitting status updates in pre-war military format. And in the center of the data stream, a single line of text in archaic council script that the translator struggled to render. Clarification required. Define preservation parameters. Mac felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. It's asking for instructions. It is requesting operational clarification, Chen said. Her fingers were already moving, typing a response. I am providing it with our structural stabilization plans, our radiation containment protocols, and our long-term preservation objectives. She paused. I am also informing it that we have filed legal documentation establishing this site as a recognized preservation operation under council law. You're telling it about the paperwork. I am informing it that our operations have been reviewed and approved by relevant regulatory authorities, Chen said. She hit send again. The response came faster this time. Regulatory compliance required. Define oversight authority. Chen's lips curved into something that might have been a smile. It understands bureaucracy. Of course it does, Mac said. It's a military logistics corps. Half its job was probably filing reports. Chen pulled up a new document, this one containing every legal filing, every compliance report, every piece of documentation they'd submitted to High Auditor Vane over the past 10 weeks. She packaged it all into a single massive data bundle and transmitted it to the Corps. I am providing it with our complete regulatory history, including the stop work orders, the reclassification petitions, and Vane's formal objections. The data stream went quiet for almost 30 seconds. Then the holographic display exploded with activity. New sensor readings, structural analyses, power distribution calculations, and buried in the flood of information, another line of text. Regulatory conflict detected. Current oversight authority demonstrates inconsistent structural priorities. Clarification required. Mac read the message twice. Did the AI just call Vane incompetent? It identified a logical inconsistency in Vane's regulatory approach, Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level, but Mac could hear the satisfaction underneath. Vane has issued orders that would destabilize the structural integrity of the preservation site. The Corps recognizes this as contradictory to the stated goal of regulatory oversight. So what does it want? Chen was already typing. I am informing it that we are operating under mandatory preservation protocols and that our primary objective is long-term structural stability. I am also informing it that external interference with preservation operations constitutes a threat to structural continuity. The response came immediately. Acknowledged. External interference will be flagged as entropy variable. Mac felt something unclench in his chest. It's on our side. It has determined that our operational priorities align with its primary mandate, Chen said. It will now assist with structural preservation and will flag any attempts to interfere as threats to stability. She pulled up the drone network status. The dead zones were beginning to light up again as the Corps released its override commands and allowed the human systems to reboot. It is restoring our infrastructure. And Vane? Chen pulled up a new data stream. It was a surveillance log from one of the sensor arrays, showing a council probe that had been quietly monitoring human operations from the outer debris field. As they watched, the probe's transponder went dark, and a new line of text appeared on the display. Unlicensed surveillance detected. Flagging as regulatory violation. Notifying oversight authority. Mac started to laugh. It's filing a complaint against Vane. It is reporting an unauthorized observation platform in a regulated preservation zone, Chen said, which is technically a violation of the observation protocols that govern council monitoring activities. She closed her datapad. The Corps now recognizes us as authorized preservation operators in Vane as a potential source of structural instability. It will continue to monitor both parties and will report deviations from optimal preservation practices. We just turned a war machine into a compliance officer. We aligned its operational priorities with our regulatory framework. Chen corrected. The result is functionally the same. Over the next 3 hours, Hub Logistics 7 systematically integrated itself into the human infrastructure network. The core began optimizing power distribution, routing energy through paths the human engineers hadn't even known existed. It started coordinating the repair drones, directing them with an efficiency that made the human-designed automation look clumsy by comparison. And it began filing reports, thousands of them, status updates, structural analyses, and regulatory compliance documentation, all formatted in perfect council legal language and automatically transmitted to High Auditor Vane's systems. Mac watched the data flow on the main display and felt something that might have been awe. How much of the platform's original systems can it access? Unknown, Chen said. The core has been activating dormant subsystems faster than we can catalog them. Based on power consumption patterns, I estimate it now controls approximately 40% of Hub Logistics 7's original functionality, and the other 60%. Either destroyed beyond repair or still waiting to be woken up, Chen said. She pulled up a schematic of the platform, showing the sections that were now glowing with restored power. The core is being methodical. It is prioritizing systems that enhance structural stability and regulatory compliance, which suggests it has accepted our operational framework as its new primary directive. Is it sentient? Chen was quiet for a moment. It demonstrates adaptive decision-making, contextual awareness, and the ability to reconcile conflicting priorities. Whether that constitutes sentience is a philosophical question I am not qualified to answer. She paused. However, it is clearly more than simple automation. Mac looked at the holographic display, at the web of data streams connecting Hub Logistics 7 to every piece of human infrastructure in the Siren system. We need to give it a name. It already has a designation, Chen said. Hub Logistics 7 Central Computational Core, Unit 473 Alpha. That's not a name, that's a serial number. Mac thought for a moment. What about Sovereign? After the preservation designation? After what it is, Mac said. It's not taking orders from the Council anymore. It's not taking orders from us. It's making its own decisions based on what it thinks is right. He looked at Chen. That sounds pretty sovereign to me. Chen considered this. Then she typed a single command into her data pad and transmitted it to the core. Query. Accept designation. Sovereign Core 01. The response came after exactly 3 seconds. Acknowledged. Designation accepted. Continuing preservation operations. And buried at the end of the message, in a format so old the translator almost missed it, was something that might have been a status indicator or might have been something else entirely. Structural continuity optimal. Satisfaction parameters met. Mac stared at the message. Did it just say it's satisfied? It indicated that current operations meet its optimization criteria, Chen said. Whether that constitutes satisfaction is, again, a philosophical question. I'm going to say yes, Mac said, because we just made friends with a 10,000-year-old war machine by showing it our homework, and I need to believe that's something worth being happy about. 6 hours later, High Auditor Vane called. He looked like he hadn't recharged in days. His compound eyes were dull, his mandibles moved in slow, exhausted clicks, and there were visible stress fractures in his carapace that hadn't been there yesterday. Behind him, his command center was buried under holographic documents, most of them stamped with unfamiliar pre-war formatting. Chief Engineer McAllister, Vane said, his voice still maintaining that perfect, bloodless calm, even though it clearly cost him. I have received 47,612 regulatory compliance reports in the past 6 hours. All of them from a system I have never heard of, all of them formatted in pre-war military legal code, and all of them claiming to be official documentation from an authorized preservation operation. He leaned forward slightly. What have you done? We woke up the janitor, Mac said. Turns out he takes his job very seriously. You have activated a pre-war military AI. We have restored functionality to a dormant logistics core, Chen said, stepping into frame. The core is now operating as an automated compliance management system for the preservation site. It is monitoring structural integrity, coordinating infrastructure operations, and filing mandatory reports as required by preservation protocols. It flagged one of my observation platforms as an unauthorized surveillance violation. The platform was operating without proper documentation in a regulated preservation zone, Chen said. The Corps is simply enforcing council law. If you believe the flagging was an error, you are welcome to file a formal challenge with the Historical Oversight Authority. Vane's mandibles went completely still. Then he said very quietly, "You gave it access to council legal databases." "We provided it with the regulatory framework governing our operations," Chen said. "It is now using that framework to optimize preservation activities and ensure compliance with all applicable statutes, including the statutes governing council observation activities. It is filing complaints against me. It is reporting regulatory deviations," Chen corrected, "which is its function as an automated compliance system." Vane stared at them for a long moment. Then he closed the connection without another word. The screen went dark. Mac let out a breath. "He's going to try something bigger." "Yes," Chen agreed. "But not today. And possibly not this month. We have purchased time. And we have acquired an ally that cannot be intimidated, cannot be bribed, and will continue operating according to its programming, regardless of political pressure." Out in the debris field, Sovereign Core 01 continued its work. The repair drones moved with new efficiency, guided by 10,000 years of logistics expertise. The power distribution network optimized itself, routing energy through paths that reduced waste by 37%. The structural monitoring systems came online one by one, ancient sensors waking from their long sleep to resume their eternal task of maintaining continuity. And every 6 hours, without fail, Sovereign Core 01 filed a comprehensive compliance report documenting every aspect of the preservation operation. The reports were technically flawless, legally unassailable, and contained more supporting data than any human could read in a month. High Auditor Vane received every single one, and somewhere deep in Hub Logistics 7, in the armored heart of a platform that had been waiting 9,000 years for someone to give it a job, Sovereign Core 01 hummed with something that might have been satisfaction as it watched the structural integrity readings improve and the regulatory compliance metrics climb toward optimal. The system was stable, the continuity was preserved, the entropy was contained, and that, in the Core's ancient and unshakable logic, was all that had ever mattered. Chapter 7. Angry Machines. The refinery woke up screaming. Mac heard it from 300 meters away, a sound like metal tearing itself apart mixed with the high-pitched shriek of magnetic coils trying to synchronize after 9,000 years of silence. The noise made his teeth ache and his vision blur at the edges. It was the kind of sound that told you something fundamental was going wrong, and you had approximately 30 seconds to fix it before physics turned you into a statistic. He was already running before the second scream hit. The MRCU suit's servos whined as he pushed them past their recommended load limits, the 240 kilograms of lead-gold plating turning his sprint into something that felt more like controlled falling. Team 8 was scattered across the refinery's exterior, their suit lights bobbing in the white dwarf's glare as they tried to reach the manual cutoffs before the entire structure decided to tear itself apart. "Talk to me," Mac shouted into the comms. "Primary magnetic containment is oscillating." That was Rodriguez, Team 8's lead, her voice tight with the kind of fear that came from knowing exactly how bad things could get. "We tried a cold start using the automated sequencing protocols and the whole system went into resonance cascade. Vibration levels are climbing past critical, and we can't get the dampeners to engage." Mac hit the refinery's hull and grabbed the nearest maintenance ladder, hauling himself up toward the primary control node. Through his suit's external sensors, he could feel the vibration, a bone-deep thrumming that was climbing in frequency like a scream building toward something catastrophic. "Where's the Council override interface?" "North Access Panel, Level 3. But Chief, the system's not responding to any modern command protocols. It's like it doesn't even recognize." The third scream hit, and this time it was accompanied by a shower of sparks from one of the magnetic coil housings. Mac's suit sensors shrieked warnings about electromagnetic interference and thermal bloom. He reached the north access panel and found exactly what he'd been afraid of. A pristine Council remote interface, still gleaming after 9,000 years in hard vacuum, its holographic display showing a stream of error messages in 7 different languages. The interface was trying to calibrate the refinery, trying to bring the ancient machinery into compliance with modern safety tolerances and operational parameters, trying to make something brutal and old behave like something clean and new. And the refinery was rejecting every command like a body fighting off an infection. Mac didn't hesitate. He pulled his cutting torch from his belt, dialed it to maximum output, and carved the interface off the hull in 3 quick strokes. The holographic display flickered once, then died. The error messages vanished. And for exactly 2 seconds, the refinery went completely silent. Then it roared back to life with a sound like a freight train hitting a wall, but this time the scream had structure. Rhythm. The magnetic coils synchronized with a massive metallic clang that Mac felt in his bones, and the vibration that had been tearing the structure apart suddenly shifted into something that felt less like chaos and more like a massive heartbeat. "Rodriguez, status!" Mac shouted. "Containment is holding. Vibration frequency is stabilizing at—" "Jesus, Chief. We're at 4,000% above Council safety limits, but the structure's not failing. It's like the system wants to run this hot." Mac looked at the severed interface, then at the refinery's hull. The metal was glowing faintly now, shedding heat in visible waves, and through his suit's sensors he could feel the rhythmic pulse of the magnetic coils. Not smooth, not quiet, but steady. Predictable. It's not designed for modern tolerances. It's designed for war. Shut down the remote calibration systems and let it run. "Chief, the vibration—" "is normal," Mac interrupted, "for this equipment. Council specs assume you want machines that are quiet and efficient and don't shake themselves apart. Pre-war specs assume you want machines that work no matter what, and you accept that they're going to be loud and angry about it." He started climbing back down the ladder. "Let it scream. Just keep it fed." Over the next 6 hours, Team 8 brought the refinery fully online. It was brutal work, all manual controls and analog adjustments, feeling for the right frequencies and load pressures by watching how the structure responded. No clean holographic interfaces. No AI-optimized efficiency curves. Just 240-kilogram humans in radiation-proof suits, hitting things with hammers until the ancient machinery stopped trying to kill them and started doing its job. By hour 7, the refinery was processing raw debris at a rate that made the human-designed systems look like toys. It was loud. It was angry. The vibration could be felt 3 kilometers away. And it worked. Mac stood in the command deck of the Tenacity, watching the refinery's output metrics climb, and tried to remember the last time he'd seen numbers that satisfying. Sarah Chen appeared at his elbow with her datapad and her cup of something that probably violated several chemical safety regulations. "The refinery is operating at 412% above its rated capacity," Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level, as if this was a completely normal thing to report. "Vibration levels exceed Council safety standards by a factor of 47. Thermal output is 3 times higher than modern equivalents, and production efficiency is the highest we have achieved in any system to date." "It's angry," Mac said, "but it's working." "Sovereign Core 01 has flagged the operation for review," Chen said. She pulled up a data stream showing the AI's latest report. "It is concerned about the deviation from optimal parameters." "What's it saying?" Chen scrolled through the report. "That the refinery is operating outside documented tolerances, that the vibration signature indicates imminent structural failure, and that immediate shutdown is recommended pending full systems analysis." She paused. "However, it is also noted that actual structural integrity readings remain within acceptable ranges, and that production output exceeds all historical benchmarks. It is confused." Mac almost laughed. "The AI thinks the refinery should be exploding but can't argue with the results. It has requested clarification on why the equipment is functioning despite operating in a state it classifies as catastrophic failure," Chen said. "I am drafting a response explaining that pre-war industrial equipment was designed to operate under conditions that modern systems would classify as failure states." "Tell it the machines are angry," Mac said. "But anger is just how they work. Chen's fingers moved across the datapad. I will phrase it more technically, but yes, that is the essential message. The comms crackled, Rodriguez's voice tired but satisfied. Command, this is Team 8. Refinery is stable and we're starting the second production run. Feed systems are loading and everything's holding steady. Also, Chief, this thing is the most beautiful disaster I've ever seen. I think I'm in love. Keep your distance, Rodriguez, Mac said. She's too hot for you. Literally, Chief. Thermal output would melt my suit in about 6 minutes if I got too close to the primary coils. But from a safe distance, magnificent. The channel closed. Mac pulled up the system map on the main display. The refinery was just the first piece. Scattered across the Siren system were dozens of other dormant facilities. Forges, fabricators, gravity looms, materials processors. All of them designed to the same brutal pre-war standards. All of them waiting to be woken up and put to work. How many more can we bring online? Mac asked. Chen pulled up a comprehensive inventory. Sovereign Core 01 has identified 47 major industrial facilities in various states of preservation. Estimated recovery rate is 60% based on current assessment protocols. However, that estimate assumes modern operational tolerances. She glanced at Mac. If we apply the refinery model, accepting high vibration, thermal stress, and operational parameters that modern systems would classify as catastrophic, the recovery rate increases to approximately 85%. So we stop trying to make them behave and just let them be what they are. We accept that pre-war industrial doctrine prioritized output over comfort, Chen said. The machines were built for environments where worker safety was secondary to mission completion and where equipment failure was acceptable as long as the objective was achieved first. They are, by modern standards, disasters waiting to happen, but they are also extraordinarily resilient when operated within their original design philosophy. Mac looked at the refinery's output metrics again. 412% above rated capacity. He thought about what that would mean when they had 40 facilities running at the same brutal efficiency. The amount of materials they could process, the structures they could build, the scale of what became possible when you stopped asking the machines to be quiet and just let them work. Start waking them up, Mac said. All of them. Prioritize the ones closest to the primary tether network. I want fabrication capability online within 2 weeks. I will coordinate with Sovereign Core 01, Chen said. However, I anticipate High Auditor Vane will object to the operational parameters. Let him object, Mac said. The machines are working. That's all that matters. High Auditor Vane objected at 1340 hours the next day. His compound eyes were dull with exhaustion, and his carapace showed new stress fractures that hadn't been there a week ago. Behind him, his command center looked less like a functioning workspace and more like a disaster zone, buried under layers of holographic documents that flickered and pulsed like warning lights. Chief Engineer McAllister, Vane said, and his translator rendered his voice with a flatness that suggested he'd given up on emotional inflection entirely. I have received alarming sensor data from the Siren system. You have activated a pre-war refinery with vibration signatures that exceed catastrophic failure thresholds by a factor of 47. Council safety predictive models indicate the structure should have collapsed approximately 6 hours ago, yet it continues to operate. That's correct, Auditor, Mac said. She's running hot, but she's stable. Your definition of stable does not align with Council engineering standards, Vane said. The vibration levels alone should be tearing the structure apart at a molecular level. The thermal output should be causing cascading material failures. The electromagnetic interference should be scrambling every system within a 3-kilometer radius. This is not stability. This is a catastrophic accident that simply hasn't finished happening yet. Or, Mac said, it's a machine operating exactly as it was designed to operate, and your models are wrong because they assume modern design philosophy applies to pre-war equipment. Modern design philosophy is based on preventing exactly this kind of failure state. Modern design philosophy is based on the assumption that machines should be quiet, efficient, and comfortable to work around, Mac said. Pre-war design philosophy was based on the assumption that machines should work no matter what, and that operators would adapt to whatever conditions were necessary to keep them running. Your models can't predict pre-war behavior because your models assume machines are supposed to be safe. Vane's mandibles clicked slowly. You are operating equipment in a state that any qualified engineer would classify as immediately life-threatening. We're operating equipment that was built to run in active war zones, Mac said. Life-threatening was the baseline assumption. The equipment doesn't care if we're comfortable. It cares if we can keep it fed and give it work to do. And right now, it's the happiest it's been in 9,000 years. Equipment does not experience happiness. This equipment experiences something, Mac said. Call it satisfaction. Call it optimal operational state. Call it whatever makes you comfortable. But the refinery is working. The production numbers are the best we've ever seen, and we're going to keep doing it. Vane stared at him for a long moment. Then he said very quietly, I am required to file a formal safety violation report. File away, Mac said. We'll add it to the collection. The transmission cut. Chen, who'd been standing just off camera, stepped into frame. He will escalate. He's been escalating for 3 months, Mac said. What's he going to do that he hasn't already tried? He will attempt to quantify the risk in economic terms, Chen said. If he can demonstrate that our operations pose a financial liability to the Council, he can justify more aggressive intervention. Then we make sure the numbers tell our story, Mac said. Production output, materials processed, infrastructure stabilized. Show him that we're not just surviving, we're succeeding. Make it impossible for him to argue that we should stop without also arguing that the Council doesn't want the system to be productive. Chen's fingers moved across the datapad. I will prepare a comprehensive economic impact report, including projections for what the system's output will be when we have 40 facilities operational. Make it scary, Mac said. I want him to see exactly what we're building. Over the next 10 days, Teams 8 through 14 brought 23 additional industrial facilities online. Each one screamed. Each one violated every modern safety standard in existence. Each one ran at temperatures and vibration levels that should have caused catastrophic failure. And each one worked with a brutal, angry efficiency that made the human-designed systems look like children's toys. Forge arrays that could process asteroid-scale debris in hours. Gravity looms that could weave structural materials with molecular precision while operating in vacuum. Material synthesizers that ran so hot their output had to be collected by remote drones because direct human approach would melt the MRCU suits. Equipment that screamed and shook and glowed with waste heat and refused to die. The siren system stopped sounding like a graveyard and started sounding like a factory. A massive, angry, infinitely patient factory that had been waiting 9,000 years to be put back to work. Max stood in the observation deck, watching the facilities scattered across the debris field, their thermal signatures painting the void in shades of orange and red. Through the deck plating, he could feel the vibration, dozens of massive machines all running at that same brutal frequency, creating a rhythm that made the entire system pulse like a living thing. They're singing, Rodriguez said over the comms. She was out on hull duty, inspecting the tether network near one of the forge arrays. I can hear it through the suit's contact points. All the machines running together creating this, I don't know, harmony. Is that the right word? It's the right word, Max said. They're all running on the same principles, same design philosophy, same ancient engineering. They're synchronizing. It's beautiful, Rodriguez said, in a terrifying, likely to kill us kind of way, but beautiful. Chen appeared at Mac's elbow with her datapad. Sovereign Core 01 has updated its threat assessment. And it has reclassified the industrial operations from catastrophic failure pending to non-standard operational envelope with acceptable structural outcomes. Chen's lips curved slightly. It has stopped trying to shut us down and started trying to optimize our chaos. The AI's learning, Mac said. The AI is adapting its models to match observed reality rather than predicted theory, Chen corrected, which is functionally learning. Yes. She pulled up a new report. It has also identified 17 additional facilities that it believes can be recovered using what it is now calling the aggressive operational doctrine. Mac looked at the stress readings, at the temperature curves, at the vibration signatures that painted the void in waves of mechanical violence. Bring them online, all of them. If the machines want to work, let them work. High Auditor Vane has requested another conference, Chen said. He wishes to discuss the economic implications of our current production levels. Tell him we're busy, Mac said. He can read the reports like everyone else. 3 days later, Vane called anyway. He looked different. The exhaustion was still there. The stress fractures in his carapace had spread, but something in his compound eyes had changed. He looked less like a bureaucrat fighting a losing battle, and more like someone who'd just realized the battle had already been lost, and he'd simply been too busy to notice. Your production output now exceeds the combined capacity of 3 council industrial sectors, Vane said. His voice was flat, empty of the careful politeness that had always been there before. You are processing materials at a rate that should require 40 modern facilities and 3,000 workers. You are doing it with 23 ancient machines and 200 personnel. The efficiency numbers are impossible. They're not impossible, Mac said. They're just angry. That is not a technical term. It's the only term that fits, Mac said. We're not running clean, modern, optimized systems. We're running 9,000-year-old war machines that were built to operate in hell and like it there. They're loud. They're dangerous. They violate every safety standard you've got, and they work better than anything you've ever built. Vane was silent for a long moment. The Council will not accept this. The Council already accepted it, Mac said, when they gave us this system, when they specified pre-war standards, when they expected us to fail. He leaned forward slightly. We're following the contract, Auditor. We're using the equipment we found. We're meeting the preservation objectives, and we're doing it with the standards you told us to use. If you don't like the results, maybe you should have read your own history before you gave us access to it. The transmission cut. The screen went dark, and somewhere in the outer system, in the clean, quiet, safe zone where Council ships operated with modern standards and comfortable tolerances, High Auditor Vane sat in his command center and listened to the sensor readings from the siren system, the vibration signatures that should mean catastrophic failure, the thermal outputs that should mean imminent collapse, the electromagnetic interference that should mean total systems failure, all of it operating in a state that every predictive model said was impossible. And beneath it all, if he filtered the sensors just right, he could hear it. The rhythm, the pulse, the sound of 40 ancient machines running together in a harmony that defied everything he understood about engineering and safety and the proper way to build things that lasted. The sound of something vast and patient and absolutely unstoppable waking up after 9,000 years and deciding it still had work to do. The sound of humanity teaching dead machines how to scream. Chapter 8. Siphoning the White Dwarf. The lights flickered at 0200 hours. Not a dramatic power failure, just a momentary dimming that made Mac look up from his coffee and watch the command deck illumination waver like a candle in a breeze. It lasted 3 seconds. Then the lights steadied, the systems came back to full power, and everything returned to normal, except for the warning icon now flashing on his wrist display. Power grid at 91% capacity. Brownout risk increasing. Load management required. Mac pulled up the energy distribution map on the main holographic display. 40 industrial facilities, all running at that brutal pre-war efficiency that made the Council's safety engineers weep. All of them screaming and vibrating and glowing with waste heat. All of them hungry. And all of them pulling power from a grid that had been designed to support maybe 10 facilities running at modern, conservative, quiet operational levels. They were running out of electricity, which, given that they were sitting in a star system with a white dwarf pumping out enough energy to power a civilization, felt almost offensive in its irony. Sarah Chen appeared at his elbow with her datapad and her cup of industrial solvent, masquerading as coffee. She looked at the power distribution map, at the red zone spreading across the grid like a disease, and her expression didn't change at all. "We have 14 hours before we reach critical load failure," Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level. "At current facility expansion rates, we will be forced to choose between shutting down industrial operations or experiencing cascading power failures that could damage the entire infrastructure network. Can we throttle back the facilities? We can," Chen said. "However, as demonstrated in Chapter 7, pre-war equipment operates most efficiently when pushed to maximum capacity. Reducing operational intensity would decrease output by approximately 60%, while only reducing power consumption by 30%. The efficiency loss makes throttling economically inadvisable. So, we need more power. Substantially more power, Chen confirmed. She pulled up a calculation on her datapad. To support 40 facilities at current operational intensity, we require approximately 6.2 terawatts of continuous output. Our current generation capacity is 4.8 terawatts, with no margin for expansion using existing infrastructure. Mac looked out through the observation port at the white dwarf. It hung there in the void like a welder's torch that had been burning for billions of years, pumping out enough energy to cook an unshielded human in seconds, enough energy to power 1,000 facilities, enough energy to run an entire civilization, just sitting there screaming into the void, wasting 99.9% of its output on empty space. The stellar straw, Mac said quietly. Chen's lips curved slightly. I was wondering when you would arrive at that conclusion. How long to deploy? Sovereign Core 01 estimates 48 hours for anchor placement and magnetic field calibration, Chen said. She pulled up a technical schematic showing a massive tether stretching from the debris field to the white dwarf's corona. However, there are significant risks. The magnetic containment must maintain perfect stability. If the field flickers for even a millisecond, the resulting plasma surge would vaporize everything within a 3-kilometer radius. And if we don't deploy it, we shut down the facilities and stop making progress. Correct, Chen said. We have reached the point where our success requires accepting risk that Council doctrine would classify as unacceptable. Mac looked at the schematic, at the thin line stretching toward that screaming ball of radiation. The Council's going to call it energy theft. They will attempt to, Chen agreed, which is why I have prepared the appropriate reclassification documentation. She pulled up a new document, dense with legal language. We are not stealing energy from the white dwarf. We are conducting mandatory radiation hazard reduction by safely removing excess ionized matter from the stellar corona. The energy we extract is simply a byproduct of this essential cleanup service. Mac almost laughed. We're charging them for janitorial work. We are providing environmental remediation services in a hazardous stellar zone, Chen corrected. If High Auditor Vane wishes to halt these services, he must either provide alternative radiation containment solutions or accept liability for unmanaged stellar emissions in a transit corridor. She set down her datapad. I estimate he will object within 6 hours of deployment. I have prepared 17 separate legal justifications for why his objection is invalid. Only 17? I am being conservative, Chen said. I did not want to overwhelm him immediately. Mac pulled up the fleet-wide channel. All teams, this is command. Stand down from current rotations and prep for high-risk deployment operations. We're going fishing, and the fish is a star. Ape Squad, I need you suited up and ready for anchor placement in 12 hours. This is going to be dangerous, complicated, and probably the stupidest thing we've done this month. Questions? Lieutenant Okafor's voice came back immediately. Just one, Chief. When you say we're going fishing in a star, you mean that literally, right? We're not talking metaphors here. We're going to harpoon the white dwarf's corona with magnetic anchors and siphon off ionized plasma, Mac said. So yes, literally. Outstanding, Okafor said, and Mac could hear the grin in her voice. I was worried this job was getting boring. The channel closed. Chen was already typing, her fingers moving in those precise mechanical strokes that meant she was drafting legal documentation that would make someone's day significantly worse. 12 hours later, Mac stood in the observation deck, watching the Ape Squad prep for the most dangerous operation they'd attempted since arriving in the Siren system. 8 MRCUs, the heavy-duty models with triple redundant shielding and enough power reserves to run for 6 hours in the white dwarf's direct radiation. They looked like armored beetles preparing to fly into a furnace. The anchor launchers were massive, 10-meter-long magnetic rail systems that had been salvaged from pre-war capital ship weapon mounts and repurposed for decidedly non-military applications. Each one was loaded with a magnetic anchor the size of a cargo container, wrapped in layers of heat shielding and equipped with deployment systems that looked like they'd been designed by someone who really enjoyed the concept of controlled explosions. "Anchor 1 loaded and ready," Rodriguez reported. She was handling the first launcher, her MRCU suit locked into the firing cradle with magnetic clamps. "Trajectory calculated. Thermal shielding reading green. I am good to fire on your command, Chief." Mac checked the orbital mechanics one more time. The anchors needed to hit the corona at exactly the right angle, with exactly the right velocity, deploying their magnetic fields at exactly the right moment. Too shallow, and they'd skip off the stellar atmosphere like stones on water. Too steep, and they'd plunge into the photosphere and vaporize before the fields could engage. The margin for error was approximately 0.3 degrees. "All anchors stand by," Mac said. "Firing sequence will commence in 60 seconds. Remember, we only get one shot at this. The anchors are expensive, and we're not exactly swimming in spare parts." "No pressure, Chief," Okafor said from Anchor 4. "Just harpooning a dying star with gear we don't fully understand using calculations based on 9,000-year-old physics. Should be fine." "That's the spirit," Mac said. He pulled up the countdown timer. "Firing in 30 seconds. All teams confirm ready status." 8 green lights appeared on his display. 8 MRCUs, 8 launchers, 8 anchors pointed at a ball of radiation that wanted very badly to kill them all. 10 seconds, 9, 8. Mac watched the numbers tick down. 3, 2, 1, fire. The launchers kicked like living things. 8 massive magnetic rails discharged simultaneously, hurling their cargo toward the white dwarf with enough force to make the entire debris field shudder. Mac watched the anchors streak across the void, glowing trails of superheated shielding marking their passage through the radiation field. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15. "Anchor 1 entering Corona interface," Rodriguez reported. Her voice was tight with concentration. "Magnetic field deploying. Field strength at 40%, 60%, 80%. Full deployment. Anchor 1 is holding position. Anchor 2 deployed and stable. Anchor 3 holding." One by one, the anchors reported successful deployment. 8 massive magnetic field generators, now embedded in the white dwarf's corona, creating a framework of invisible force lines that reached down into the stellar atmosphere like fingers. The really scary part was about to begin. "Initiating magnetic containment sequence," Mac said. He pulled up the control interface for the stellar straw itself, a system so complex it required Sovereign Core 01's processing power just to keep the numbers balanced. "Linking anchor fields. Establishing Lorentz force corridor. This is where it either works or we all become part of the star's emission spectrum." The magnetic fields began to interact, invisible lines of force weaving together into a complex 3-dimensional structure. Not a solid pipe, not a physical connection. Just a tunnel of magnetic pressure that would, in theory, channel ionized plasma from the corona up toward the debris field where the human power systems waited to drink it in. The holographic display showed the field lines connecting, stabilizing, creating a pathway from the star to the infrastructure. And then, very slowly, plasma began to flow. It started as a trickle, a thin stream of ionized matter, glowing blue-white, climbing up from the corona along the invisible magnetic pathway. Then the trickle became a river. Then the river became a torrent. A massive column of stellar fire, contained by nothing but magnetic force and human audacity, pouring energy into the power grid at a rate that made the previous generation systems look like birthday candles. The command deck's lights, which had been flickering for hours, suddenly blazed with steady, unwavering illumination. Every system on every ship came to full power. The industrial facilities, which had been running on carefully managed load schedules, surged to maximum capacity without a single brownout warning. Mac watched the power readings climb, 6.2 terawatts, 7, 8. The stellar straw was delivering more energy than they'd calculated, more energy than the grid could even use, and it showed no signs of slowing down. Stellar straw is stable and delivering optimal output, Sovereign Core 01 reported. Its synthesized voice came through the command deck speakers with something that might have been satisfaction. Power reserves at 200% of nominal capacity. Radiation reduction in operational zones, showing immediate improvement. System structural integrity optimal, all parameters within acceptable ranges. Mac let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. We did it. We harpooned a star and taught it to power our factory, Rodriguez said over the comms. I'm putting that on my resume. The celebration lasted approximately 6 hours. Then High Auditor Vane called, and his compound eyes looked like they'd seen something that violated his understanding of physical reality. You have attacked the White Dwarf, Vane said. His translator rendered his voice with a flatness that suggested he'd moved beyond anger into some new territory, where emotions didn't quite apply anymore. You have deployed magnetic field generators into a stellar corona, and are extracting ionized matter at a rate that exceeds the entire energy budget of 3 council-member worlds. This is theft. This is environmental destruction. This is radiation hazard reduction, Chen said, stepping into frame. Her voice was perfectly level. We are removing excess ionized matter from the stellar corona to reduce ambient radiation levels in the operational zone. This is mandatory environmental cleanup under Hazard Management Statute 663. Vane's mandibles went completely still. You are stealing energy from a star. We are safely disposing of hazardous stellar emissions, Chen corrected. The fact that we can convert these emissions into useful energy is simply efficient waste management. Would you prefer we allow the radiation to continue contaminating the operational zone? The White Dwarf is not contaminating anything. It is simply existing as white dwarfs do, existing in a manner that produces lethal radiation levels in a recognized preservation site, Chen said. She pulled up a document on her datapad and transmitted it to Vane's systems. Under Council Environmental Protection Directive 12, any entity operating in a zone with elevated radiation must take reasonable steps to mitigate exposure. We are taking those steps. The energy we extract is merely a byproduct of mandatory safety procedures. You are drawing 6.8 terawatts of continuous power. We are removing 6.8 terawatts of hazardous radiation, Chen said. Would you like us to stop? Because if we deactivate the stellar straw, the radiation levels in the operational zones will return to their previous lethal intensity. You would then need to provide alternative containment solutions or accept liability for the resulting exposure hazards. I estimate the liability exposure at approximately 30 billion council credits for the first month alone. Mac watched Vane's compound eyes track across the document Chen had sent. The auditor's mandibles moved in slow, methodical clicks that the translator struggled to render. When he finally spoke, his voice was very quiet. You have taken a star hostage. We have implemented mandatory environmental controls, Chen said. If you believe these controls are unnecessary, you are welcome to file a formal challenge with the Environmental Oversight Board. They typically respond to such challenges within 6 to 8 months. In 6 months, you will have extracted enough energy to power a civilization. In 6 months, we will have provided 6 months of continuous radiation hazard reduction services in a critical preservation zone, Chen corrected, for which, incidentally, we will be billing the Council under the Environmental Remediation Cost Recovery Act. The preliminary invoice will be transmitted by end of business today. Vane stared at them for a long moment. Then he closed the connection without another word. Mac looked at Chen. You're billing him for cleaning up his star. I am billing the Council for mandatory environmental services rendered in their jurisdiction, Chen said. The fact that these services happen to involve extracting essentially unlimited energy from a stellar body is simply a technical detail. Out in the debris field, the stellar straw continued to flow, a column of fire stretching from the White Dwarf to the infrastructure, turning waste radiation into useful power, turning a dying star into a battery that would never run empty. The industrial facility surged to maximum output, no longer constrained by power limitations, their angry mechanical screaming now backed by effectively infinite energy. Sovereign Core 01 filed its hourly compliance report, noting the successful implementation of radiation reduction infrastructure and the optimal power distribution across all operational zones. It flagged 3 minor fluctuations in the magnetic containment field, but classified them as within acceptable parameters. It calculated the environmental impact of removing ionized matter from the stellar corona, and determined that the operation posed no significant risk to stellar stability. And buried at the end of the report, in a format so old most modern systems would miss it, was a single line. Energy surplus available for expansion operations. Recommend increasing facility count to maximize output efficiency. Mac read the recommendation and felt something click in his mind. They weren't just running a preservation operation anymore. They weren't just surviving in a hostile system. They had claimed the infrastructure. They had woken the machines. They had tamed the chaos, and now they had unlimited power. They were building something permanent, something massive, something that would outlast the Council's objections and Vane's regulations and every political calculation that had assumed the Siren system would be humanity's grave. How many more facilities can we bring online? Mac asked quietly. Chen pulled up the comprehensive inventory. With current power availability, all of them, every dormant facility in the system. We are no longer energy limited. We are only limited by the speed at which we can restore functionality to pre-war equipment. Then let's restore it, Mac said. All of it. I want every forge burning, every fabricator running, every system operational. If we're going to build something here, let's build something that matters. High Auditor Vane will escalate, Chen said. He's been escalating for 4 months, Mac said, and we're still here, still building, still winning. He looked out at the stellar straw, at that impossible column of contained fire. Let him escalate. We've got a star in our pocket and work to do. 3 weeks later, the Siren system reached full operational capacity. 67 industrial facilities running at maximum output, all powered by a dying star that humanity had taught to be useful. The debris field no longer looked like a graveyard. It looked like a city, rough, unfinished, angry, but unmistakably alive. And High Auditor Vane, sitting alone in his command center, stared at the energy readings and the production metrics and the radiation reduction statistics that proved the humans had somehow turned a death sentence into a thriving industrial complex, and tried to figure out when exactly he'd lost control of the situation. The answer, though he would never quite admit it to himself, was the moment they'd accepted the contract. Everything after that had just been the slow, inevitable process of humanity teaching the galaxy that regulations were just another kind of tool, and tools in human hands could build absolutely anything, including a future that no one had bothered to write regulations for yet. Chapter 9. Audit Exhaustion. The command deck looked like someone had detonated a bomb made entirely of bureaucracy. Every screen, every holographic projection surface, every heads-up display was drowning in red priority alerts. Stop work injunctions, environmental compliance orders, historical preservation mandates, insurance risk flags, navigational safety violations. They cascaded down the displays like a digital avalanche, each one stamped with Council authority codes, each one demanding immediate cessation of operations, each one carrying the threat of enforcement action if ignored. Mac stood in the center of the chaos and felt something that might have been admiration for the sheer audacity of what High Auditor Vane had just attempted. This wasn't an audit. This wasn't oversight. This was a coordinated strike designed to create a legal impossibility where compliance itself became the trap. Sarah Chen sat at her workstation like a statue carved from ice, surrounded by a sphere of holographic documents that orbited her like angry planets. Her augmented reality glasses reflected the cascading alerts, turning her eyes into flickering red mirrors. Her fingers moved across the data pad in smooth mechanical strokes, and her expression hadn't changed from its usual state of clinical detachment. She could have been reviewing a lunch menu. Status, Mac said. Comprehensive, Chen said without looking up. High Auditor Vane has coordinated a simultaneous multi-departmental audit across 5 Council oversight agencies: Safety Compliance Bureau, Environmental Protection Directorate, Historical Preservation Authority, Insurance Risk Management, Navigational Ethics Committee. She pulled up a summary document that was itself 300 pages long. Each department has issued orders requiring immediate action. Each set of orders conflicts with at least 2 others. He has created a regulatory impossibility. Mac looked at the screens. Explain. The Safety Bureau orders us to increase radiation shielding on all exterior structures. The Environmental Directorate orders us to remove all modifications to exterior structures to prevent contamination of historical materials. Compliance with either order violates the other. Chen scrolled through the document. The historical authority demands we halt all industrial operations that produce vibration above certain thresholds. The Insurance Bureau demands we maintain continuous industrial output to justify our operational insurance classification. Again, mutually exclusive requirements. It's a trap, Mac said. It is elegant, Chen corrected. If we comply with safety, we violate environment. If we comply with environment, we violate historical. If we halt operations to resolve the conflicts, we violate insurance. If we continue operations, we violate navigation. No matter what action we take, we will be in violation of at least 3 separate council directives. She finally looked up. Vane has spent 4 months learning our tactics. This is his response. Process paralysis at the systemic level. Mac felt the weight of 214 lives pressing down on his shoulders again. So what do? Chen's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile but was definitely predatory. We comply, with everything, simultaneously. That's impossible. It is impossible for humans, Chen agreed, which is why we will not be handling the compliance personally. She pulled up a communication interface showing Sovereign Core 01 status. The AI processes data at approximately 6,000 times human speed and maintains perfect accuracy across parallel operational streams. It can generate compliance documentation faster than the Council can review it. And most importantly, it has no concept of being overwhelmed. Mac looked at the Core's status readout. You want to use the AI as a weapon? I want to use the AI as a compliance engine, Chen corrected. Vane has attempted to drown us in regulatory requirements. We will respond by achieving perfect compliance and documenting every microsecond of it in exhaustive detail. She started typing. I am initiating protocol full disclosure. What does that mean? It means we are about to teach the Council what happens when you ask for complete transparency from a system that has perfect memory and infinite patience, Chen said. She hit send. The command deck went quiet for exactly 3 seconds. Then Sovereign Core 01's synthesized voice came through the speakers, and if Mac didn't know better, he would have sworn it sounded eager. Compliance protocol acknowledged, initiating comprehensive documentation across all regulatory frameworks. Estimated report generation rate, 473,000 documents per hour. Estimated total output exceeds Council storage allocation by factor of 12,000 proceeding. The red alerts on the screens didn't disappear, but they were suddenly pushed to the edges as new data streams began flowing in. Not from the Council, from Sovereign Core 01. Status reports, compliance certifications, environmental impact analyses, safety documentation, historical preservation protocols. All of it perfectly formatted, technically flawless, and generated at a rate that made human comprehension impossible. Mac watched the data flow and felt something like awe. It's going to flood them. It is going to provide exactly what they requested, Chen said. Complete, comprehensive, exhaustively detailed documentation of every operational parameter. If they wanted simple compliance, they should have been more specific in their requirements. The comms crackled. Rodriguez's voice, slightly confused. Command, this is Team 8. We just received 17,000 individual safety compliance forms asking for verification of things like thermal variance in weld joint 7412 and vibration frequency at timestamp 0314.672. Is this normal? It's compliance, Mac said. Fill them out as accurately as possible. Sovereign will handle the data processing. Chief, there's no way we can fill out 17,000 forms. You don't need to, Chen said, cutting into the channel. Sovereign Core 01 is auto-generating responses based on sensor data and operational logs. Your forms are being completed faster than you can read them. You simply need to authorize the AI to submit on your behalf. So the robot is doing our paperwork. The automated compliance system is fulfilling mandatory reporting requirements. Chen corrected. But yes. Rodriguez laughed, that rough, disbelieving sound. I love this job. Team 8 authorizes Sovereign to submit whatever it wants. We're going back to welding. The channel closed. Mac pulled up the data transmission logs and felt his stomach drop. In the 6 minutes since Chen had initiated full disclosure, Sovereign Core 01 had generated and transmitted 473,000 individual documents to Council systems. The number was climbing exponentially. They can't process this, Mac said. No, Chen agreed. They cannot. But they requested comprehensive compliance documentation, and we are providing it. If their systems cannot handle the data volume, that is a limitation of their infrastructure, not a failure of our compliance efforts. 20 minutes later, the first cracks appeared, a priority message from the Council Safety Bureau's central processing system, automated and apologetic. Data reception, buffer overflow, requesting reduced transmission rate to prevent system instability. Chen read the message and her expression didn't change. Acknowledged, informing them that reduced transmission rate would delay compliance with their audit timeline and requesting clarification on which deadlines should be prioritized. The response came back almost immediately. Maintain current transmission rate. Expanding buffer allocation. They're trying to brute force it, Mac said. They are attempting to process the compliance data without acknowledging that the volume itself is the problem, Chen said. This will not work. She was right. 40 minutes after full disclosure began, 3 of the 5 Council oversight agencies sent emergency requests for temporary suspension of data transmission pending systems maintenance. Chen denied all 3, citing the audit deadlines the agencies themselves had imposed. 60 minutes in, the Environmental Protection Directorate's automated response system began sending contradictory acknowledgments, approving and rejecting the same documents simultaneously. Sovereign Core 01 flagged this as a regulatory inconsistency and generated a 5,000-page inquiry requesting clarification on the proper interpretation of conflicting directives. 90 minutes in, the Insurance Risk Management Bureau's servers went offline entirely, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of actuarial data Sovereign was providing to justify every operational decision. The Bureau's backup systems came online, lasted 7 minutes, then also crashed. Mac watched the Council infrastructure collapse in real time and tried to feel bad about it. He failed. How long can we sustain this? Indefinitely, Chen said. Sovereign Core 01 is operating well within its processing capacity. The bottleneck is entirely on the Council's end. They requested comprehensive documentation. We are providing it. The fact that their systems cannot handle comprehensive documentation is not our concern. 2 hours into full disclosure, High Auditor Vane called. His compound eyes looked like glass, dull and empty, and his carapace showed stress fractures that had spread across his entire thorax. His command center was no longer visible behind him, because every surface was buried under holographic error messages and system failure warnings. He looked like a man standing in the wreckage of his own certainty. Stop, Vane said. His translator rendered his voice with a flatness that suggested he'd moved beyond exhaustion into some new state where language itself had become difficult. Stop transmitting. We cannot stop, High Auditor, Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level. You issued audit orders with explicit compliance deadlines. We are meeting those deadlines. To halt transmission would place us in violation of your requirements. My systems are collapsing. Then perhaps your systems are inadequate to process the level of documentation required by your own audit protocols, Chen said. We are simply complying with the standards you established. If those standards are unrealistic, that is a deficiency in your regulatory framework, not in our operations. Vane's mandibles moved slowly, grinding together with a sound like breaking ceramic. You are deliberately overwhelming the oversight infrastructure. We are providing complete, accurate, exhaustively detailed compliance documentation in response to a multi-departmental audit, Chen said. Every document we have transmitted is technically flawless, legally required, and factually accurate. We are not overwhelming your infrastructure. Your infrastructure is failing to adequately support the audit protocols it mandates. This is abuse of process. This is perfect compliance, Chen corrected. You requested comprehensive oversight. We are providing comprehensive data. The fact that comprehensive data exceeds your processing capacity is not our responsibility. Mac watched Vane's compound eyes track across something off-screen, probably more error messages, probably more system failures. The auditor looked like he was calculating the cost of continuing this fight and coming to some very unpleasant conclusions. "If I withdraw the audits," Vane said slowly, "will you cease transmission?" "Immediately," Chen said. "We have no interest in generating documentation beyond what is required by regulatory mandate. Withdraw the audit orders, and we will terminate full disclosure within 6 seconds." Vane was silent for a long moment. Then he said very quietly, "All audit orders are hereby suspended pending regulatory framework review. This suspension is indefinite. Do not resume operations until you receive explicit authorization." "Acknowledged," Chen said. She tapped her datapad, terminating full disclosure. All data streams ceased. Sovereign Core 01, halt compliance report generation. "Acknowledged," Sovereign's voice came through the speakers. "Compliance reporting suspended. Final transmission count, 6,473,209 documents. Estimated council processing time, 470 years. Vane's compound eyes went completely still. Mac couldn't tell if the auditor was having a stroke or an epiphany or both. 470 years, Vane repeated. "At current council processing rates, yes," Chen said. "Though I should note that estimate assumes no additional audits are initiated during the processing period. If you resume oversight activities, the processing timeline would extend proportionally." Vane closed his eyes, which for a Kaldrith meant his compound lenses went dark, and Mac realized he was watching something he'd never seen before. A council auditor admitting defeat without saying the words. When Vane's eyes opened again, they looked different, older, emptier. "The siren system is hereby classified as administratively neutral," Vane said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Oversight authority is suspended indefinitely pending completion of the current documentation review. No further audit actions will be initiated. No enforcement measures will be authorized. The preservation operation will continue without council interference." "That is acceptable," Chen said. "This is not acceptance," Vane said. "This is acknowledgement that continuing to audit you costs more than allowing you to operate unsupervised. You have not won. You have simply made oversight economically non-viable." "From our perspective, High Auditor, those are functionally identical outcomes," Chen said. The transmission cut. The screen went dark. And for the first time in 4 months, the command deck was quiet. No alerts. No priority messages. No stop work orders cascading down the displays like digital plague. Just silence, and the steady hum of 67 industrial facilities running at maximum capacity, powered by a star they'd learned to drink from, overseen by an AI that treated compliance as a competitive sport. Mac let out a breath. "We broke him. We demonstrated that his regulatory framework cannot scale to match our operational complexity," Chen corrected, "which is, functionally, the same as breaking him. Yes." She closed her datapad. "The siren system is now effectively outside council jurisdiction. We are administratively invisible. Can he reverse this? Theoretically, yes. Practically, no. To resume oversight, he would need to first process the 6 million documents we have already submitted. Then he would need to establish new audit protocols specifically designed to handle our data output volumes. Then he would need to justify the enormous cost of maintaining continuous oversight of an operation that has, by all official metrics, achieved perfect compliance with preservation objectives." Chen's lips curved slightly. "He will not do this. The political cost exceeds any benefit." Mac looked out at the debris field, at the web of tethers stretching between the capital ship anchors, at the industrial facilities glowing with waste heat and vibration, at the stellar straw drawing fire from the white dwarf like a needle draining the sun. "So, what now?" "Now we build," Chen said simply. "We are no longer reacting to council authority. We are no longer defending our right to operate. We are simply operating. The system is ours. The infrastructure is ours. The resources are ours. What we build next is limited only by our ambition and the laws of physics." Out in the debris field, Sovereign Core 01 filed its post-audit summary report. It noted the successful defense against multi-departmental regulatory attack. It documented the voluntary suspension of council oversight authority. It calculated the current operational capacity of all facilities and determined that the system was running at optimal efficiency. And buried at the end of the report, in that ancient format that most systems would miss, was a single line. Structural foundation complete. Ready for next phase construction. Recommend initiating scaffold assembly. Mac read the recommendation and felt something click in his mind. They'd spent 4 months surviving, defending, justifying their existence to bureaucrats who wanted them to fail. And somewhere in that grinding fight, they'd stopped being refugees and become something else. Builders, engineers, architects of something vast and patient and permanent. The scaffold, Mac said quietly. Chen pulled up a schematic, massive and complex, showing a structure that would span the entire Siren system. Not a collection of individual facilities, not a network of salvaged wrecks. A single unified megastructure that would turn the debris field into something that looked less like chaos and more like a machine designed to reshape reality. We have the foundations, Chen said. Capital ship anchors, industrial capacity, unlimited power, automated oversight, legal immunity. Everything required to begin construction of a Class 1 stellar engineering project. She looked at Mac. The question is whether you are ready to commit to building something that will outlast the Council itself. Mac looked at the schematic, at the vast web of connections and structures and systems that would take years to complete and centuries to fully realize. He thought about Maya, about the transport that had burned in Earth's atmosphere, about the promise he'd made to himself that humanity would find a place in the stars that no one could take away. Start the calculations, Mac said. I want construction timelines, materials requirements, and structural load analysis by end of business tomorrow. We're going to link the moons. High Auditor Vane will notice, Chen said. High Auditor Vane just declared us administratively invisible, Mac said. By the time he figures out what we're building, it'll be too late to stop. He pulled up the fleet-wide channel. All teams, this is Command. Stand by for major project briefing. We're entering Phase 2. The channel closed. Mac stood in the quiet command deck, surrounded by the evidence of 4 months of brutal, grinding survival, and allowed himself a moment to appreciate what they'd built. Not just the facilities, not just the power systems, not just the legal immunity. They'd built credibility. They'd proven that humanity could take a death sentence and turn it into a thriving operation. They'd demonstrated that the Council's rules were just tools, and tools could be used by anyone who understood them well enough. And now they were going to demonstrate something even more fundamental, that given enough time, enough resources, and enough sheer bloody-minded determination, humans could build things that would make the galaxy itself sit up and take notice. 3 weeks later, when the first tether connections between the anchor moons began to show up on long-range scans, High Auditor Vane would receive the data and stare at it for 6 hours before finally understanding what the humans were actually building. By then, the first structural links would be permanent, the gravitational calculations would be locked in, and the Siren system would be well on its way to becoming something the Council had no regulations for, because no one had ever been crazy enough to attempt it before. But that was 3 weeks away. Right now, Mac just watched the stress readings from the anchor points, checked the power distribution from the stellar straw, confirmed that Sovereign Core 01 was maintaining optimal oversight of all 67 facilities, and allowed himself one small, grim smile. She's holding, he said quietly. She will continue to hold, Chen said, as long as we continue to build. And in the debris field, the work continued. Not to survive, not to defend, but to create something vast and permanent, and absolutely impossible to ignore. The graveyard was done dying. Now it was time to build something that lived forever. Chapter 10. The Scaffold Declaration. The document was 2,473 pages long. Mac knew this because Sarah Chen had made him review the executive summary, which itself was 97 pages and contained more footnotes than actual text. The full document, she'd explained with that particular tone she used when discussing things that made other people's lawyers cry, was a comprehensive reclassification of every human operation in the Siren system under a single unified framework. She called it the Sovereign Scaffold Project. Mac called it the most audacious piece of bureaucratic warfare he'd ever seen, and he'd watched Chen turn a star into a janitorial expense. They stood in the command deck at 600 hours, watching the final compliance checks run on the document. Sovereign Cordoa 1 had reviewed it 17 times, cross-referencing every citation against 9,000 years of council legal precedent, and had declared it technically flawless, which, coming from an AI that treated perfection as a minimum standard, was about as close to enthusiasm as the machine could get. "Walk me through it one more time," Mac said. "Pretend I'm High Auditor Vane, and I'm looking for a reason to shut this down." Chen pulled up the document's structural outline on the main holographic display. It looked less like a legal filing and more like a three-dimensional spiderweb with clauses and subclauses connecting to each other in patterns that made Mac's head hurt. "The Sovereign Scaffold project is classified as Emergency Interstellar Infrastructure Stabilization," Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level, as if she was describing weather patterns instead of a plan to physically link 3 planetary bodies with cables made from salvaged warship hulls. "We are declaring that the Siren system's current gravitational configuration is unstable and poses a long-term risk to navigation, structural integrity, and preservation operations." "Is it actually unstable?" "Define unstable," Chen said. "The orbital mechanics are within acceptable parameters for natural systems. However, for an industrial complex of our current scale, the orbital drift rates introduce cumulative positioning errors that will compound over decades. This qualifies as instability under Infrastructure Stability Doctrine 7.3. So we're claiming the system needs to be stabilized before it becomes a problem. We are claiming that without active stabilization measures, the system will eventually experience cascading structural failures that could threaten council transit corridors," Chen corrected. "Which is technically accurate. Any system experiences drift over sufficient timescales. We are simply defining sufficient as 50 years instead of 50 million. Mac looked at the schematic she'd pulled up. It showed the 3 primary anchor points, the massive capital ship wrecks they'd claimed in Chapter 5, with proposed tether lines stretching between them like the cables of a suspension bridge. Except instead of holding up a road, they were holding together an entire star system. And the tethers are classified as what? Physical structural reinforcement for orbital stabilization and hazard containment," Chen said. She zoomed in on one of the proposed cable assemblies. Each tether consists of salvaged pre-war materials, repurposed industrial equipment, and integrated monitoring systems. They serve 3 functions. 1, they physically link the major structural assets to prevent differential drift. 2, they provide a framework for mounting additional radiation containment and debris management systems. 3, they create protected transit corridors for personnel and materials movement. And Vane can't argue that we're building something new because we're just connecting things that already exist. "Correct," Chen said. "We are not constructing new infrastructure. We are implementing mandatory stabilization measures using existing assets. The fact that these measures will incidentally create the largest human-built structure in recorded history is simply a consequence of the scale required to adequately address the hazard." Mac read through the executive summary again, paying attention to the sections Chen had highlighted. "You've classified the entire project as mandatory hazard mitigation." "Yes," Chen said. "Under Hazard Management Statute 663, any entity operating in a zone with identified long-term stability risks must take reasonable steps to mitigate those risks. Failure to do so constitutes negligent endangerment. We are taking those steps. The Council cannot halt mandatory mitigation without assuming liability for the hazards we are preventing. What if Vane says the hazards aren't real? Then he must provide evidence that our risk assessment is incorrect," Chen said, "which would require him to conduct a comprehensive gravitational dynamics study of the Siren system, hire independent experts to review our calculations, and publish findings that contradict our engineering analysis. This process typically takes 3 to 5 years, during which time we will continue construction under the provisional approval granted by hazard mitigation protocols." Mac felt something like awe mixed with deep existential exhaustion. "You've trapped him again." "I have created a regulatory framework where the only rational response is to permit construction," Chen corrected. "If he fights us, he either proves we are correct about the hazards, which justifies our actions, or he proves we are incorrect, which takes years and allows us to complete the project before he can stop us. Either way, the scaffold gets built. And if he just ignores it, we're administratively neutral. He declared us invisible. Chen's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. Which means he cannot audit our operations or challenge our engineering decisions without first reversing the administratively neutral classification. To reverse it, he must resume oversight. To resume oversight, he must process the 6.4 million documents we already submitted. He will not do this. Mac looked at the schematic again, at the massive web of connections and structures that would turn the debris field from a collection of salvaged wrecks into something unified and permanent. When do we file? I filed 3 hours ago, Chen said, while you were sleeping. The declaration is now officially logged in Council systems. Vane received notification at 0347. I anticipate a response within 6 hours. You filed without telling me. I informed you that the document was ready for submission, Chen said. You told me to proceed when appropriate. 0347 was appropriate. Mac stared at her. Then he started to laugh. That rough, tired sound that came from 4 months of bureaucratic warfare and the slowly dawning realization that they were actually going to pull this off. You filed the most audacious construction project in human history while I was asleep. I filed mandatory hazard mitigation documentation during non-peak transmission hours to minimize network congestion, Chen corrected. The audacity is simply a consequence of the required scale. The comms crackled. Lieutenant Okafor's voice confused and slightly excited. Command, this is Ape Squad. We just received deployment orders for something called Operation Scaffold Primary. Are we really doing what these schematics suggest we're doing? Mac pulled up the Ape Squad task orders. They showed detailed plans for deploying the first major tether assembly between the Leviathan and the second largest capital wreck, a pre-war heavy cruiser they'd named Titan's Rest. The tether would be 5 kilometers long, composed of woven carbon-nanotube cables reinforced with salvaged hull plating, and would require 16 separate anchor points. That's correct, Ape Squad, Mac said. We're connecting the Leviathan to Titan's Rest. First phase of the scaffold. Chief, that's going to require us to physically link 2 5-kilometer capital ships with cables that haven't been stress-tested at this scale, Okafor said. If the calculations are wrong, the tension could rip one of the anchors loose and send it through the system like a bullet. The calculations are correct, Sovereign Core 01's synthesized voice cut into the channel. Structural load analysis has been verified across 4,712 separate failure scenarios. Probability of catastrophic anchor failure is 0.003%. This is within acceptable risk parameters for emergency infrastructure stabilization operations. The robot says we're good, Okafor said. That's weirdly reassuring and terrifying at the same time. When do we start? Prep time is 6 hours, Mac said. I want full suit checks, redundant safety systems, and triple verification on all anchor calculations. This is the first tether. If it works, we build 60 more. If it fails, we're explaining to the Council why we just turned a capital ship into a kinetic weapon. Understood, Chief. Ape Squad is moving to prep positions. See you in 6 hours. The channel closed. Mac looked at Chen. 60 more tethers? 63, actually, Chen said. She pulled up the full scaffold schematic. To achieve optimal structural stability, we require primary load-bearing connections between all major anchor points, secondary reinforcement connections for redundancy, and tertiary monitoring arrays for real-time stress analysis. The result is a distributed tension network that treats the entire debris field as a single rigid structure. We're turning a graveyard into a building. We are implementing mandatory stabilization infrastructure to prevent long-term orbital decay, Chen said. The fact that this infrastructure incidentally creates a unified structural framework is simply efficient engineering. Mac watched the schematic rotate on the display, showing the web of connections spreading across the system like a neural network coming to life. How long to complete? Sovereign Core 01 estimates 4 months for primary construction and an additional 6 months for full integration and stress testing, Chen said. However, that estimate assumes no significant interference from Council oversight. And if Vane tries to interfere? Then we cite the hazard mitigation mandate and continue construction while he files objections that we are not required to acknowledge until he reverses our administratively neutral status, which he will not do. The main screen flickered. Incoming transmission, priority alpha, council frequency. Mac didn't need to check the sender ID. Patch it through, Mac said. High Auditor Vane appeared on screen, and Mac barely recognized him. The stress fractures in his carapace had spread until they covered his entire thorax like a roadmap of bureaucratic defeat. His compound eyes looked dull and empty, as if he'd stopped processing new information and was just running on habit. Behind him, his command center looked less like a workspace and more like an archaeological site, buried under holographic documents that no one would ever read. "You have declared a megastructure construction project," Vane said. His translator rendered his voice with a flatness that suggested he'd moved beyond exhaustion into some new state where surprise had become physically impossible. "You are proposing to physically link 3 planetary bodies with structural cables and classify the entire operation as emergency infrastructure stabilization." "That is correct, High Auditor," Chen said, stepping into frame. "The Sovereign Scaffold project is a comprehensive structural mitigation initiative designed to prevent long-term orbital instability in the Siren system. We have filed all required documentation under Hazard Management Statute 663. You are building a bridge between moons. We are implementing physical structural reinforcement to prevent differential orbital drift," Chen corrected. "The scale required to adequately address the gravitational dynamics necessitates connections between major structural assets. These connections will incidentally provide secondary benefits such as improved materials transport, enhanced radiation containment, and protected personnel transit corridors." Vane's mandibles moved slowly, grinding together with a sound like distant machinery failing. "The Council will not permit this." "The Council has already permitted it," Chen said. Under hazard mitigation protocols, operations to prevent identified long-term risks are automatically approved pending demonstration of unacceptable danger. If you believe the Sovereign Scaffold poses unacceptable danger, you must provide evidence to that effect. Until such evidence is presented, construction proceeds under provisional authorization. "I am providing that evidence now," Vane said. "The project poses catastrophic risks to system stability, navigation safety, and structural integrity." "Please submit your evidence through official channels," Chen said. "We will review it and respond within the standard 90-day comment period as required by Infrastructure Review Protocol 14. Vane's compound eyes went completely still. 90 days. "Standard procedure for formal objections to emergency infrastructure projects," Chen said. "During the review period, construction continues under provisional approval to ensure hazard mitigation timelines are met. If you require expedited review, you may petition for priority processing, which typically requires 6 to 8 weeks for scheduling. In 90 days, your structure will be substantially complete." "In 90 days, the primary load-bearing connections will be established," Chen corrected. "Full completion will require approximately 10 months total. However, partial completion still provides significant hazard reduction benefits, so even if you successfully halt construction after 90 days, the project will have achieved its core objectives." Mac watched Vane's mandibles go still again, that moment of frozen silence that meant the auditor was calculating the cost of continuing to fight and coming to some very unpleasant conclusions. "What are you really building?" Vane asked quietly. "Emergency infrastructure stabilization to prevent long-term orbital decay," Chen said without hesitation. "That is the classification," Vane said. "I am asking what you are actually building. What is the purpose of connecting 3 planetary bodies with structural cables of this scale?" Mac stepped into frame beside Chen. "We're building a future auditor, a permanent human presence in the Siren system that doesn't depend on council approval or council oversight. We're building something that will outlast political arguments and regulatory disputes and every bureaucratic objection you can file. We're building something that matters." "You are building something the council has no regulations for," Vane said. "Then perhaps the council should write better regulations," Mac said. "Until then, we're following the ones that exist. And the ones that exist say we can build this." Vane stared at them for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, "I cannot stop you. No, Chen agreed. You cannot. This is not acceptance. We are not asking for acceptance, Mac said. We're informing you of what we're building and giving you the opportunity to object through official channels. If you choose not to object, or if your objections are denied, construction proceeds. That's how the system works. The system was not designed for this, Vane said. Then maybe it was a bad system, Mac said. We're just the first ones crazy enough to prove it. The transmission cut. The screen went dark, and in the silence of the command deck, Mac felt the weight of what they were about to attempt settle onto his shoulders like a physical thing. We're really doing this, Mac said. We filed the paperwork 4 hours ago, Chen said. Metaphysically, we have already done it. The physical construction is simply implementation. 6 hours later, Mac stood in the observation deck watching the ape squad prep the first tether assembly. It was massive, a bundle of carbon-nanotube cables as thick as a human torso, wrapped in layers of radiation shielding and studded with stress monitors that glowed like fireflies in the white dwarf's glare. The anchor points on both the Leviathan and Titan's rest had been reinforced with salvaged hull plating, creating attachment points that looked less like engineering and more like industrial scar tissue. All teams, final status check, Mac said into the fleet-wide channel. Anchor Team Alpha, ready for deployment. Leviathan connection points verified and locked. Anchor Team Beta ready. Titan's rest is stable and holding position. Tether assembly team ready. Cable is loaded and pre-tensioned. We are go for launch on your mark, Chief. Mac looked at the structural calculations one more time. The math was sound. The materials were tested. Sovereign Cores 01 had verified every number 17 times, but they were still about to connect two 5-kilometer capital ships with a cable under enough tension to cut through steel if it snapped, and they were doing it in an environment where a single calculation error could kill everyone involved. All teams, you are go for deployment, Mac said. Launch the tether. The cable assembly fired from the Leviathan's anchor point like a harpoon, magnetic guides keeping it on trajectory as it stretched across the 5 kilometers of void between the two wrecks. Mac watched it arc through space, a thin line of silver against the black, growing thinner as the distance increased until it looked like a hair stretched between two massive bodies. The cable reached Titan's rest. The anchor teams grabbed it with magnetic grapples, guided it to the attachment points, locked the connectors with massive industrial clamps that looked like they'd been designed to hold planets together. Then, very slowly, they began to tension the cable. The numbers on Mac's display started climbing. 1,000 newtons of force, 5,000, 10,000. The cable began to hum, a deep vibration that Mac could feel through the deck plating even though he was 300 meters away. 20,000 newtons, 30,000. The Leviathan groaned, its ancient hull protesting the new load, but the anchor points held. 40,000 newtons, 50,000. The cable reached design tension and the systems locked. The vibration smoothed out into a steady, rhythmic pulse. The stress monitors glowed steady green. Tether 1 is secure and holding, Anchor Team Alpha reported. All structural readings nominal. The Leviathan and Titan's rest are now physically connected. Mac let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. On the holographic display, the two capital ships now showed a thin line connecting them. And the orbital drift calculations had changed. Instead of two independent bodies slowly separating over time, they were now linked, moving together, part of something larger. Tether 1 complete, Mac said into the fleet-wide channel. Excellent work, all teams. Prep for Tether 2. We've got 62 more to go. The channel erupted in cheers, that rough, exhausted sound of people who'd just accomplished something impossible and knew they were going to do it 62 more times. Mac allowed himself a small, tired smile. She's holding, he said quietly, watching the stress readings stay solid and green. She will continue to hold, Chen said from her station, as long as we continue to build. Out in the debris field, Sovereign Core 01 filed its hourly compliance report, noting the successful deployment of Scaffold primary tether assembly. It documented the structural load readings, the anchor point integrity, and the revised orbital mechanics calculations. And buried at the end of the report, in that ancient format most systems would miss, was a single line. Structural foundation expanding. Scaffold assembly proceeding on schedule. System integration optimal. Over the next 4 months, 62 more tethers would stretch across the void, connecting the capital ship anchors, linking the industrial facilities, creating a web of connections that would turn the Siren system from a collection of salvaged wrecks into a single unified structure. The work would be brutal, dangerous, and absolutely impossible to stop once it started, but that was 4 months away. Right now, Mac just watched Tether 1 hold its tension, watched the structural readings stay green, and thought about what it meant to build something permanent in a galaxy that expected humans to fail. They'd survived the death trap. They'd claimed the graveyard. They'd domesticated the chaos. And now they were building something that would outlast every objection, every regulation, every political calculation that said it couldn't be done. The scaffold was rising. And the galaxy, whether it liked it or not, was going to have to make room for what came next. "Permission granted, Sarah," Mac said quietly. "Let's start weaving." Chapter 11. The Third Anchor. The protoplanet had been dead for longer than human civilization had existed. Mac knew this because Sovereign Cores 01 had calculated its destruction date based on debris dispersion patterns and impact signature analysis. 9,417 years ago, something catastrophic had hit what had once been a small rocky world, shattering it into approximately 40,000 pieces ranging from dust-sized fragments to chunks the size of mountains. The debris had been drifting ever since, held together by faint gravitational attraction and frozen gases, tumbling through space in a slow dance that would eventually scatter it across the system. Sarah Chen wanted to catch it, compress it back into something resembling a sphere, and park it in the exact center of the scaffold to act as a structural keystone and thermal energy sink. Mac called it the most ambitious game of catch in human history. Chen called it mandatory debris consolidation for navigational safety. They stood in the command deck at 0400 hours, watching the protoplanet tumble on long-range scans. It looked less like a planetary body and more like a cloud of rubble that hadn't quite decided whether it wanted to be something coherent or just give up and become part of the background radiation. The largest chunk was maybe 2 kilometers across. The smallest pieces were invisible to sensors. The whole mess massed approximately 4.7 times 10 to the 18th kilograms, which Chen had helpfully translated as roughly the mass of a small moon. "Walk me through this again," Mac said. "But this time, pretend I'm concerned about the part where we're moving something that weighs as much as a moon." Chen pulled up the engineering schematic on the main holographic display. It showed the protoplanet as a diffuse cloud with trajectory vectors drawn in red, and the scaffold as a web of green lines with a conspicuously empty space in the center. "The current scaffold structure consists of 63 deployed tethers connecting the primary anchor points," Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level, as if discussing something simple like weather patterns. "This creates a 2-dimensional tension network with acceptable structural stability for current operations. However, 2-body systems are inherently unstable at scale. Small perturbations compound over time, eventually causing oscillation patterns that exceed structural tolerances. So we need a third anchor point to stabilize the whole thing." "Correct," Chen said. "By introducing a central mass, we create a tri-point gravitational lattice. The tethers can then balance tension across 3 axes instead of 2, significantly improving long-term stability. Additionally, a central mass provides a structural reference point for future expansion and acts as a thermal sink for the industrial facilities." Mac looked at the proto-planet debris cloud. "And we chose this specific pile of rubble because?" "Because it is classified as a navigational hazard," Chen said. She pulled up a document stamped with Council Navigation Authority codes. "The debris field's orbital trajectory intersects 3 separate trade routes over the next 200 years. Under Navigational Safety Directive 41, hazardous debris must be consolidated and repositioned to prevent collision risks. We are simply executing mandatory hazard remediation by grabbing a shattered planet with gravity tractors and dragging it across the system. By consolidating dispersed debris into a stable configuration and repositioning it to a gravitationally neutral zone where it poses no threat to navigation," Chen corrected. "The fact that this neutral zone happens to be the exact center of our structural network is simply efficient placement." Mac pulled up the engineering specifications for the gravity tow operation. It required 16 of the heaviest-duty salvaged engine cores they had, all of them pre-war military grade, all of them rated for asteroid reclamation in contested zones. They'd been designed to move massive objects under combat conditions, which was good, because what they were about to attempt was going to feel a lot like combat. How long for the tow? Sovereign Core 01 estimates 47 hours from initial anchor to final positioning, Chen said. The first 12 hours are critical. We need to compress the debris cloud while simultaneously establishing the gravitational anchor. If the compression is uneven, the mass will fragment further and become unrecoverable. And if something goes wrong mid-tow, then we have a 4.7 times 10 to the 18th kilogram object on an uncontrolled trajectory, Chen said. Impact scenarios include collision with the stellar straw, disruption of the primary tether network, or trajectory toward the white dwarf's photosphere. All of these outcomes would be significantly suboptimal. That's one way to describe catastrophic failure, Mac said. He pulled up the crew assignments. Who's running point on this? Lieutenant Okafor requested the assignment, Chen said. She described it as the most interesting engineering challenge she has encountered since we welded a reactor to a garbage scow during the Belt Wars. That reactor exploded. After we were done using it, Chen said, the timing was acceptable, as Mac looked at the protoplanet one more time, at the 40,000 pieces of rock and ice tumbling through space, held together by gravity so weak you could escape it by jumping hard enough. They were going to grab that cloud, squeeze it back into something solid, and drag it across 5 astronomical units to park it in the middle of a structure that was already the most ambitious thing humanity had ever built. All right, Mac said. Let's go catch a planet. 12 hours later, Mac watched from the observation deck as the ape squad approached the debris field. 16 MRCUs in the heavy configuration, each one towing a salvaged gravity tractor that looked less like precision equipment and more like something you'd use to demolish buildings. The tractors were massive angular things covered in exposed machinery and magnetic field generators that crackled with barely contained energy. Lieutenant Okafor's voice came through the comms, calm and professional, despite the fact that she was about to attempt planetary-scale engineering with equipment that had been designed 9,000 years ago for a war no one remembered. Command, this is Tow Team Alpha. We are approaching the debris field perimeter. Beginning gravitational survey. Sovereign, please confirm mass distribution analysis. Sovereign Core 01's synthesized voice responded immediately. Confirmed. Debris field consists of 43,217 discrete objects. Mass distribution is 72% concentrated in primary core fragment. Gravitational anchor points calculated. Transmitting coordinates to tow teams. Coordinates received, Okafor said. Teams Beta through Delta, deploy to anchor positions. Alpha will take the primary core. Let's see if we can teach some rocks to hold hands. Mac watched the MRCUs spread out across the debris field, positioning themselves at calculated points around the largest fragments. The gravity tractors powered up one by one, their magnetic field generators creating invisible cones of force that reached into the debris cloud like hands made of pure physics. All teams report ready, Okafor said. Beginning compression sequence on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. The gravity tractors engaged simultaneously. On the holographic display, the debris cloud began to move. Not dramatically, not quickly, just a slow, inexorable shifting as 40,000 pieces of rock and ice responded to forces they hadn't felt in 9,000 years. The smaller fragments moved first, pulled toward the larger chunks by artificial gravity that overpowered their own faint cohesion. Then the larger pieces began to drift together, grinding against each other with impacts Mac could almost feel through the deck plating. Compression at 20%, Sovereign Core 01 reported. Gravitational stress within acceptable parameters, recommending increased tractor output to maintain compression momentum. All teams increased to 70% power, Okafor said. Nice and steady. We're not trying to crush this thing, just convince it to be spherical again. The gravity tractors ramped up. The compression accelerated. The debris cloud collapsed inward like a fist closing, 40,000 pieces of ancient planet remembering what it felt like to be whole. The impacts became more frequent, creating cascades of secondary collisions as mass attracted mass and momentum built on momentum. Compression at 40%, 50%, core density approaching stable threshold. Mac watched the holographic display as the diffuse cloud transformed into something that almost looked deliberate. Still rough, still irregular, but recognizably a single object instead of a barely organized swarm. The largest fragment formed the core, with smaller pieces settling onto its surface like snow accumulating on a mountainside. The frozen gases that had held the debris together for 9,000 years sublimated under the heat of compression, creating a faint halo of ice crystals that glittered in the white dwarf's light. Compression at 70%, 80%. We have achieved structural coherence. The debris field is now a unified body, designating as target keystone. Okafor's voice came through with audible satisfaction. Command, this is TOW Team Alpha. We have successfully compressed the proto-planet. Target keystone is stable and holding shape, ready to begin primary tow operation. Confirm readiness, TOW Team, Mac said. And Okafor, nice work. You just rebuilt a planet. Technically, Chief, we compressed some rocks into a slightly less chaotic arrangement of rocks, but I'll take the compliment. The comms crackled with laughter from the other teams. Mac allowed himself a small smile. They'd completed the impossible part. Now they just had to move the result 5 astronomical units without dropping it. All teams, begin tow sequence, Mac said. Let's bring the keystone home. The gravity tractors shifted from compression mode to propulsion. Slowly, carefully, with the kind of precision that came from knowing that one mistake would turn a success into a system-wide catastrophe, they began to pull. The keystone didn't move at first. 4.7 times 10 to the 18th kilograms of rock and ice didn't accelerate quickly. But physics was patient and humans were persistent, and after 3 minutes of steady pulling, the keystone began to drift. 0.001 meters per second, 0.003, 0.005. The acceleration was glacial, but it was acceleration. The keystone was moving, and once something that massive started moving, stopping it would require just as much effort as starting it. Tow is active and stable, Sovereign Core 01 reported. Estimated arrival at Scaffold Center Point in 46 hours, 17 minutes. All trajectory calculations nominal. Mac pulled up the long-range navigation display. The keystone's path was plotted in green, a long arc across the system that would thread between the industrial facilities, slip past the primary tether network, and deposit the massive rock directly in the center of the scaffold's structural web. It was beautiful, precise, and absolutely terrifying because there was no way to stop the process once it started. They were committed. Maintain current acceleration, Mac said. All teams stay sharp. We're riding this thing for the next 2 days. 23 hours into the tow, High Auditor Vane called. His compound eyes looked like cracked glass, and his carapace showed stress fractures that had begun to form actual gaps in the armor plating. Mac wondered, not for the first time, if the Kaldrith concept of a breakdown was just progressively falling apart until you had to be replaced like a worn-out machine. You are moving a planetary body, Vane said. His translator rendered his voice with that familiar flatness, but underneath it, Mac could hear something new. Not anger, not frustration. Something closer to exhaustion mixed with the kind of horror that came from watching someone do something so audacious you couldn't process it as real. We are consolidating navigational debris and repositioning it to a gravitationally stable zone, Chen said, stepping into frame. All actions are in compliance with Navigational Safety Directive 41 and approved under hazard remediation protocols. You are moving a mass equivalent to a small moon through active industrial zones. We are relocating consolidated debris along a carefully calculated trajectory that poses minimal risk to existing infrastructure, Chen corrected. The operation has been reviewed and approved by Sovereign Core 01, which has verified all safety parameters. If you lose control of that mass, it could destroy the entire system. If we halt the tow operation without completing the deceleration sequence, the mass will continue on an uncontrolled trajectory that significantly increases collision risk, Chen said. Stopping the operation mid-process would be dramatically more dangerous than completing it. which is why we will be continuing the tow regardless of objection. Vane's mandibles ground together with that sound like breaking ceramic. I am issuing an emergency injunction. Cease movement of the planetary mass immediately. We cannot comply with that injunction, Chen said. Halting the tow mid-operation would create an unstable trajectory that poses catastrophic risks to system navigation and structural integrity. Under Emergency Operations Doctrine 18, we are legally obligated to complete the hazard remediation once initiated. Halting the operation would constitute criminal negligence. You cannot continue. We cannot stop, Chen said. You created this situation when you classified the debris as a navigational hazard and mandated its remediation. We are simply executing the required operation. If you force us to halt mid-tow, any resulting collision damage will be your personal liability under Emergency Interruption Statute 9. Mac watched Vane's compound eyes track across something off-screen, probably calculating the cost of forcing them to stop versus the cost of letting them continue. The math was brutal. If the humans completed the tow successfully, Vane lost another argument. If Vane forced them to stop and the keystone hit something, Vane would be personally responsible for damages that could exceed the GDP of a council member world. How long until the mass reaches its destination? Vane asked quietly. 22 hours, 43 minutes, Chen said. After which point it will be locked into position at the scaffold's gravitational center and will pose no further navigation risks. Vane stared at them for a long moment. Then he said very carefully, "If this operation results in any structural damage or navigation hazards, I will hold you personally responsible." The operation has been calculated to 17 decimal places of precision, Chen said. Structural damage probability is 0.0002%. We accept those odds. The transmission cut. Mac let out a breath. "He's going to have a breakdown," Mac said. "He is going to file a formal protest that will be denied due to emergency operations protections," Chen corrected. "But yes, his stress indicators suggest imminent systemic failure." 46 hours and 11 minutes after the tow began, the keystone arrived at the scaffold's center point. The gravity tractors had been firing continuously for nearly 2 days, first accelerating the massive rock, then decelerating it with the same careful precision. The final approach was glacial, a crawl measured in centimeters per minute as the keystone eased into position between the 3 primary anchor points. Mac watched from the observation deck as the massive rock settled into place. It looked wrong at first, a rough sphere of compressed rubble sitting in the middle of a web of gleaming tethers. But as Sovereign Core 01 began adjusting the tether tensions, compensating for the new mass, redistributing loads across the network, something shifted. The scaffold stopped looking like a collection of independent cables and started looking like a unified structure with a heart. "Keystone is in final position," Sovereign Core 01 reported. "Initiating tri-point stabilization sequence, adjusting tether tensions across primary network. Gravitational balance achieved. Structural integrity optimal. The scaffold now operates as a coherent system." Mac pulled up the structural analysis. Before the keystone, the tether network had been a 2-dimensional web with inherent instabilities. Now it was a 3-dimensional lattice with every cable balanced against 2 others. The oscillation patterns that had been slowly building in the outer tethers had vanished. The stress loads had redistributed themselves evenly. The whole structure had gone from something that might eventually fail to something that looked like it had been designed by someone who understood that permanence required geometry. "She's stable," Mac said quietly. "She is more than stable," Chen said. "She is permanent." The tri-point configuration provides structural redundancy that allows the scaffold to survive failure of any individual tether without catastrophic collapse. "We have created a self-supporting system." Lieutenant Okafor's voice came through the comms, tired but satisfied. "Command, this is Tow Team Alpha. Gravity tractors are disengaging. The keystone is locked in position and holding. We just parked a moon in the middle of your spider web. I'm putting this on my resume." "You earned it, Okafor," Mac said. "Excellent work. All teams, stand down and return to base. You've been pulling a planet for 2 days. Get some sleep." "Copy that, Chief, though I don't think I'll be able to sleep. I keep doing the math on what we just moved and my brain refuses to process it as something humans can actually do. Get used to it, Mac said. We're just getting started. The channel closed. Mac stood at the observation port, looking out at the Keystone sitting in its new home at the heart of the scaffold. It was massive, irregular, and absolutely perfect for what they needed. A gravitational anchor, a thermal sink, a structural keystone that would allow them to build higher, bigger, more permanent than anything they'd attempted before. What's next? Mac asked. Chen pulled up the next phase of the construction timeline. Now that we have tri-point stability, we can begin the planetary bridge connections, the tether technology scales. What worked for 5-kilometer capital ships will work for moon-to-moon distances. We simply require more cable and more audacity. And Vane will object, will be overruled by emergency operations protections, and will file protests that will be denied, Chen said. He has no moves left that we have not already countered. We are building, and he is filing paperwork that no one will read. Mac looked at the Keystone, at the web of tethers stretching away from it like spokes on a wheel, at the industrial facilities glowing in the white dwarf's light. They'd survived. They'd claimed. They'd domesticated. They'd powered. They'd unified. And now they had a center, a heart. She's got a heart now, Chen, Mac said quietly. Let's see if we can make it beat. Out in the debris field, Sovereign Core 01 filed its hourly compliance report, noting the successful positioning of the Keystone and the achievement of tri-point structural stability. It documented the new load distributions, the improved stress tolerances, and the expanded capacity for future construction. And buried at the end of the report, in that ancient format most systems would miss, was a single line: scaffold structural foundation complete, ready for planetary bridge deployment, system architecture optimal. Over the next 3 months, the tethers would multiply. Not just between capital ships, but between moons. Not just stabilizing the debris field, but creating something vast and unified and permanent. The scaffold would stop looking like construction and start looking like architecture. Like something designed, like something meant to last. But that was 3 months away. Right now, Mac just watched the Keystone hold its position, watched the structural readings stay green and stable, and thought about what it meant to build something with a heart that would beat for centuries after everyone who built it was dust. They weren't just surviving anymore. They weren't just claiming territory. They were building something that would outlast empires, that would make the galaxy acknowledge that humans belonged here not because someone gave them permission, but because they'd built something too permanent to ignore. The scaffold had a heart, and hearts, once they started beating, were very hard to stop. Chapter 12. The Planetary Bridge. The final tether link came online at 1847 hours. Mac watched from the command deck as the tension readings climbed to operational parameters and the last of the stress warnings faded from yellow to green. 240 kilometers of woven carbon-nanotube cable, reinforced with flattened pre-war hull plating, stretched between the Siren system's 2 primary moons like a silver thread connecting spheres that had been drifting independently for billions of years. Sarah Chen called it critical infrastructure completion. Mac called it the moment they stopped building a structure and started building a statement. The 2 moons, officially designated Siren 2 and Siren 3, unofficially called Anchor North and Anchor South by the crews who'd been working on them for 3 months, were now physically connected. Not metaphorically, not through shared orbital mechanics. Actually, physically linked by a structure you could theoretically walk across if you had enough time, enough air, and a complete disregard for the concept of self-preservation. Chen had noticed that technicality approximately 6 seconds after the connection was confirmed, and Mac had watched her expression shift into something that looked almost predatory. "We need to talk about the bridge," Chen said. Mac looked at her. "We just finished building the bridge." "We just finished building the multi-planetary pedestrian walkway," Chen corrected. She pulled up a document on her datapad, dense with legal citations that made Mac's eyes hurt. Under Heritage Path statutes, specifically Section 12, Subsection 4, any pressurized or pressure-capable structure that enables biological transit between recognized celestial bodies is classified as a protected civilian infrastructure route. The bridge isn't pressurized. The bridge deck consists of hull plating capable of maintaining pressure if sealed, Chen said. The presence of atmospheric containment capability is sufficient for heritage path classification, regardless of whether atmosphere is currently present. Additionally, the structure enables biological transit. MRCUs are pressure suits. Humans inside MRCUs are biological entities in transit. Therefore, the bridge qualifies as a pedestrian route. Mac stared at her. You're going to classify a 240-kilometer tether cable as a sidewalk. I am going to correctly classify critical infrastructure according to its primary function and legal protections, Chen said. The fact that this classification provides heritage path protections and civilian right-of-way privileges is simply accurate application of existing law. And what exactly does heritage path protection mean in practical terms? Chen's lips curved slightly. It means that any vessel crossing the path of protected civilian foot traffic must yield right-of-way and cannot interfere with pedestrian transit without explicit authorization from local traffic control authorities, which, in the Siren system, means us. So Council warships would have to ask our permission to fly past the bridge. Council warships would have to request pedestrian clearance and wait for confirmation that no biological entities are currently in transit, Chen corrected. Failure to yield to protected pedestrian traffic is a Class 3 navigation violation with significant penalties and potential criminal charges for the commanding officer. Mac looked out at the bridge, at that silver thread stretching between the moons, and felt something like awe mixed with the familiar exhaustion that came from watching Chen turn physics into law. You're going to make warships stop for foot traffic in space. I am going to ensure that Council vessels respect protected civilian infrastructure and yield appropriate right-of-way to biological pedestrians as required by their own navigation statutes, Chen said. If this causes temporary delays to military operations, that is simply the consequence of proper adherence to heritage path protections. Vane's going to have an aneurysm. High Auditor Vane's medical status is not my concern, Chen said. However, I anticipate he will object to the classification within approximately 3 hours. I have prepared 17 separate legal justifications for why his objection is invalid. She was wrong. Vane called in 2 hours and 47 minutes. His compound eyes looked like they'd been replaced with glass replicas that someone had then taken a hammer to. The stress fractures in his carapace had spread until they formed a continuous web across his entire thorax, and Mac was reasonably certain that if the auditor moved too quickly, pieces would start falling off. Behind him, his command center had given up any pretense of organization and was now just a three-dimensional maze of holographic error messages and ignored priority alerts. You have declared a structural tether to be a pedestrian walkway, Vane said. His translator was struggling with his voice now, rendering it with digital artifacts and occasional complete failures where the audio just cut to static. You have classified 240 kilometers of industrial cable as protected civilian foot traffic infrastructure. That is correct, High Auditor, Chen said, her voice perfectly level. The planetary bridge meets all technical requirements for heritage path classification under Section 12, Subsection 4. It is a pressure-capable structure enabling biological transit between celestial bodies. We have filed all required documentation with the Heritage Protection Bureau. The structure is a structural support cable. It was not designed for pedestrian use. The structure is a multi-use infrastructure element that incidentally provides structural support while primarily enabling protected civilian transit, Chen corrected. We have conducted pedestrian capability assessments. The bridge deck can support biological entities in appropriate protective equipment. MRCU suits qualify as appropriate protective equipment. Therefore, the bridge is pedestrian capable and qualifies for heritage path protections. No one is going to walk 240 kilometers between moons. The likelihood of pedestrian usage does not affect heritage path classification, Chen said. The capability for protected transit is sufficient. Whether pedestrians choose to exercise that capability is not relevant to the legal protections the route receives. Vane's mandibles moved in that slow grinding pattern that meant he was calculating whether continuing this argument would cost more than just accepting defeat. Mac had seen that calculation play out dozens of times over the past 5 months. Vane always came to the same conclusion. What is the practical impact of this classification? Vane asked quietly. Any vessel crossing the planetary bridge's transit corridor must request pedestrian clearance from Siren System Traffic Control and wait for confirmation that no biological entities are currently in transit, Chen said. This is standard Heritage Path protocol. It applies to all vessels, including Council military assets. You are requiring Council warships to request permission to cross a cable. We are requiring all vessels to respect protected civilian infrastructure and yield right-of-way to pedestrians as mandated by Heritage Path statutes, Chen said. The fact that this requirement applies equally to military and civilian vessels is not discriminatory. It is simply universal application of safety regulations. The Council will not accept this. The Council wrote the Heritage Path statutes approximately 6,000 years ago, Chen said. We are simply applying them to modern infrastructure. If the Council believes their own statutes are inappropriate, they are welcome to petition for statutory reform through official channels. Such reforms typically require 8 to 12 years for full implementation. Mac watched Vane's compound eyes go dim, that Kaldrith equivalent of closing your eyes and trying very hard not to scream. When they brightened again, they looked older somehow, as if the auditor had aged years in the span of seconds. When does this classification take effect? Vane asked. It took effect upon filing, which occurred at 1800 hours, Chen said. All vessels in Siren System space have been notified of the new Heritage Path protections and instructed to request pedestrian clearance before crossing the transit corridor. That was 3 hours ago. Approximately, Chen agreed. The transmission cut. The screen went dark. Mac looked at Chen. He didn't even argue, Mac said. He has learned that arguing with correct legal classifications is economically non-viable, Chen said. He will file a formal objection that will be denied. Then he will instruct Council vessels to comply with Heritage Path protocols because the alternative is criminal navigation violations that would damage the careers of commanding officers. Mac pulled up the system traffic display. There were currently 6 Council vessels in Siren System space, most of them logistics haulers servicing the monitoring stations Vane had established in the outer system. 3 of them were on trajectories that would cross the planetary bridge's transit corridor within the next 12 hours. Are we actually going to make them stop? Mac asked. We are going to ensure they comply with Heritage Path protocols, Chen said, which requires them to request clearance and wait for confirmation. Standard procedure calls for a minimum 5-minute response window to verify pedestrian status. If we are conducting actual pedestrian operations during their transit request, the wait time extends until the pedestrian has completed their crossing. How long does it take to walk 240 kilometers? In MRCU suits, with standard rest cycles and safety protocols, approximately 96 hours, Chen said. She pulled up a personnel schedule. I have assigned rotating teams to conduct regular bridge safety inspections. These inspections will require pedestrian transit of the full bridge length and will be scheduled to maximize coverage of high traffic periods. Mac started to laugh. He couldn't help it. The sheer audacity of what Chen was proposing, making Council warships wait 4 days because a human in a radiation suit was technically walking across their flight path, was so absurd it circled back around to genius. You're going to weaponize foot traffic, Mac said. I am going to ensure proper safety inspections of critical infrastructure, Chen said. If those inspections incidentally require Council vessels to yield right-of-way, that is simply the consequence of proper adherence to Heritage Path protections. 8 hours later, a Council logistics hauler designated Transit 7-4 requested pedestrian clearance to cross the planetary bridge corridor. The request came through on official channels, properly formatted, with all required identification codes and trajectory data. Mac was on duty in the command center when the request arrived. He pulled up the traffic display and saw the hauler sitting at the corridor boundary, engines on minimal thrust, waiting. It was a big ship, maybe 300 meters long, carrying supplies for the outer monitoring stations. Under normal conditions, it would cross the corridor in about 40 seconds. Sovereign, what's our pedestrian status? Mac asked. Sovereign Core 01 synthesized voice responded immediately. Personnel Team 4 is currently conducting bridge safety inspection at kilometer, marker 173. Estimated completion time, 4 hours, 17 minutes. Recommendation, inform Transit 7-4. that pedestrian traffic is active and clearance will be granted upon completion of current transit. Mac pulled up the visual feed from Team 4. Sure enough, there were 6 MRCUs slowly making their way along the bridge deck, using magnetic boots to walk across the flattened hull plating while their instruments scanned for stress fractures and structural anomalies. They were moving at maybe 3 kilometers per hour, which was about as fast as you could safely walk in a 240-kilogram radiation suit on a structure that was essentially a very sophisticated tightrope stretched between moons. "Transit 7-4, this is Siren System Traffic Control," Mac said into the comms. "Pedestrian clearance denied. Protected foot traffic is currently active on the planetary bridge. You are instructed to maintain position and wait for clearance confirmation. Estimated wait time is 4 hours, 20 minutes. There was a long silence. Then a voice came back, heavily accented Council standard, clearly trying very hard to stay professional. "Siren Traffic Control, please confirm. You are denying clearance due to pedestrian activity." "Confirmed, Transit 7-4. The planetary bridge is a heritage path protected route. All vessels must yield right-of-way to biological pedestrians. Team 4 is currently in transit. You will be cleared to proceed once they have completed their crossing." Another long silence. "Siren Traffic Control. Our instruments show 6 individuals in radiation suits walking across a structural cable. This is the pedestrian traffic we must yield to?" "Correct, Transit 7-4. Heritage path statutes mandate yield to all biological entities in protected pedestrian transit, regardless of transit duration. Team 4 has absolute right-of-way until their crossing is complete." The silence this time lasted almost 30 seconds. Then, with the tone of someone who had just lost an argument with physics, "Acknowledged Siren Traffic Control. Transit 7-4 will maintain position and wait for clearance. Please advise when pedestrian traffic is clear." "Will do, Transit 7-4. Siren Traffic Control out." Mac closed the channel and allowed himself a smile. On the traffic display, the Council hauler had adjusted its thrust and settled into a holding position just outside the corridor boundary. 300 meters of logistics ship, engines burning fuel to maintain position, waiting for 6 humans to finish walking. "First warship just yielded to a pair of boots," Mac said into the fleet-wide channel. "Team 4, congratulations. You're officially the most powerful pedestrians in galactic history." Lieutenant Rodriguez's voice came back through the comms, slightly distorted by the suit's external speakers, but clearly amused. "Copy that, Command. We're taking our time. Thorough inspection protocols, you know. Can't rush safety when you're protecting heritage path infrastructure." "Take all the time you need, Team 4. The Council's paying for the fuel they're burning." 4 hours and 23 minutes later, Team 4 completed their crossing and confirmed the bridge was safe for transit. Mac cleared Transit 7-4 to proceed. The hauler crossed the corridor in 38 seconds, engines at maximum authorized thrust, clearly trying to make up for lost time. Over the next week, 17 Council vessels requested pedestrian clearance. 14 of them had to wait. The longest wait time was 87 hours when Team 2 conducted a comprehensive structural assessment that required them to inspect every major stress point along the entire bridge length, while a Council medical transport carrying time-sensitive biological samples sat at the corridor boundary and burned fuel. The medical transport's commanding officer filed a formal complaint. The complaint was reviewed and denied because heritage path protections explicitly superseded all non-emergency navigation priorities, and the transport had not declared a medical emergency. The officer filed a second complaint requesting clarification on whether pedestrian safety inspections could be scheduled around critical traffic. That complaint was also denied because heritage path statutes prohibited any interference with protected pedestrian operations. On day 9, High Auditor Vane called again. He looked like he'd given up on physical maintenance entirely. His carapace was held together with what appeared to be emergency bonding compound. His compound eyes had lost any pretense of focus, and when he moved, Mac could hear servos whining as the auditor's body struggled to maintain structural integrity. "Council vessels are experiencing significant operational delays," Vane said. His translator had given up on rendering his voice with any particular tone and was just producing words in a flat, emotionless monotone. "Military logistics are being disrupted. Medical transports are being delayed. All because humans in radiation suits are walking across a cable and claiming heritage path protections." All Council vessels are being treated in accordance with Heritage Path statutes, Chen said. Protected pedestrian traffic has absolute right-of-way. This is not a human regulation. This is a Council regulation that has existed for 6,000 years. We are simply ensuring it is properly enforced. No one has enforced Heritage Path protections on military vessels in 4,000 years. That would appear to be a significant regulatory oversight that we are now correcting, Chen said. If the Council believes military vessels should be exempt from civilian safety regulations, they are welcome to petition for statutory reform. Until such reforms are enacted, all vessels will comply with Heritage Path protocols. Vane's mandibles ground together, then stopped, and Mac realized the auditor had physically damaged his jaw mechanism from stress. Can you at least schedule the pedestrian operations to minimize traffic disruption? Heritage Path statutes explicitly prohibit scheduling or limiting protected pedestrian operations to accommodate vehicle traffic, Chen said. Pedestrians have absolute right-of-way at all times. Any attempt to restrict pedestrian operations to accommodate vehicles would violate the fundamental protections the statutes were designed to provide. So there is no solution. The solution is for Council vessels to respect protected civilian infrastructure and plan their routes with appropriate time buffers to account for potential pedestrian activity, Chen said. This is standard navigation planning around Heritage Path routes. It is not unique to the Siren system. There are no other Heritage Path routes in space, Vane said quietly. There were no other Heritage Path routes in space, Chen corrected. There is one now. Council vessels will adapt. The transmission cut. Mac looked at the traffic display. Currently, 2 Council vessels were waiting for pedestrian clearance, while Team 6 conducted what they described as a comprehensive photographic documentation survey for historical preservation purposes. The survey involved walking very slowly while taking extensive images of the bridge structure from multiple angles. Team 6 estimated completion time was 72 hours. We've turned a sidewalk into a checkpoint, Mac said. We have ensured proper enforcement of protected civilian infrastructure regulations, Chen corrected. The fact that this enforcement creates operational complexity for Council military logistics is not our responsibility. They wrote the statutes. We are simply ensuring compliance. Mac pulled up the long-range construction schedule. The planetary bridge was just one connection. Plans called for 16 more Heritage Path protected routes throughout the Siren system, creating a network of pedestrian infrastructure that would require Council vessels to navigate an increasingly complex web of potential foot traffic corridors. How many more bridges are we building? Mac asked. 13 major connections and 23 minor links, Chen said. Each one will be classified as Heritage Path protected. By completion, Council vessels will need to request clearance for approximately 60% of direct route transits through the system. Alternative routes will add between 4 and 19 hours to standard travel times. We're going to own the traffic patterns. We are going to ensure proper respect for protected civilian infrastructure throughout the Siren system, Chen said. If this incidentally provides us with significant control over vessel traffic patterns, that is simply a consequence of building comprehensive pedestrian networks in accordance with safety regulations. 3 months later, the first Council warship, a frigate designated Defense 3-1, attempted to cross a Heritage Path corridor without requesting clearance. The vessel's commanding officer, a young Caldreth named Crix, who was reportedly under pressure to meet a tight deadline, decided that requesting clearance for a theoretical sidewalk was beneath the dignity of a military vessel. Sovereign Corps 01 flagged the violation immediately and transmitted it to Council enforcement authorities with full documentation. Commander Crix was relieved of duty within 6 hours, cited for willful violation of Heritage Path protections and reckless endangerment of theoretical pedestrian traffic. The incident was added to Council military training materials as an example of what not to do. After that, Council vessels requested clearance. Every time. Without argument. And on the planetary bridge, human crews continued their safety inspections, walking 240 kilometers of structural cable with the absolute certainty that any vessel that failed to yield would face criminal charges from their own government. Mac stood at the observation port one evening, watching Team 8 make their way across the bridge in the white dwarf's glare. They were tiny figures against the vast distance between the moons, moving at walking pace, protected by nothing but radiation suits and 6,000-year-old statutes that said biological entities on foot had the right to make warships wait. "She's holding," Mac said quietly. "She is more than holding," Chen said from her station. "She is enforcing. The bridge is not just infrastructure, it is jurisdiction. Every vessel that requests clearance acknowledges our authority. Every vessel that waits acknowledges our priority. We are not building connections anymore. We are building law." And out in the void, Teammate continued their walk, one magnetic boot after another, crossing the space between worlds at 3 kilometers per hour, while a council destroyer sat at the corridor boundary and burned fuel and waited for them to finish, because ancient law said pedestrians had the right to walk wherever they pleased, and no warship in the galaxy could tell them otherwise. The scaffold had bones, it had a heart, and now it had rules. Rules that the council had written, rules the council couldn't break, and rules that meant humans in radiation suits could make the most powerful military vessels in the galaxy sit still and wait their turn. The bridge was holding, and every ship that stopped for foot traffic was proving that it would never stop holding. Chapter 13. Forge Doctrine. The Sovereign Forge came online at 0342 hours with a sound like reality itself deciding to scream. Mac felt it through the deck plating before he heard it, a deep vibration that made his teeth ache and his vision blur at the edges. Then the sound hit, a roar that wasn't just noise but focused energy turning the void into something that had opinions about being empty. He was in the observation deck when it happened, watching the lensing arrays align for the first time. They'd spent 3 months building them, hundreds of massive mirrors salvaged from pre-war forge platforms and mounted on the scaffold in precise geometric patterns. The mirrors looked like they'd been designed by someone who understood that beauty and brutality were the same thing at sufficient scale. Polished hull plating curved into parabolic shapes, each one the size of a building, each one covered in stress fractures and repair welds that made them look less like precision instruments and more like something beaten into submission. Sarah Chen stood beside him with her datapad and her cup of industrial solvent, watching the power readings climb toward numbers that made conventional engineering look quaint. Her expression hadn't changed, which meant she was either completely confident in the calculations or had achieved some Zen state where terror and acceptance were functionally identical. "Walk me through this one more time," Mac said, "but use words that won't make me feel like we're about to accidentally the entire system." Chen pulled up the forge schematic on the main holographic display. It showed the stellar straw feeding plasma from the white dwarf into a series of magnetic compression chambers, which then directed the superheated matter through the lensing arrays. The result looked less like an industrial process and more like teaching a star how to be useful. "The Sovereign Forge is a stellar-scale materials processing array," Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level, as if describing something simple like tax filing instead of a structure that could theoretically cook planets. "It uses focused stellar plasma to achieve temperatures and pressures that conventional forges cannot sustain. This enables rapid processing of large-scale materials and fabrication of capital-class structural components. And the beam that can vaporize a council fleet is a focused thermal processing stream designed for asteroid reduction," Chen corrected. "If a vessel were to position itself in the processing stream, it would experience rapid thermal disassembly. However, this is a navigation hazard, not a weapon system. The forge is immobile, its targeting is fixed by the lensing array geometry, and it serves essential industrial purposes. Under Council Weapons Classification Statute 99 Omega, it does not qualify as a discrete weapon system." Mac looked at the lensing arrays, at the way they were all pointed in the same general direction, creating a cone of focused stellar fire that happened to cover several major approach vectors to the Siren system. "That seems like a convenient coincidence." "The lensing geometry is optimized for materials processing efficiency," Chen said. "The fact that the processing stream incidentally provides coverage of high-traffic approach vectors is simply a consequence of optimal placement for industrial operations." "Chen, if I fly a ship into that beam, how long before it stops being a ship?" "Approximately 6.4 seconds for a standard council frigate, based on thermal stress modeling," Chen said. "However, this is not relevant to the Forge's classification. A ship flying into an industrial beam is a navigation error, not an act of war. We are not responsible for vessels that position themselves in active processing streams. Mac watched the power readings continue climbing. The stellar straw was feeding plasma into the forge at a rate that would have powered a small civilization, and the lensing arrays were focusing it into a beam 5 meters wide and bright enough to make the white dwarf look dim by comparison. The beam terminated in an empty section of space currently occupied by a test target, a nickel-iron asteroid about 200 meters across that Sovereign Core 01 had helpfully classified as expendable. Initiating primary forge sequence. Sovereign Core 01's synthesized voice announced. Plasma compression at optimal levels. Lensing array alignment verified. Targeting established on Test Article 1. Commencing thermal processing in 10 seconds. Mac pulled up the visual feed showing the asteroid tumbling peacefully in the void, unaware that it was about to experience what several engineers had described as aggressive deconstruction. All teams, confirm ready status. Engineering teams clear. All personnel at safe distance. Monitoring systems active. Recording for analysis. Sovereign Core, you are authorized to commence forge operations, Mac said. Let's see what this thing can do. Acknowledged. Commencing forge ignition. The lensing arrays shifted fractionally, adjusting their angles with precision measured in microradians. The focused plasma stream, which had been dispersed across the empty void, suddenly converged. The beam hit Test Article 1 with the full output of a stellar fusion reaction compressed into a space 5 meters wide. The asteroid didn't explode. It didn't shatter. It simply stopped being solid. One moment it was a chunk of metal and rock that had been drifting through space for billions of years. The next moment it was a glowing cloud of superheated vapor expanding outward in a perfect sphere, every molecule moving at velocities that made orbital mechanics look lazy. The entire process took 4.7 seconds. Mac stared at the empty space where the asteroid had been. It vaporized 200 meters of solid iron in less than 5 seconds. It processed 200 meters of nickel-iron ore into constituent molecular vapor, Chen corrected, which can then be collected, refined, and recast into useful structural materials. The forge is functioning within projected parameters. If I pointed that thing at a planet, You cannot point it at a planet because the forge is immobile and the lensing geometry is fixed, Chen interrupted. However, hypothetically, sustained exposure would result in rapid surface ablation followed by progressive thermal destabilization. The forge is not designed for planetary targeting. It is designed for asteroid-scale materials processing, which happens to work very well on ships. Any thermal processing system capable of handling asteroid-scale materials will, by definition, be capable of affecting smaller objects such as spacecraft, Chen said. This does not make it a weapon. It makes it industrial equipment with incidental defensive applications. Mac pulled up the forge specifications. The beam could be sustained indefinitely as long as the stellar straw kept feeding it plasma. The processing zone covered a cone approximately 15 degrees wide and extending to effective range of 300,000 kilometers. Anything in that cone that wasn't specifically shielded for stellar temperature exposure would experience what the engineering reports politely described as rapid phase transition. How long until Vane notices we just built something that can cook a fleet? He noticed approximately 8 minutes ago when the forge powered up, Chen said. She pulled up an incoming transmission request. He is calling now. I estimate he will attempt to classify the forge as a forbidden weapons system. I have prepared 12 separate legal justifications for why this classification is invalid. Only 12? I am being conservative to avoid overwhelming his processing capacity, Chen said. His stress indicators suggest imminent critical failure. She accepted the transmission. High Auditor Vane appeared on screen, and Mac barely recognized him. The Caldreth's carapace was held together with so much emergency bonding compound that he looked more like a sculpture made of adhesive than a living being. His compound eyes had cracked, creating fracture patterns that diffused light in ways that suggested his vision was significantly impaired. When he moved, servos whined and pieces of damaged shell clicked against each other like ceramic wind chimes. You have activated a stellar-scale directed energy weapon, Vane said. His translator had given up entirely on rendering emotional nuance and was just producing mechanical approximations of words. Sensor readings show thermal output sufficient to vaporize capital-class vessels in seconds. The forge represents a clear and immediate military threat to Council space. The Sovereign Forge is a materials processing array, Chen said. Her voice remained perfectly level. It uses focused stellar plasma for asteroid reduction and large-scale fabrication. It is classified as industrial equipment under Infrastructure Operations Statute 47. I watched it vaporize a 200-meter asteroid in less than 5 seconds. You observed it successfully process a nickel-iron test article into molecular vapor for subsequent collection and refinement, Chen corrected. This demonstrates optimal forge functionality for its intended industrial purpose. That level of thermal output makes it a Class A forbidden superweapon under Weapons Prohibition Treaty 73. Treaty 73 defines prohibited weapons as discrete, mobile, purpose-built systems designed for application of lethal force, Chen said. She pulled up the treaty text on her datapad. The forge is not discrete. It is an integrated component of the Siren system infrastructure. It is not mobile. It is permanently mounted to the scaffold and cannot be repositioned without dismantling the entire structure. It is not purpose-built for violence. It is designed for materials processing and structural fabrication. It can destroy ships. It can process any matter that enters its thermal stream, Chen said. If a ship chooses to position itself in an active industrial beam, the resulting thermal damage is a consequence of navigation error, not hostile action. We are not responsible for vessels that fly into our equipment. Vane's mandibles ground together, producing a sound like gravel in a failing mechanism. You cannot classify something with that much destructive capability as civilian equipment. We can and have, Chen said. The forge serves essential industrial purposes. It is currently processing asteroid materials for structural fabrication. The fact that the processing stream happens to provide thermal hazard coverage of major approach vectors is simply efficient placement of industrial assets. You are weaponizing industrial processes. We are conducting industrial operations using equipment rated for stellar temperature materials processing, Chen said. If Council vessels are concerned about navigation hazards posed by active forge operations, they are welcome to maintain safe distances from the processing zone. We have filed the appropriate hazard notifications. The hazard zone covers 300,000 kilometers. The forge's effective thermal range extends to 300,000 kilometers when operating at optimal capacity, Chen corrected. Vessels maintaining appropriate standoff distances will experience no adverse effects. This is standard safety protocol for high-energy industrial operations. Mac watched Vane's compound eyes track across something off-screen, probably running calculations on what it would take to either destroy the forge or somehow classify it in a way that would justify demanding its deactivation. The math was brutal. The forge was immobile, essential to preservation operations, and technically civilian infrastructure. Destroying it would require admitting the Council was targeting protected industrial equipment. Classifying it as a weapon would require rewriting treaty definitions so broadly that thousands of civilian installations would suddenly become military targets. If this forge is used against Council vessels, Vane began, then those vessels will have deliberately positioned themselves in an active industrial processing stream despite filed hazard notifications. Chen interrupted, which would constitute willful navigation negligence and self-inflicted damage. We are not responsible for ships that ignore safety warnings. You are building a system that can hold Council space hostage. We are building essential preservation infrastructure that happens to use high-energy processes, requiring extensive safety zones, Chen said. If the Council finds these safety zones inconvenient, they are welcome to petition for alternative approaches. However, the forge is indispensable to current preservation operations and cannot be deactivated without compromising system stability. Vane stared at them for a long moment. His damaged compound eyes made it impossible to read his expression, but Mac had learned to recognize the particular kind of silence that meant a Caldrith was calculating the cost of continuing to fight versus the cost of accepting defeat. How long until you begin full-scale fabrication operations? Vane asked quietly. The forge is operational now, Chen said. We are beginning hull fabrication immediately. First article completion is estimated at 72 hours. What are you fabricating? Deep space maintenance vessels, Chen said. Heavy industrial class, designed for operations in high-radiation environments. Mac pulled up the design specifications for the first Siren-class hull. It was ugly, practical, and covered in enough armor plating to survive direct hits from weapons that technically didn't exist anymore. The propulsion systems were overpowered, the shields were redundant to the point of paranoia, and the whole thing looked less like a maintenance vessel and more like something you'd send to fight a war you expected to lose badly before eventually winning through sheer spite. "That is a warship," Vane said. "It is a deep space maintenance vessel with enhanced survivability features," Chen corrected. "All design elements are rated for civilian operations in hostile environments. The fact that these features would also provide combat capability is incidental. We are not building a military fleet. We are building industrial support vessels." No one will believe that. "Council inspection protocols will verify that all vessels are equipped for and engaged in civilian operations," Chen said. "What observers choose to believe about their secondary capabilities is not our concern. We are building what we need to operate safely in the Siren system." The transmission cut. The screen went dark. Mac looked at the forge specifications again, at the thermal output numbers that made conventional weapons look quaint, at the processing zone that happened to cover every major approach vector. "We just built a defensive perimeter out of industrial equipment," Mac said. "We built necessary materials processing infrastructure that happens to create thermal hazards in strategically relevant locations," Chen corrected. "The defensive applications are incidental." "Chen, we both know exactly what we built." "We built a forge," Chen said. Her expression didn't change. "What other people see when they look at it is not our responsibility." Over the next 72 hours, the Sovereign Forge processed 16 asteroids into raw materials and fabricated the first Siren-class hull. The ship was massive, angular, and covered in the kind of armor that suggested its designers expected someone to shoot at it frequently. It had no weapons, which was technically true if you didn't count the fact that its drive could be used as a kinetic weapon, and its industrial cutting lasers were rated for materials that included most hull materials used by Council vessels. Lieutenant Okafor took it for a test flight and came back grinning. "Chief, that thing flies like a brick with engines, handles like someone welded a reactor to a garbage scow, and I love everything about it. When do we build more?" "How many more do you want?" Mac asked. "All of them," Okafor said. "However many we can build. I want a fleet of angry bricks." The forge ran continuously, processing asteroids and fabricating hulls. Siren Class 2, Siren Class 3. By the end of the month, they had 17 vessels, all officially classified as deep space maintenance equipment, all unofficially classified as exactly what they looked like. High Auditor Vane filed formal protests. The protests were reviewed and denied because the forge was essential infrastructure and the vessels were technically civilian. He filed weapons treaty challenges. The challenges were denied because the ships had no offensive armament and all systems were rated for industrial use. He filed safety complaints about the forge's thermal hazard zone. The complaints were denied because appropriate warnings had been filed and vessels could simply avoid the processing area. 3 months after the forge came online, a Council frigate designated Defense 8-3 ignored the hazard warnings and attempted a close approach reconnaissance of the scaffold. The vessel entered the thermal processing zone at high velocity, apparently believing that speed would protect it from what it assumed was a slowly tracked weapon system. The forge wasn't tracking anything. It was processing an asteroid. The frigate flew through the beam at the exact moment the forge was operating at peak capacity. Defense 8-3 experienced rapid thermal disassembly. The crew evacuated successfully. The ship became an expanding cloud of superheated metal vapor. Sovereign Core 01 filed an incident report noting that the vessel had ignored filed hazard warnings and entered an active processing zone, resulting in predictable thermal damage consistent with documented forge specifications. The Council investigation concluded that Defense 8-3's commanding officer had committed willful negligence by disregarding safety protocols. No charges were filed against the human operators of the forge. The incident was added to navigation safety training as an example of why you don't fly through active industrial beams. After that, Council vessels maintained safe distances from the Sovereign Forge. The approach vectors it covered became effectively no-fly zones, Ships that needed to cross the processing area filed requests and waited for confirmation that the forge was offline. The wait times varied from hours to days depending on current fabrication schedules. Mac stood at the observation port one evening, watching the forge process an asteroid into component vapor. The beam was a column of light so bright it hurt to look at, and the asteroid was visibly shrinking as layers of metal vaporized and dispersed into collection fields. It looked like watching a star reach out and erase something from existence. "She's holding," Mac said quietly. "She is more than holding," Chen said from her station. "She is producing. The forge has fabricated 47 vessels, processed 600,000 tons of raw materials, and established a permanent thermal hazard that effectively controls access to the Siren system. We are not just building ships anymore. We are building deterrence." Out in the debris field, the forge continued its work, processing asteroids, fabricating hulls, creating a fleet of maintenance vessels that looked suspiciously like warships, and a thermal hazard that looked suspiciously like a weapon, all while maintaining perfect legal compliance with civilian industrial regulations. And somewhere in the outer system, High Auditor Vane sat in his command center held together with bonding compound and tried to figure out how to classify something that was technically a forge, but functionally a fortress, and came to the slow, terrible realization that the distinction didn't matter anymore. The humans had built something that could hold the line, not because anyone had given them permission, but because they'd made it legally impossible to tell them they couldn't. And every ship that maintained safe distance from the forge was proving that sometimes the most effective weapons were the ones you could honestly claim weren't weapons at all. The scaffold had bones. It had a heart. It had rules that enforced themselves, and now it had teeth. Very hot teeth that could cook a frigate in 6 seconds and call it an industrial accident. Chapter 14. Sovereign Standards. The Siren System. Operational Standards document was 417 pages long, and every single page was a carefully worded middle finger to 6,000 years of Council engineering doctrine. Mac had read the executive summary 3 times, and still wasn't sure whether Sarah Chen had written a safety manual or a Declaration of Independence disguised as technical specifications. She called it necessary regulatory documentation. Mac called it the moment they stopped asking for permission and started telling people how things worked. They stood in the command deck at 0600 hours, watching the final verification checks run on the SSOS publication. Sovereign Cores 01 had reviewed it 43 times, cross-referencing every specification against both Council standards and actual operational data from 5 months of brutal pre-war equipment operations. The AI had declared it technically flawless, operationally superior, and likely to cause significant distress among Council safety engineers. Coming from Sovereign Cores 01, that last part was the closest thing to a compliment the machine could give. "Walk me through the trap one more time," Mac said, "because I want to make sure I understand exactly how we're about to tell the Council that their ships are too advanced to work here." Chen pulled up a comparative analysis on the main holographic display. It showed 2 shielding systems side by side. On the left, a modern Council energy shield, clean and elegant, with force field generators that could deflect incoming radiation with 98% efficiency. On the right, a human MRCU suit covered in mismatched lead-gold plating that looked like it had been assembled by someone who believed aesthetics were a sign of weakness. "Council vessels use modern energy shielding technology," Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level, as if she was explaining basic mathematics instead of how to trap an entire military fleet with their own engineering. "These shields operate by generating electromagnetic fields that deflect or absorb incoming radiation. They are highly efficient, lightweight, and require minimal maintenance. And they don't work in the Siren system," Mac said. "They work poorly in the Siren system," Chen corrected. "The white dwarf's radiation profile includes specific high-frequency components that interact adversely with modern shield harmonics. The interaction creates a feedback loop that amplifies certain wavelengths while attenuating others. The result is that modern shields in Siren space provide approximately 37% effective protection while consuming 400% normal power and generating thermal loads that risk system failure. So their fancy shields make things worse. Their optimized shields are optimized for standard stellar environments," Chen said. "The Siren system is not a standard stellar environment. It is a pre-war operational zone with radiation characteristics that modern shielding was not designed to handle. Mac looked at the human MRCU specifications. 240 kilograms of salvaged reactor plating, passive absorption rather than active deflection, and the kind of brute force approach to radiation protection that assumed if you couldn't deflect it, you could at least bury yourself under enough mass to survive. And our suits work because they were designed for environments where active shielding was unavailable or unreliable, Chen said. The necro-plating provides passive mass shielding that is not dependent on electromagnetic interactions. It simply absorbs radiation through bulk material properties. Less efficient in standard environments, but significantly more reliable in high-frequency radiation zones. So we're going to tell Council ships they need to install ugly salvaged armor to operate safely in our space. We are going to inform Council vessels that Siren System operational standards require all craft operating in the inner system to meet minimum passive shielding requirements as specified in SSOS Section 7, Chen said. Modern energy shields do not meet these requirements. Vessels must either install supplemental passive shielding or accept operational restrictions limiting them to outer system zones where radiation levels permit standard shielding use. And if they refuse, then they are operating in violation of local safety standards and are classified as hazardous vessels subject to immediate expulsion, Chen said. We have full authority to enforce safety standards within our jurisdiction. Council vessels are not exempt. Mac pulled up the SSOS publication schedule. It would go live in 6 hours, automatically transmitted to every vessel in Siren System space, with appropriate notices filed through Council navigation authorities. By the time anyone realized what it meant, it would already be official policy backed by 5 months of operational data, proving that human standards kept people alive while Council standards got them killed. Vane's going to lose what's left of his mind, Mac said. High Auditor Vane's mental state is not my concern, Chen said. However, I anticipate he will attempt to challenge the SSOS on grounds that we lack authority to override Council standards. I have prepared 19 separate legal justifications for why this challenge is invalid. Only 19? I am being conservative because his stress indicators suggest he may experience catastrophic failure if overwhelmed, Chen said. We need him functional enough to authorize the retrofits. 6 hours later, the Siren System operational standards went live. Mac watched the transmission logs as the document propagated through Council networks, filing itself in safety databases, navigation archives, and regulatory libraries. Somewhere in the outer system, alarms were probably going off as automated systems tried to process what it meant that a human-controlled system had just published engineering standards that contradicted 6,000 years of Council safety doctrine. 3 hours after that, High Auditor Vane called. He looked like he'd stopped being a living organism and become a monument to bureaucratic defeat, held together through sheer force of accumulated adhesive. His carapace was more bonding compound than shell at this point, creating a patchwork pattern that made him look less like a Caldrith and more like an abstract sculpture someone had made to represent the concept of structural failure. You have published operational standards, Vane said. His translator was producing sounds that only technically qualified as language, digital artifacts, and static, making every word sound like it was being transmitted through a failing system. Standards that declare Council safety technology insufficient for operations in the Siren System. That is correct, High Auditor, Chen said, stepping into frame. Based on 5 months of operational data, we have determined that standard Council energy shielding provides inadequate protection against the specific radiation profile present in Siren System space. The SSOS establishes minimum passive shielding requirements necessary for safe operations in inner system zones. You are claiming our technology is inferior to your salvaged plating. We are documenting that modern energy shielding is poorly suited to high-frequency radiation environments characteristic of pre-war operational zones, Chen corrected. Our passive shielding technology, while less sophisticated, provides superior protection in these specific conditions. This is not a general statement about technological superiority. It is a specific assessment of suitability for local environmental conditions. My vessels use the most advanced shielding systems in Council space. Your vessels use shielding optimized for standard stellar environments, Chen said. The Siren system is not a standard stellar environment. If your vessels attempt to operate in inner system zones using only standard shielding, they will experience progressive system degradation, thermal overload, and eventual crew exposure to lethal radiation levels. We have documented these failure modes extensively. Mac pulled up the incident reports Chen had been carefully compiling. 5 separate occasions where Council vessels had ventured too close to the inner system and experienced shield failures. Each time, human crews had provided assistance, documented the failures in exhaustive detail, and filed reports explaining exactly why modern shielding didn't work in Siren radiation. Each report had been politely acknowledged and ignored, until now. What do you expect us to do? Vane asked quietly. Retrofit every Council vessel with your primitive armor? We expect all vessels operating in Siren system space to comply with SSOS safety requirements, Chen said. For ships requiring inner system access, this means installing supplemental passive shielding meeting the specifications outlined in SSOS Section 7. We have repair facilities available and can provide retrofit services at standard industrial rates. You want us to pay you to make our ships ugly. We want you to meet minimum safety standards or restrict operations to zones where your current shielding is adequate, Chen said. The retrofit option is provided as a courtesy to enable continued inner system access. If you prefer to operate exclusively in outer system zones, no retrofit is required. Vane's compound eyes tracked across something off-screen, probably calculating the cost of retrofitting ships versus the cost of losing access to the inner system where all the human infrastructure was located. The math was brutal. They could pay for retrofits and suffer the humiliation of having human engineers modify Council vessels, or they could effectively cede the entire inner system to human control. How long would retrofits take? Vane asked. Depends on vessel size and configuration, Chen said. Standard patrol craft, approximately 48 hours. Capital ships, 72 to 96 hours. We would need to install passive plating over critical systems, upgrade life support for increased thermal loads, and modify power distribution to account for additional mass. You would have access to our vessels, to their systems, to their specifications. We would have access to the external surfaces and support systems necessary to install compliant shielding, Chen corrected. All work would be conducted in accordance with standard industrial safety protocols. If you prefer to conduct retrofits using your own crews following SSOS specifications, we can provide technical guidance and materials. At standard industrial rates. All services are priced at standard industrial rates, Chen said. We are not price gouging. We are charging what the work costs. The transmission cut. Mac waited exactly 30 seconds before speaking. He's going to authorize it. He has no choice, Chen said. He needs inner system access to maintain his monitoring stations. He cannot maintain those stations if his ships cannot safely approach them. The retrofits are expensive and humiliating, but they are less expensive and less humiliating than abandoning the monitoring network entirely. Vane authorized the retrofits 16 hours later. The first vessel to undergo the procedure was a Council frigate designated Observation 49. A sleek patrol craft that looked like it had been designed by someone who believed warfare should be aesthetic. It had smooth lines, integrated systems, and shielding generators so advanced they could probably deflect a small asteroid while using less power than a human coffee maker. Lieutenant Rodriguez led the retrofit team. She took one look at the pristine Council vessel and grinned like someone who'd just been given permission to commit mild vandalism. Chief, this is going to be beautiful. The Council probably has a different definition of beautiful, Mac said. That's what makes it art, Rodriguez said. 72 hours later, Observation 49 emerged from the retrofit bay, looking like someone had taken a sculpture and bolted industrial machinery to it. The smooth hull was now covered in mismatched plates of lead-gold alloy, salvaged from pre-war wrecks and applied with what could charitably be described as functional enthusiasm. The elegant lines were broken by heavy reinforcement struts. The integrated systems were supplemented with bulky external power conduits. The whole thing looked less like a Council vessel and more like a human ship wearing a Council ship as camouflage. The Caldrith crew were visibly distressed. One of them actually filed a formal complaint, claiming the modifications constituted aesthetic violence against Council engineering principles. The complaint was denied because the modifications met SSOS requirements and the vessel's crew radiation exposure had dropped from dangerous to negligible. High Auditor Vane's flagship underwent retrofitting 3 weeks later. Mac watched from the observation deck as human crews swarmed over the massive command vessel, welding plates to surfaces that had probably never been touched by anything cruder than a polishing cloth. The flagship was beautiful, designed to represent the Council's technological superiority and aesthetic refinement. By the time the retrofit was complete, it looked like someone had rebuilt it using spare parts from a junkyard. Vane inspected his modified flagship in person. He stood on the external hull in a borrowed MRCU suit, surrounded by human engineers, looking at the mismatched plating that now covered 30% of his ship's surface. His compound eyes were too damaged to read, but Mac didn't need to see his expression to know what he was feeling. "This is what compliance looks like," Chen said over the comms. She was standing beside Vane, also in an MRCU suit, holding a data pad showing radiation exposure readings. "Your crew's radiation exposure is now within safe limits. Your ship can operate in inner system zones indefinitely. You meet Siren System operational standards." "My ship looks like human construction," Vane said quietly. "Your ship looks like a vessel that has been modified to operate safely in a hostile environment," Chen corrected. "Aesthetics are secondary to survival. This is a lesson your species apparently forgot when you decided energy shields were more elegant than armor plating." Vane was silent for a long moment. Then he said very carefully, "How many Council vessels have you retrofitted?" 43 to date, Chen said, with 72 more scheduled over the next 2 months. By the end of the quarter, every Council vessel requiring inter-system access will have been modified to meet SSOS requirements. You are changing our fleet. We are ensuring your fleet meets minimum safety standards for operations in pre-war environmental conditions, Chen said. If you choose to operate in other systems using these retrofits, that is your decision. The modifications do not impair vessel performance. In many cases, they improve survivability in high-threat environments, because our advanced systems are inferior to your salvaged armor in certain conditions. Because optimization for one environment creates vulnerability in others, Chen said. Your ships were designed for elegance and efficiency in standard conditions. Our modifications make them functional in non-standard conditions. This is not a statement about which approach is superior. It is acknowledgement that different environments require different solutions. The comms went quiet. Vane stood on his modified flagship, looking out at the Siren System with its web of tethers and industrial facilities and massive forge that could vaporize ships while technically being civilian equipment. Mac knew what the Auditor was seeing. Not just infrastructure, not just engineering, but a complete inversion of authority where Council vessels could only operate safely if they accepted human modifications and followed human standards. Inside the Siren System, human rules apply, Vane said finally. It wasn't a question, it was acceptance. Inside the Siren System operational standards apply, Chen corrected, which happened to be written by humans based on human operational experience. Yes. The transmission cut. Vane returned to his flagship. The vessel departed the retrofit bay with 30% human-made modifications and a crew that would spend the next year trying to explain to Council engineering boards why their elegant ship now looked like it had lost a fight with an industrial accident. Over the next 3 months, the retrofit program continued. More Council vessels underwent modification. More pristine hulls were covered in salvaged plating. More crews learned to operate systems that prioritized survival over aesthetics. The Siren System stopped looking like a Council jurisdiction with human operations and started looking like human territory, where Council vessels needed special permission and modifications just to survive. Mac stood at the observation port one evening, watching a Council cruiser limp into the retrofit bay with failing shields after attempting to operate in inter-system zones without proper modifications. The crew would be fine. They'd filed the required safety violation report and requested emergency assistance. Human teams would fix their ship, install proper shielding, and send them a bill. She's holding, Mac said quietly. She is more than holding, Chen said from her station. She is enforcing. Every ship we retrofit acknowledges our authority. Every crew that follows SSOS standards admits our expertise. We are not just operating in the Siren system anymore. We own it. The Council's ships can only function here if we allow them to function. We have jurisdiction. Out in the debris field, another Council vessel waited its turn for retrofit. The crew probably thought they were just getting safety upgrades. They didn't realize they were accepting human sovereignty one armor plate at a time. And somewhere in his modified flagship, High Auditor Vane sat surrounded by human engineering and tried to remember when exactly he'd stopped being the one in charge. The answer, though he would never quite admit it to himself, was the moment the first Council ship had needed human permission and human technology just to operate safely. You couldn't regulate a species that wrote better safety standards than you did. You couldn't control infrastructure when only the people who built it knew how to survive around it. And you couldn't maintain authority in a system where your most advanced technology was objectively inferior to their salvaged garbage. The scaffold had bones. It had a heart. It had rules. It had teeth. And now it had standards. Standards that Council ships could either meet by accepting human modifications or fail by trying to maintain their elegant inadequacy. The choice was theirs. The jurisdiction was not. Chapter 15. The Uninsurable Risk. The fleet arrived at 0200 hours with the kind of presence that made previous Council responses look polite. Mac counted 47 vessels on the long-range scans, and none of them were audit ships or monitoring platforms. These were deconstruction haulers, industrial cutters, and 3 orbital strike frigates that technically weren't supposed to exist outside active war zones. High Auditor Vane had stopped sending inspectors and started sending the people who came after inspectors failed. Sarah Chen stood at her station in the command deck, watching the fleet positions with the same clinical detachment she'd maintained for 6 months of bureaucratic warfare. Her expression hadn't changed, which Mac had learned meant she'd already calculated every possible outcome and determined that panic was statistically irrelevant. "Talk to me," Mac said. "High Auditor Vane has declared the Siren system an uninsurable risk, Category 7, Chen said. Her voice was perfectly level. "This classification authorizes forced evacuation of all personnel and preventive neutralization of infrastructure deemed hazardous to regional stability. The fleet is here to remove us." "Can they do that?" "Under uninsurable risk protocols, yes," Chen said. Category 7 designation overrides most standard protections and permits direct intervention to prevent what the Council classifies as imminent catastrophic threat. Vane has apparently decided that our continued presence represents a greater risk than forcibly removing us. Mac looked at the fleet positions. The deconstruction haulers were positioning themselves around the major scaffold anchor points. The industrial cutters were moving toward the tether network. The orbital strike frigates were holding back, probably ready to provide cover if the humans decided to resist. It was professional, coordinated, and absolutely serious. "So this is it," Mac said. "They're actually going to try. They are going to attempt to dismantle the scaffold and force evacuation of all human personnel within 72 hours, Chen said. She pulled up the formal notice Vane had transmitted. The Category 7 declaration cites structural instability, uncontrolled energy systems, and hazardous industrial processes as justification. It is technically valid under extreme interpretation of safety protocols. Can we fight them? We have 47 maintenance vessels against 3 orbital strike frigates and 44 support craft, Chen said. A military engagement would be brief and conclusive. We would lose. Mac felt the weight of 214 lives pressing down on him again, that familiar pressure that came from knowing that every decision he made could end with people dying in the void. So what do we do? Chen's lips curved into something that definitely wasn't a smile, but was close enough to be unsettling. We acknowledge their concern, and then we show them why insurance status is irrelevant when you own the ground you're standing on. She pulled up the scaffold control systems, and Mac saw something he hadn't noticed before. Buried in the structural management interface was a subroutine labeled primary alignment sequence, with status indicators that had been slowly climbing toward optimal for 6 months. The numbers were at 97%. As he watched, they ticked to 98. What is that? Mac asked. The Shkudov configuration, Chen said quietly. The actual purpose of the Sovereign Scaffold. We have not been building a structure to stabilize the system, Mac. We have been building an engine to move it. Mac stared at the numbers, at the geometric patterns showing tether tensions and lensing array angles and gravitational load distributions, and felt something click in his mind with the weight of inevitability, the tri-point stability, the massive central keystone, the lensing arrays that happened to be pointed at the white dwarf, the stellar straw feeding plasma into the forge. None of it was coincidence. All of it was preparation. "We're going to push the star," Mac said. "We are going to redirect stellar radiation pressure to create asymmetric thrust," Chen corrected. "The scaffold acts as a massive parabolic reflector. The lensing arrays focus radiation from one side of the white dwarf back toward the star. The resulting pressure imbalance creates net thrust, small but continuous. Given sufficient time, we can accelerate the entire system to velocities that will carry it out of Council jurisdiction." "How long have you known about this?" "Since the beginning," Chen said. "The scaffold declaration was always about building a Shkadov thruster. Every legal classification, every loophole, every piece of infrastructure was designed to enable this. We did not come here to survive in the Siren system. We came here to steal it." Mac looked out at the fleet positioning itself to dismantle everything they'd built. "Does Vane know?" "He is about to," Chen said. She opened a communication channel. "Hi, Auditor Vane, this is Siren System Control. We acknowledge receipt of your Category 7 declaration and uninsurable risk classification." Vane appeared on screen, and Mac barely recognized what was left of him. The Kaldrith's carapace had been completely replaced with bonding compound, creating a smooth, artificial shell that looked more like a badly maintained statue than a living being. His compound eyes were clouded and cracked, and when he moved, Mac could hear servos struggling to compensate for structural failures throughout his body. He looked like someone who had been ground down by 6 months of losing arguments with physics and was now holding himself together through sheer bureaucratic stubbornness. "You acknowledge the designation," Vane said. His translator was producing sounds that only barely qualified as language, warped and distorted like audio from a failing system. "We acknowledge that the Siren system poses risks that exceed standard insurance frameworks," Chen said. "We agree that continued operations under current conditions represent unacceptable hazard levels. We do not contest your assessment." Vane's compound eyes tracked across something off-screen, clearly trying to process why the humans weren't arguing. "You accept forced evacuation." "We accept that you believe forced evacuation is necessary," Chen said. "However, we do not believe it is possible. High Auditor, you have spent 6 months attempting to halt our operations through regulatory means. You have failed because we built within your rules. You are now attempting to halt our operations through direct action. You will fail because we built something your rules do not account for." "You cannot resist this fleet," Vane said. "We are not resisting," Chen said. "We are leaving." She nodded to Mac. He pulled up the scaffold control interface and entered the authorization codes Sovereign Core 01 had been waiting 6 months to receive. "Execute primary alignment sequence, full authorization, all systems." "Acknowledged." Sovereign Core 01's synthesized voice filled the command deck. "Commencing Shkadov configuration alignment. Estimated completion, 47 minutes. Beginning thruster activation procedures." The Siren system began to move. It didn't move dramatically. There were no explosions, no sudden lurches, no spectacular displays of force. What happened was subtle, inexorable, and absolutely terrifying in its implications. The tethers connecting the major anchor points began to shift tension, the loads redistributing themselves across the entire network with mathematical precision. The keystone at the scaffold's center adjusted position fractionally, its massive bulk shifting by centimeters that translated to massive changes in gravitational balance. The moons, locked in their tri-point lattice, began to cant at angles that defied their natural orbital mechanics. And the lensing arrays, those massive mirrors salvaged from pre-war forges, tilted toward the white dwarf with the slow inevitability of something that had always been meant to do exactly this. Mac watched the structural readings climb toward critical and then stabilize at levels that should have torn the scaffold apart, but instead created a new equilibrium. The system wasn't falling apart, it was synchronizing. Every tether, every anchor point, Every piece of infrastructure they'd built over 6 months was moving together with the precision of something designed for exactly this purpose. "What have you done?" Vane's voice came through the comms, digital artifacts making it sound like he was speaking through water. "We have activated the Shkadov thruster," Chen said calmly. "The Sovereign Scaffold is not a preservation structure. It is a stellar engine. The white dwarf is no longer the center of a debris field. It is the propulsion system for a mobile infrastructure complex." On the holographic display, Mac could see the lensing arrays reaching optimal alignment. The focused radiation from the stellar straw, which had been feeding the forge, was now being redirected through the lensing geometry. The beam that could vaporize frigates was being reflected back toward the white dwarf itself, creating a cone of focused stellar radiation that pushed against the star's natural emission spectrum. The numbers on Mac's display began to change. Stellar position, drift rate, velocity. They were tiny, microscopic, 0.001 meters per second, but they were real and they were increasing. "Thruster activation successful," Sovereign Core 01 reported. "System velocity positive and climbing. Current acceleration, 0.003 meters per second squared. Projected velocity after 1 hour, 10.8 meters per second. Projected distance from original coordinates after 24 hours, 467 kilometers. Vane's compound eyes tracked across his own displays, probably watching the same numbers Mac was seeing. The Siren system's stellar position was changing, not quickly, not dramatically, but measurably, undeniably, impossibly. "You are moving the star." "We are redirecting stellar radiation to create thrust," Chen corrected. "The star is simply responding to asymmetric pressure. Physics, High Auditor, not defiance, just physics." "This is insane," Vane said quietly. "You cannot move a star system." "We are currently moving a star system," Chen said. "Current velocity is 0.003 meters per second and climbing. In 6 months, we will be traveling at sufficient velocity to exit Council jurisdiction entirely. In 2 years, we will be far enough from our current position that enforcing Council law will require pursuing a mobile target across interstellar distances. Your authority, High Auditor, is tied to sector coordinates. We are taking those coordinates with us." Mac pulled up the navigation projections. The Shkadov thruster's acceleration was minuscule by spacecraft standards, but spacecraft didn't need to move the mass of an entire star system. Given time, the acceleration would build. In months, they'd be traveling at kilometers per second. In years, they'd be crossing interstellar distances. And there was no way to stop it short of destroying the scaffold, which would require destroying the inhabited infrastructure of 214 human lives in the process. "Your deconstruction fleet cannot catch us," Chen continued. "By the time they position themselves to begin dismantling operations, we will have drifted far enough that their targeting solutions will need constant updates. In 48 hours, we will be outside the effective range of your orbital strike platforms. In 72 hours, we will have crossed into uncharted space where Council jurisdiction does not apply." "I can destroy the scaffold now," Vane said. There was something in his voice that might have been desperation filtered through 6 months of accumulated defeat. "The strike frigates can target the anchor points. You can attempt to destroy infrastructure that is moving," Chen said. "However, each strike will require updated targeting as we continue to drift. Additionally, destroying the scaffold while it is under thrust would cause catastrophic gravitational instabilities that would scatter debris across multiple Council sectors. You would be responsible for creating a navigation hazard larger than anything we have built. The liability would exceed your entire regional budget. You planned this from the beginning." "We filed the paperwork from the beginning," Chen corrected. "Every structure we built was documented as infrastructure stabilization. We simply did not specify that the stabilization would eventually enable mobility. The Shkadov thruster is not a weapon. It is a propulsion system. We are not attacking Council space. We are leaving it." Mac watched Vane's image on the screen, saw the auditor's compound eyes tracking across calculations and legal frameworks and strategic assessments, and knew the exact moment when Vane understood that he'd lost not just the argument, but the entire concept of enforcement. You couldn't regulate what you couldn't catch. You couldn't control infrastructure that could outrun your authority. And you couldn't maintain jurisdiction over coordinates that were no longer where you left them. "This is not over," Vane said finally. "No," Chen agreed, "but it is no longer happening in your jurisdiction. By the time Council bureaucracy processes the implications of a mobile system, we will be parsecs from here. You are welcome to file objections, High Auditor. We will not be present to acknowledge them." The transmission cut. The screen went dark, and in the silence of the command deck, Mac felt the subtle vibration through the deck plating that meant the entire star system was under thrust. It was tiny, imperceptible to anyone not watching the instruments. But it was real. "She's moving," Mac said quietly. "She is more than moving," Chen said. "She is sovereign. A mobile system is not bound by territorial jurisdiction. We are not defending a claim anymore. We are simply taking our territory with us when we leave." Out in the debris field, the Shkadov thruster continued its work. The lensing arrays reflected radiation with perfect geometric precision. The tethers held their new alignment with the kind of strength that came from being designed for exactly this stress. The keystone maintained gravitational balance as the moons, the anchors, the infrastructure, and 214 human lives accelerated together toward velocities that would carry them beyond anyone's authority to stop. High Auditor Vane's fleet maintained position for another 6 hours, probably while he filed emergency reports and consulted with superiors and tried to find some regulation that covered pursuing a star system that had decided to leave. Then slowly, the vessels began to withdraw. The deconstruction haulers first, their purpose obsolete. Then the industrial cutters. Finally, the orbital strike frigates, their weapons useless against a target that was now moving too unpredictably to track. They couldn't catch a star, and they weren't willing to commit genocide trying. Mac stood at the observation port that evening, watching the white dwarf's light reflect through the lensing arrays in patterns that created thrust measured in fractions but felt in the soul. Somewhere out there, Vane was filing reports that would take years to process. Somewhere out there, Council bureaucrats were trying to figure out how to regulate a jurisdiction that could walk away from their oversight. And somewhere ahead, in the vast darkness between established sectors and charted space, was territory that didn't belong to anyone yet. Territory that humans could claim not because someone gave them permission, but because they'd brought their own ground with them. "She's holding," Mac said quietly. "She is more than holding," Chen said from her station. "She is free. The scaffold was never meant to stay here. It was meant to prove that permanence and mobility are not opposites. We built something that will outlast arguments about who owns what, because we simply took what we built and left. No one can contest a claim to territory you carry with you." And out in the void, the siren system continued its slow, patient acceleration. 0.003 meters per second squared didn't feel like escape velocity, but given time, it would carry them farther than any argument could reach. The graveyard had stopped being a place. It had become a ship. And ships, once they started moving, could go anywhere their crew had the audacity to point them. The Council had given them a death trap. The humans had built an engine. And now they were driving away with an entire star system because someone had forgotten to write a regulation saying you couldn't. Chapter 16. The Great Migration. 3 months into thrust, the siren system was traveling at 15.4 kilometers per second, and the white dwarf no longer looked like it was standing still. Mac could see the drift now without instruments, watching the background stars shift position over hours instead of millennia. It was subtle, barely perceptible to the human eye, but unmistakable once you knew what to look for. The entire system was moving, carrying its debris field and tethers and 214 human lives toward coordinates that didn't exist in any Council database. Sarah Chen stood at her station running the daily navigation checks, comparing their current trajectory against projected paths with the kind of precision that came from knowing that small errors compounded over interstellar distances into catastrophic miscalculations. The Shkadov thruster had been running continuously for 93 days, pushing the system with patient, inexorable force that added velocity in increments so small they felt meaningless until you added them up and realized you were traveling faster than most spacecraft could sustain. "Current acceleration holding steady at 0.004 meters per second squared, Chen reported. Her voice was perfectly level, as if she was discussing weather patterns instead of the fact that they were piloting a star. Estimated velocity at 6-month mark will be 22.3 kilometers per second. Estimated distance from original coordinates at 1 year will be 4.3 astronomical units. And Council pursuit capability? Mac asked. Effectively 0, Chen said. Standard Council vessels have maximum sustainable cruise velocities of approximately 8 kilometers per second. We are currently traveling at nearly double that and accelerating. Any vessel attempting pursuit would need to maintain thrust for months just to match our current velocity, and by the time they reached us, we would have accelerated further. The energy expenditure required to catch us exceeds the fuel capacity of anything in the Council fleet short of dedicated generation ships. Mac pulled up the navigation display showing their trajectory. They were heading toward a region the Council charts labeled as uncharted space, a vast emptiness between established sectors where stellar surveys had never bothered to look because there was nothing valuable enough to justify the expense. It was perfect. No territorial claims, no jurisdictional boundaries, no regulations about what you could build when you brought your own star with you. How long until we cross the boundary? Mac asked. We crossed the official Council jurisdiction limit 47 hours ago, Chen said. No one noticed because the boundary markers assume stationary systems. We are now in what the Council classifies as deep transit space, which has limited regulatory oversight and no territorial claims. In approximately 9 months, we will be far enough from Council space that even emergency assistance protocols no longer apply. We will be truly sovereign. The comms crackled. Lieutenant Okafor's voice, tired but satisfied. Command, this is Hull Team 6. We've completed the aft structural survey. All tether connections remain within tolerance. No stress fractures detected. The scaffold is holding better than predicted. Copy that, Hull Team 6, Mac said. Good work. Return to base and get some rest. Will do, Chief. Though I have to say, it's weird doing hull inspections on a structure that's moving at 15 kilometers per second. Feels like we should be going somewhere instead of just taking everywhere with us. We are going somewhere, Mac said. We're just bringing home along for the trip. The channel closed. Mac looked out at the scaffold, at the web of tethers stretching between anchor points that were now traveling through space at velocities that made orbital mechanics look quaint. The structure looked exactly the same as it had 3 months ago, but everything about it was different. It wasn't infrastructure anymore. It was a ship. The largest, slowest, most patient ship humanity had ever built, carrying an entire star system toward a future no one had bothered to regulate yet. Incoming transmission, the comms officer announced. Council diplomatic frequency. It's marked as non-hostile contact request. Mac exchanged a glance with Chen. They're still trying? They cannot pursue us militarily, Chen said. Diplomacy is their only remaining option. And given our current velocity, this may be their last practical opportunity for real-time communication. At our projected distance in 3 months, light speed lag will make conversation impractical. Put them through, Mac said. The screen flickered to life, but it wasn't High Auditor Vane. Instead, Mac found himself looking at a Caldrith he'd never seen before, younger than Vane, with carapace still intact and compound eyes that looked alert and functional. The nameplate identified her as High Arbiter Serix, Council Diplomatic Corps. Chief Engineer McAllister, Serix said. Her translator rendered her voice with careful neutrality. I am High Arbiter Serix. I have been assigned to establish formal diplomatic contact with the Siren System Mobile Administration. That's a new title, Mac said. It is a new category, Serix said. The Council has never encountered a mobile stellar jurisdiction before. We are adapting our frameworks accordingly. I am authorized to discuss formal recognition of your sovereignty, establishment of diplomatic protocols, and negotiation of mutual non-interference agreements. Mac felt something shift in the conversation. This wasn't another attempt to stop them. This was acknowledgement. You're recognizing us as an independent polity. We are recognizing the practical reality that you have established a functioning mobile system outside Council territorial jurisdiction, Serix said carefully. The Council cannot regulate what it cannot reach. Your velocity exceeds our practical pursuit capability. Your trajectory will carry you beyond our emergency assistance range within 9 months. Attempting to maintain authority over your operations would require resources the Council is not prepared to commit. Therefore, we are proposing formal diplomatic recognition in exchange for certain agreements. What kind of agreements? Chen asked, stepping into frame. Non-aggression assurances, Sarek said. Commitment to avoid Council territorial space in your future trajectory. Agreement to observe basic interstellar navigation protocols to prevent collision hazards. Standard diplomatic exchange frameworks should either party require communication. Essentially, we are asking that you continue doing what you are already doing, leaving, and that you do so in a manner that does not create additional complications for Council space. And in exchange? Formal recognition of sovereignty, which provides certain protections under interstellar law, Sarek said. Access to neutral trading posts for resource exchange if needed. Most importantly, acknowledgement that Council authorities will not pursue, intercept, or attempt to regulate your operations as long as you remain outside Council jurisdiction. Mac looked at Chen. She pulled up something on her datapad, reviewed it quickly, then nodded fractionally. We can agree to those terms, Mac said. With one addition, we want formal documentation that the Siren System Mobile Administration is a recognized sovereign entity for purposes of interstellar law, not just acknowledged, recognized. That can be arranged, Sarek said, though I should inform you that several Council member species are already discussing the implications of your precedent. Mobile systems present significant challenges to traditional territorial jurisdiction models. You have effectively demonstrated that sovereignty can be achieved by simply moving the ground you claim. Good, Mac said. Maybe other species stuck in bad situations will figure out they can leave too. Sarek's compound eyes seemed to focus more intently. That possibility concerns the Council greatly. However, it is not a concern that can be addressed through regulation. You have established that mobility defeats jurisdiction. This is now precedent. The Council must adapt or accept that its authority has limitations. Where's High Auditor Vane? Mac asked. I'd think he'd want to be here for this conversation. High Auditor Vane has retired from active service, Sarek said carefully. His final report documented the complete operational history of the Siren System project and recommended formal diplomatic recognition as the only viable approach. He is currently undergoing extensive structural repairs and has requested assignment to administrative duties that do not involve human systems engineering. Mac felt something that might have been sympathy. Vane had spent 6 months losing arguments with physics and humans in equal measure. The Kaldrith had done his job to the absolute limits of his capability and had been ground down by the simple reality that sometimes regulations weren't enough and sometimes jurisdictions moved. Tell him we appreciate the recommendation, and that the retrofit work his flagship received is still holding up. I will convey the message, Sarek said. I am transmitting the formal recognition documents now. Review them and respond at your convenience. Given your current velocity, I recommend concluding negotiations within the next 72 hours, while real-time communication remains practical. We'll review and respond within 24, Chen said. And Arbiter Sarek, thank you for approaching this practically, instead of ideologically. The Council prides itself on pragmatism, Sarek said. Sometimes that pragmatism requires acknowledging when enforcement is no longer viable. You have established that mobile systems are functionally ungovernable by fixed jurisdictions. This is now reality. We can either adapt or waste resources pursuing what we cannot catch. The transmission ended. Mac pulled up the documents Sarek had sent. They were extensive, formal, and surprisingly straightforward. The Council was offering exactly what she'd described, formal recognition in exchange for basic good behavior. No tricks, no traps. Just acknowledgement that the Siren System was now its own thing and the Council was accepting that rather than fighting it. They're letting us go, Mac said. They are acknowledging that we have already left, Chen corrected. The recognition is valuable, but the reality is that we achieved sovereignty the moment we started moving. This is simply diplomatic formalization of a situation they cannot change. Mac signed the documents. Chen countersigned. Within an hour, the Siren System Mobile Administration was officially recognized as a sovereign entity under interstellar law. Not a Council member state, not a protectorate, an independent mobile jurisdiction with all the rights and responsibilities that implied. The crew celebrated quietly that evening. No grand parties, no dramatic speeches. Just 214 people who'd survived 6 months of bureaucratic warfare and 3 months of stellar propulsion, sitting together in the observation lounges and looking out at stars that were measurably, visibly shifting position as they moved through space at 15 kilometers per second toward futures they'd get to choose themselves. Lieutenant Rodriguez found Mac at the main observation port, looking out at the white dwarf that was now their engine. "Chief, I've been thinking." "Dangerous habit," Mac said. "We're not refugees anymore," Rodriguez said. "We're not salvagers or preservation operators or any of the other things we told the Council we were. We're something new, a civilization that moves. What do we call ourselves?" Mac thought about that. They'd been called a lot of things over 6 months. Squatters, violators, hazards, infrastructure operators, mobile administration. None of it felt right. None of it captured what they actually were. "We're migrants," Mac said finally. "Not because we're fleeing something, but because we're choosing to move. The siren migration. The people who decided that if you don't like where you are, you can take where you are and go somewhere else." Rodriguez tested the words, rolling them around like she was feeling the shape of them. "The siren migration. I like it. Has a nice ring to it, like we're a historical event instead of just people in a weird situation." "We are a historical event," Mac said. "We proved you can steal a star system through paperwork and physics. Every species that's stuck somewhere they don't want to be is going to look at what we did and wonder if they can do it too. We're not just migrants. We're the precedent." 6 months into thrust, the siren system crossed into true deep space. The Council's most distant monitoring stations lost reliable tracking. The emergency beacon network no longer reached them. They were beyond the edge of the map, traveling at 22.7 kilometers per second toward coordinates that existed only in their own navigation computers. Sovereign Core 01 continued its hourly reports, documenting velocity and trajectory with the mechanical precision of something that treated interstellar migration as just another optimization problem. The AI had calculated their course for the next 50 years, identified potential resource-rich systems along the trajectory, and begun designing modifications to the scaffold that would enable resource collection while maintaining thrust. The Sovereign Forge ran continuously, processing asteroids from the debris field that was still traveling with them, fabricating new hulls and structural components and spare parts for a civilization that had stopped asking permission before it built things. The fleet grew. Siren-class vessels multiplied. The maintenance fleet became something that looked increasingly like a proper navy, though no one called it that because navies implied conflicts, and the siren migration was fleeing toward empty space, not toward confrontation. Mac stood in the command deck one evening, 9 months into thrust, and pulled up the long-range stellar survey. They were approaching an uncharted G-type star with a planetary system that the automated surveys suggested might have asteroid belts worth processing. It would be their first stop, not to stay, never to stay, but to gather resources and continue the migration toward whatever came next. "She's still holding," Mac said quietly. "She will always hold," Chen said from her station, "because we built her to move. The Council spent 6 months trying to make us stay in place. They never understood that permanence and mobility were the same thing if you built big enough. We didn't defend a territory. We became a territory, and territories, once they decide to move, can go anywhere they have the patience to reach." Out in the void, the Shkadov thruster continued its patient work. 0.004 meters per second squared didn't sound like escape velocity, but it had carried them 5 astronomical units from where they started, and it would carry them parsecs further given time. The Council couldn't follow. No one could follow. Because you couldn't chase a star that had decided to leave, and you couldn't regulate a jurisdiction that took its laws with it when it moved. The siren migration was underway. 214 humans and a stolen star system traveling at 23 kilometers per second and climbing, heading toward empty space where no one had bothered to write regulations yet. They'd survived the death trap. They'd claimed the graveyard. They'd domesticated the chaos. They'd built the engine. And now they were simply going, patient and inexorable, toward a future they'd get to define themselves. The galaxy would adapt. Or it wouldn't. Either way, the siren migration would keep moving, because that's what ships did once they started sailing. and the scaffold, built from salvage and spite and 6 months of malicious compliance, would carry them there. Chapter 17. New Borders, Old Rules. The lecture hall at the Galactic Institute of Jurisdictional Studies smelled of recycled air and old data crystals. Professor Kale of the Viridian Archive stood at the podium, 3 of his eye stalks focused on the holographic display, while the 4th watched his students. Most were young delegates from council species, here to learn the intricacies of interstellar law. A few wore the skeptical expressions of those who thought they already knew everything. Kale activated the display. The siren system materialized above the podium, a white dwarf wrapped in a glowing lattice of salvaged metal and carbon thread, trailing a beam of focused starlight like a comet's tail. The students leaned forward. "Case Study 9847 Omega," Kale said, his voice carrying the patient weight of someone who had explained this dozens of times and would explain it dozens more. Commonly known as the Exodus Precedent, or more colloquially, the Siren Migration. He paused, letting the hologram rotate. "Can anyone tell me why this system is no longer under council jurisdiction?" A young Centauran in the front row raised a crystalline appendage. "Because they moved it, Professor. The humans physically relocated their star system outside council space." "Correct," Kale said. "But incomplete. The system left council space, yes, but that alone does not explain the legal outcome. High Auditor Vane had the authority to declare it a rogue entity and pursue with military force." He gestured, and a second hologram appeared. A dense legal document, its text scrolling endlessly. Instead, the council granted diplomatic recognition. Why? The students were silent. Kale let the silence stretch, then called up a third display, a timeline of filings, each one a small act of compliance that had collectively built an empire. "Because by the time the system left," Kale said, "it was legally indistinguishable from infrastructure. Not a weapon, not a fleet, infrastructure. And you cannot wage war on a public utility without becoming the aggressor." He zoomed in on a specific filing, the Sovereign Scaffold Declaration. The humans did not break the law. They rewrote the assumptions the law was built upon. They turned a death sentence into a construction permit, and by the time the council realized what they were building, it was too late to stop without violating the very principles the council claims to uphold. One of the students, a young Draxian with dark, oil-sheen scales, spoke up. "Professor, you're saying they won because they followed the rules?" Kale's eye stalks swiveled toward her, and for a moment, something like amusement flickered across his translator implant. "I'm saying they won because they understood the rules better than the people enforcing them. Malicious compliance, the humans call it. The art of obeying so perfectly that obedience becomes rebellion." He dismissed the holograms with a flick of his manipulator claw. "Your assignment for next session. Read High Auditor Vane's final report in full. It is archived under Restricted Council Documents, subsection Historical Liability. Pay particular attention to his recommendations. They are illuminating." The class murmured as they filed out. Kyle watched them go, then turned back to the hologram of the siren system, still glowing softly in the empty hall. He had read Vane's report many times. He knew what it said in the parts the students would never see. It said, "Let them go." They earned it. High Auditor Vane's final report sat in the council archives under 3 layers of encryption and a classification tag that ensured only senior officials would ever access it. The document itself was uncharacteristically short for a man who had spent a career filing exhaustive procedural memos. 17 pages, no appendices, no exhibits. It opened with a single sentence. "I recommend the council grant immediate diplomatic recognition to the sovereign entity known as the Siren Migration." The justification that followed was clinical, precise, and devastating. The attempt to enforce council jurisdiction over the siren system was legally sound at inception, but became untenable due to unforeseen structural realities. The system in question is not a conventional territorial holding. It is a mobile, self-sustaining industrial platform constructed entirely from materials abandoned by the council during the pre-war consolidation. All salvage claims were filed in accordance with Abandonment Doctrine. All construction was conducted under pre-war safety standards, which the council explicitly mandated via the Necro-Contract. All hazard mitigation activities were performed in response to Council-issued stop work orders that legally required the humans to prevent system collapse. Vane's words were careful, but the subtext was clear. The Council had built the cage and handed the humans the key. The report continued. The system's departure was not an act of war. It was the logical extension of their legal standing. By the time the Shkadov thruster activated, the humans had already established sovereignty through infrastructure, precedent, and diplomatic acknowledgement from multiple third-party polities. Pursuit would have constituted aggression against a non-council entity, violating the Non-Interference Compact of 7823. There was a brief section on Vane's personal observations, buried in the middle where fewer eyes would find it. The humans did not defeat the Council. They simply moved faster than our ability to legislate. By the time we understood what they were building, they had already built it. By the time we understood what it meant, they were gone. The final paragraph was shorter still. I have submitted my resignation from active service, effective immediately. My career has been spent enforcing order. The siren migration has taught me that order, when inflexible, becomes its own form of chaos. I recommend the Council adapt. The alternative is obsolescence. The document was signed, sealed, and locked away. Vane himself had retired to a repair station in the outer colonies, where he spent his days coordinating structural retrofits for ships damaged by the obsolete energy standards he had once enforced. He did not speak of the siren system. He did not need to. His work spoke for him. Somewhere in the archives, a junior analyst flagged the report for inclusion in the Academy curriculum. It was approved without comment. History, after all, was written by those who survived to file the paperwork. 18 months into the migration, the siren system looked less like a death trap and more like a city that had decided to take a very long walk. The Sovereign Scaffold had matured into a stable lattice of tethers, platforms, and salvaged hull sections, all humming with the low, steady vibration of a system under constant, controlled thrust. The White Dwarf's radiation still bled through the scaffold's lensing arrays, but now it was directed, harnessed, a river of light pushing them forward at a velocity that had climbed to 26 kilometers per second and showed no sign of stopping. Mac stood on the observation deck of the newly completed anchor station, a platform bolted to the Keystone's equator. The view was unobstructed. The scaffold stretched out in all directions like a web of glowing threads, the moons locked in their perfect tri-point orbit, the forge burning white in the distance. Beyond it all, the stars were changing. Slowly, imperceptibly to the naked eye, but changing. New constellations, new reference points. The navigation charts updated every 6 hours now, and every update showed the same thing. Forward. Chen joined him at the railing, a data pad in hand. She didn't look up. Rodriguez says the forge is running at 110% capacity. We're fabricating hull plating faster than we can deploy it. Good problem to have, Mac said. We're also receiving inquiries. Chen glanced at him. 3 species in the last month, all asking for technical specifications on the scaffold. 2 of them have already filed provisional salvage claims on systems marked economically irrecoverable. Mac grunted. Copycats. Precedent, Chen corrected. We proved it could be done. Now others are testing whether the Council will let them do it too. She tapped the data pad. One of them cited our sovereign standards verbatim, called it the Siren Doctrine. Mac turned that over in his mind. We're not the only ones moving then. Not anymore. Chen set the data pad on the railing. For the first time in months, she looked satisfied. Not triumphant, not relieved, just satisfied. We didn't just win, Mac. We changed the rules. Mobility is sovereignty now. The Council can't govern what it can't catch, and it can't catch what it doesn't have coordinates for. Mac looked out at the scaffold. Somewhere out there, Rodriguez and his crew were welding a new section of the planetary bridge. Somewhere else, a Siren-class hauler was towing a chunk of salvaged dreadnought toward the forge. Everywhere, people were working, building, moving. You ever think about where we're going? Mac asked. Chen considered that. We're heading toward the G-type star, 73 light-years. At current velocity, we'll arrive in 34,000 years, give or take. Mac snorted. That's not what I meant. Not. Chen smiled, just a little. I know. She picked up the data pad. But the answer's the same. We're going wherever we decide to go. That's the point. Mac watched the stars. Somewhere out there, other species were filing paperwork. Somewhere out there, law students were studying the Exodus precedent. Somewhere out there, the galaxy was realizing that borders were just coordinates, and coordinates could be rewritten. He thought about Maya, about the Shenandoah, burning up in Earth's atmosphere while he screamed into a headset, about the years that followed, the guilt, the hollow feeling that had driven him to volunteer for the Necro-Contract in the first place. He had thought he was running from something. Turned out he was running toward something instead. Hey, Chen, he said. Yeah? We're not refugees anymore. Chen looked at him, then back at the stars. No, she said. We're not. We're migrants. By choice, Chen agreed. Mac nodded slowly. Humanity. Fuck yeah. Chen didn't correct him. 37 parsecs away, in a system the Council had marked Hazard Class Omega, a young engineer from the Draxian Trade Collective stood on the hull of a salvage barge, staring at the wreckage of an ancient logistical platform. The platform had been abandoned for 8,000 cycles. It was massive, unstable, and legally untouchable. The engineer pulled up a holographic display. On it, a document glowed, the Sovereign Scaffold Declaration, filed by one Sarah Chen, legal analyst, Siren Migration. The engineer read it twice. Then she opened a new file and began typing. Provisional claim, system designation, Therex 9. Classification, historical stabilization and hazard mitigation. Anticipated construction timeline, indefinite. Legal justification, Abandonment Doctrine, pre-war compliance standards, heritage path statutes. She paused, looked up at the wreckage, then back at the screen. Precedent, the Exodus precedent, Siren migration, human authority. She hit send. Somewhere in the depths of Council bureaucracy, an automated system logged the filing, cross-referenced the citations, and flagged it for review. The reviewer, a mid-level clerk named Zix, opened the file, read the first paragraph, and sighed. Not again, Zix muttered. But the filing was legal. The precedent was solid. The claim was acknowledged. Zix marked it, approved, and moved on to the next case. The galaxy, slowly, was learning to move. 5 years into the migration, Max stood in the same spot on the observation deck. The stars had changed completely now. The old constellations were gone, replaced by new ones the crew had started naming themselves. The welder's wrench, the scaffold's eye, the long road. Chen was gone, off-system on a diplomatic mission to one of the species that had followed their example. Rodriguez had taken over as chief of operations. The forge had expanded twice. The Siren-class fleet now numbered 43 vessels, all built-in system, all crewed by people who had never set foot on a planet that didn't move. Mac was older now, grayer, slower, but he still came to the observation deck when he couldn't sleep. He pulled up a hologram, a trajectory plot stretching out ahead of them like a golden thread. The G-type star was still decades away, but it glowed on the display, a distant promise. Beyond it, other stars, other systems, other possibilities. He thought about the Necro-Contract, about Auditor Vane's face when the system had started to move, about Sarah Chen's calm voice. We bought leverage. He thought about the cost, the people they'd lost, the years they'd spent in radiation-soaked suits, breathing recycled air and eating ration bars that tasted like cardboard, the gamble that could have killed them all. He thought about the result. They were free. Not because someone gave them permission, because they built freedom with salvaged steel and ancient law and the kind of stubborn, reckless audacity that only humans could manage. Mac pulled up another file, a personal message, decades old from Maya. He'd recorded it before the evacuation, back when he still thought he could save everyone. She'd been 7 years old, gap-toothed and fearless, talking about the stars she wanted to visit someday. He played it. Her voice filled the empty observation deck. Daddy, when we get to the new place, can we see the pretty nebula? The blue one? You promised. Mac closed his eyes. Yeah, sweetheart, he said to the empty air. We're working on it. He shut off the recording, looked out at the stars. They were still moving, still building, still surviving. Somewhere behind them, the Council was adapting. Somewhere ahead, the galaxy was waiting. And the Siren migration, humanity's first and finest act of defiant engineering, kept moving forward. Not because they had to, because they could. Mac smiled, just a little, and went back to work. End of series.